Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe and let's dive into today's story. 301 Every move is a big move. Turn up. 2. Liu Sheng has one of the biggest advantages, that is, he can judge a person's state through the information of the dream space. Dong Qingxiu's personal information in the dream space shows that her life is not fixed at 28. This proves she was just trapped in the burrow, she didn't die. But if it keeps dragging on, it's hard to say. Now Liu Sheng is very afraid that if he enters the dream space again, what he sees is Dong Qingxiu's completely changed fate. So, ASAP. Roar. Squeak. Hiss. The blank area that had just been cleared was being filled up rapidly at this time, the crypt was rioting, and there were too many strange beasts underneath. Liu Sheng's mental power was dispersed and he could clearly observe it. At this moment, strange beasts and black mist are crazily spewing out from almost every chasm in the crypt. More from the depths of the burrow. There may be a huge chasm there, the prototype of the second battlefield in the future. Liu Sheng guessed. He even caught a strange fluctuation of consciousness. It was similar to the consciousness fluctuations that he had met before, bewitched him, and created a group of evil masters. But it is not the same as 060. This wave of consciousness has already begun to contact him consciously and proactively. It's okay, but I can play with you. For now, forget it. Liu Shen's consciousness fluctuated, and his mental power continued to spread, looking for Dong Qingxiu's whereabouts. Liu Sheng dared to go into the cave to find Dong Qingxiu without hesitation, and he had the greatest confidence. It was the mithril pendant that he gave Dong Qingxiu once, which contained his martial arts will. His spiritual power seeds are hidden in the pendant, just like coordinates. Within a certain range, it can help Liu Sheng determine the specific location of Dong Qingxiu. Roar! Countless strange beasts swarmed over, and the hot air and stinky saliva from their mouths almost dripped onto Liu Sheng's face. Two-pronged approach, I'm looking for Dong Qingxiu, and I have to let her see me as soon as possible. Liu Sheng thought to himself, in this case, that move is the most suitable. Next breath. Liu Sheng's calm voice sounded softly. Wu Shuang. Boom. The four-color light energy bloomed under the dark and deep cave, and all the beasts shrouded in light were torn apart, frozen, melted or blown away. Boom. As far as the eye can see, those steep and rugged stone walls protrude and collapse one after another. Liu Sheng took a step forward and swept his spear across, just like demolishing a house deep in the cave. Liu Sheng's thoughts are also very pure. I attract the hatred of one more alien beast here, and Dong Qingxiu, who is located in a certain corner of the cave, may be less stressed. Therefore, he just wants to make noise, the bigger the noise, the better. If possible, Liu Sheng even wanted to expose this property thoroughly. Roar! A monster that was nearly 20 meters long, with a head like a shark, but with 6 thick, fluffy limbs, rushed towards Liu Sheng. It opened its bloody mouth wide, revealing a circle of fine black fangs that looked like sawtooth. The stench was like a gust of wind, and it could almost knock people out. Liu Sheng was expressionless, his wrists trembled slightly, and he grabbed the red crystal dragon tattoo gun body with both hands. Using the spear as the blade, he slashed obliquely. The red fireworks illuminate the crypt for a moment. Ugh! The huge 6-armed giant shark beast opened its mouth wide, and was divided into 2 evenly at a position 3 to 4 meters in front of the holy body. The momentum remained undiminished, and he continued to rush backwards, until he hit a rock wall that he didn't know where, and then stopped rumbling. It was as if a huge locomotive diverted suddenly in front of Liu Sheng, and then the car crashed and people died. Killing Wei. Liu Sheng raised his spear, sweeping out a piece of fireworks and frost, or a huge light blue wind blade, or rolled up layers of earth and stone. But no matter what kind of power it is, there is a lot of bloody aura in it. The unparalleled state is most suitable for group battles with mobs, plus the way of killing life, killing monsters is really like mowing grass. Wherever Liu Sheng's spear swept, there were people lying on their backs and corpses everywhere. Boom! Liu Sheng stepped on one of his feet, and directly collapsed a tunnel in the crypt, flying up like a cannonball, and the long spear stabbed out suddenly, with a slight shake. Hundreds of strange beasts were torn apart and flew away. Every move and style of his is extremely violent. Every normal attack carries a terrifying attack effect. Flames, frost, and hurricanes are superimposed on the outer layers of the red crystal dragon pattern gun body, blessing the red crystal dragon pattern extremely gorgeously. It made it look like Liu Sheng was holding a super magic weapon several meters thick and tens of meters long in his hand, and with the phantom of the master's wool constantly overlapping behind him, the battle scene can only be described as gorgeous. His advantages in martial arts were brought into full play at this moment. Even if the strength is close to mine, don't even try to achieve the same effect as me. In the unparalleled state, several elemental energies burst out at the same time, and the lethality is really terrifying. Ordinary fighters, even if they are super top masters with dozens of stars in combat power, so what? A punch, a kick, or a knife can kill at most a few, or a dozen, or dozens of strange beasts. It's not that they are not strong enough, but that the attack range is just so big. But Liu Sheng is different, the elemental energy is the extension of his arm, he also has spiritual power. Various attack special effects are superimposed together, and the splash damage is also a disaster for low-level beasts, and the attack range is too large. Roar! Liu Sheng shook his body slightly, and a long sound like the neighing of a long whale suddenly burst out from within his body. Clatter! There was a sound like a big wave hitting a reef. Behind Liu Sheng, there is a light blue light gathering, which quickly outlines the phantom of an extremely huge white whale. There are countless waves gathering under the white whale, twisting its body slightly, and the blue light spots are flying around like fireflies, appearing extremely mysterious and graceful in the dark depths of the cave. But the next moment, the white whale gently raised its giant tail, and gently patted. Boom! It's like the sky is falling. An indescribably terrifying wave spread around Liu Sheng. The places they passed, the walls of the crypt, the corridors, exploded and cracked layer by layer. Those strange beasts rushing towards Liu Sheng one after another were blown away by an invisible force, rolling backwards like waves. This attack killed at least thousands of strange beasts. The power of Divine Whale. The martial arts ability that Liu Sheng seldom uses, and has always been put aside to eat ashes at the bottom of the box, now bursts out with incomparable brilliance. Holding a gun in one hand, Liu Sheng walked forward quickly. Although living in the dark and bottomless forest hell, surrounded by ghosts and monsters, it seems to be walking on the bank of willows in early spring and March, slashing the spring breeze leisurely. He stabbed out casually, and the purple thunder twisted into a python, and suddenly rushed into the darkness, exploding a brilliant electric light. When he cut horizontally again, countless frosts condensed into edges and flew out roaring, setting off layers of blood. I have dozens of master ways, master dozens of master skills, plus all kinds of miscellaneous abilities. Every attack of mine is equivalent to someone else's big move. And my big moves are too many to use up. You can take turns to come again, without repeating the sample. The combination of the indestructible stellar body and the natural breathing method made Liu Sheng's body almost inexhaustible. Even, what he consumed in the battle was not as much as he recovered. Boom! A black shadow shot out from the darkness, broke through the layers of barriers around Liu Sheng, and stabbed Liu Sheng's back fiercely. Liu Sheng stopped, and his body shook slightly. Turning around expressionlessly, he saw a mosquito-like strange beast that was only over 1 meter tall, with a round body and a long pointed mouth part on its face. He recognized this strange beast. Although it was petite, it was ranked at the 7th level, and it was best at assassination. At this time, this insidious crypt assassin was a bit confused, his famous mouthpiece was broken in two, and under the restraint of Liu Sheng's mental power and the Grand Master's force field, he was buzzing and spinning around in place. With a random shot, Liu Sheng pierced the mosquito and beast, shaking it into a ball of blood and exploding. Then he stretched out his hand expressionlessly to touch the place where he had just been attacked by it. A big hole was torn open in the battle suit, and there were even traces of corrosion. But the skin inside was still smooth and flat, without any trace of injury. 0.8 You don't even need defense, just output unscrupulously. Liu Sheng said silently in his heart. After several rounds of ultimatum bombardment, Liu Sheng didn't know which floor he was in the burrow. Suddenly, his mental power keenly caught a trace of fluctuation coming from the front. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up. It was the fluctuation of the spiritual power seed attached to the mithril pendant he gave to Dong Qingxiu. Sure enough. Finally found. Liu Sheng suppressed his slightly excited mood, took a deep breath, stepped forward in the air, dragged out a long four-color tail flame, and rushed towards the position where the spiritual power seed fluctuations came from like a rocket. Any beast that stood in his way, no matter what level, was torn apart and torn apart. Although the fluctuation has been moving, Liu Sheng is getting closer and closer to the position of the fluctuation. In the dark and cramped space, Dong Qingxiu curled up in a corner, tightly holding a small mithril pendant in her hand. The pendant continued to emit a light golden glow, and the light was like an energy shield, firmly protecting her. Ahem! Dong Qingxiu coughed twice, her face looked a little pale. 302 Wife, I'm coming to pick you up. 3. In fact, Dong Qingxiu's condition was not bad, and she was not seriously injured. The 8th level beast that suddenly attacked just swallowed her in one gulp, and after the chewing movement was blocked by the spiritual barrier emanating from the mithril pendant that Liu Sheng gave her, it swallowed her whole. Dong Qingxiu's main injuries were caused by rolling in the alien beast's esophagus and stomach wall, and when she was squeezed. At this time, Dong Qingxiu didn't know where she was in the body of the 8th level alien beast. She had just crawled out of her stomach, and there was strong acid everywhere, and the alloy boots on her feet were corroded. The snow-white and clean toes were exposed, and they were simply taken off, in a small corner. The acidic water flowing from the stomach of the strange beast was just a dozen centimeters away from her toes. Dong Qingxiu leaned against the fleshy wall, which was covered with foot-long tentacles, and at the top were small mouths full of teeth, like living things, which looked extremely intrusive and disgusting. I don't know if it's a parasite inside the alien beast or what. These tentacles are continuously attacking Dong Qingxiu, but they have been blocked by the spiritual power barrier emanating from the mithril pendant, so they are temporarily unharmed. But Liu Sheng's spiritual power sealed in the mithril pendant is rapidly depleting, and he doesn't know how long he can last. Ahem! Dong Qingxiu coughed a few more times. The air in the strange beast's body was too turbid. It is estimated that if she was not a 6th level warrior, and her physical fitness was far stronger than that of an ordinary person, she would have been suffocated and poisoned to death by now. At this time, Dong Qingxiu was manipulating a 6-edged army thorn to dig continuously on the fleshy wall, trying to dig a hole so that she could escape. However, although the 6-edged army thorn has good penetration power, its volume is too small. And the flesh wall of the 8th level alien beast is too strong, she was careless, and the 6-edged army stabbed too deep into the flesh wall. The muscles on both sides squirmed quickly, and swallowed the 6-edged army thorn abruptly. Dong Qingxiu's eyes flickered, she didn't speak, but fell silent. It was the last weapon on her body. Dong Qingxiu had never been a woman who gave up lightly, but this time she couldn't help feeling a bit of deep despair in her heart. I guess I'm really going to die here. Dong Qingxiu murmured to herself. She didn't have any resentment towards Dong Shenji in her heart. I don't have any resentment or fear, I just feel a little disappointed. She groped around and pulled out her cell phone from one of her pockets. Turn on the screen, and there will be a faint light in the dark. The power of the mobile phone is sufficient, but unfortunately the signal has been in the state of searching, and the network is not available. Dong Qingxiu found a person's contact information in the address book and clicked on it several times, but unfortunately she couldn't make a call. Her face was quite peaceful, and she was not disappointed, because it was expected. Then click on the chat software, and click on the chat box of the top contact. After thinking about it, he held the phone with both hands and started typing. Dong Qingxiu's face was reflected in the faint light of the mobile phone screen. She focused on tapping the screen, writing a long letter, and tilting her head to think about it from time to time. Dong Qingxiu is too cold on weekdays, like a frosty flower carved out of ice. Now that layer of ice is melting quietly, her temperament is soft, her eyebrows are gentle, like a girl in an oil painting. Sometimes she would laugh suddenly, as if thinking of something interesting and beautiful. The corrosive acid flowed under her feet, but there was a pleasant sound of ding-dong spring water. The ugly tentacles tapped on the spiritual barrier around her, like lavender flowers dancing in the wind. Dong Qingxiu is not hiding in the body of a dirty and cramped beast, but sitting quietly on the grass in the summer night, with a beautiful starry sky above her head, a gentle cool breeze in her ears, and fireflies flying wantonly in front of her eyes. Time passed bit by bit. Dong Qingxiu's long letter to someone finally came to an end. She taps send lightly. The long text jumped into a green frame, and a small circle was constantly spinning. It was exactly what Dong Qingxiu wanted. If it could be sent normally, she would not dare. She gently put down the phone, and the last regret in her eyes was gone, and only then did she feel dizzy. The air in the strange beast's body was almost exhausted, and there was only a thin layer of mental barrier protecting her. Those tentacles that were used to eating carrion meat had long coveted Dong Qingxiu, and now they frantically wound up, covering her bit by bit. Dong Qingxiu was half lying quietly, her eyelids drooping, and her consciousness gradually became blurred. Her lips opened and closed slightly, but no sound was heard. If someone could get close to her mouth at this time, they might be able to vaguely recognize the two words she had been repeating in a low voice. Lu. Saint. Unfortunately, I couldn't see him for the last time. Dong Qingxiu sighed softly in her heart, eyes gradually darkened, and her consciousness slowly sank. At this moment, a light suddenly appeared in her vision. Is it the dying light? Dong Qingxiu didn't care, but her consciousness sank even faster. That light is getting bigger and bigger. It ended up being glaring. Hiss! A strange voice rang in Dong Qingxiu's ears. At first it was faint and distant. But it gets closer and gets harsher. Fresh air poured in, and Dong Qingxiu stood up abruptly like a person awakened from a deep sleep. Roar! Woohoo! A lot of noisy sounds drilled into her eardrums. It was the howling and roaring of countless strange beasts. And the light she saw when she was dying did exist in front of her eyes. She saw the wall of flesh in front of her parting a little bit to the two sides. It's as if someone is trying hard to tear the opening to the sides from the outside. Those tentacles that grew on the flesh wall seemed to be crazy, all twitched and danced. Then the next second, tear. Accompanied by a shrill roar, the flesh wall was completely separated to the two sides, and strong light came in. Dong Qingxiu opened her eyes wide, and saw a slender and tall handsome young man exuding a faint golden light from top to bottom, trying to open the bloody gap with both hands and jumping in. He stretched out a hand towards Dong Qingxiu, his eyes were bright, and there was a smile on his face. Honey, I'm here to pick you up. In an instant, Dong Qingxiu seemed to be struck by lightning, and she stood there in a daze, motionless. Lu Sheng, the 12-star general of the 9th War Zone, has joined the military zone for less than 2 months. Now 19 years old, he is now ranked 4th in the Eastern Conference. However, according to reliable sources, this person had just killed Ji Sun, who was second in the general star ranking, with one move in the crypt of the third war zone. Ji Sun's fighting power is above 15 stars. The voice of the adjutant's report caused shock and emotion to appear on the faces of everyone in the area. Especially Yu Xinggai. 19 years old, a general, killed Ji Sun with a fighting power of 15 stars and above in one move. These layers of halos are superimposed together to form a very important word, the talent of the sky. Top monster. And it's also a top-level evildoer who completely belongs to their eastern military region. In terms of potential and aptitude alone, it even far surpasses Dong Shenji, who is standing in front of Yu Xinggai now. Only seen in my life. But it was such a top genius who was as talented as a monster, and not long ago, he launched a suicide attack on the double S level crypt where the 10th level riot was taking place. Right under his nose. The key is that he hasn't stopped it yet. Yu Xinggai didn't know what to say. After a long time, he managed to hold back a sentence, "Can we find out his whereabouts now?" The adjutant shook his head regretfully, "No, he took the initiative to 927 and damaged his communication watch before entering the burrow. And Commander, even if he can find his location, in this case..." The adjutant turned his head and glanced at the increasingly fierce battlefield of alien beasts, and said, "I don't recommend the military to send people to rescue." "Why?" Yu Xinggai sighed. He understands these principles better than anyone else. Just simply feel sorry. Yu Xinggai looked in one direction. A young man with long hair and a shawl, and a smaller girl were staring blankly at the direction of the real estate crack in the center of the battle group, not knowing what they were thinking. Damn it! Yu Xinggai cursed secretly in his heart. Disciple of Wu Sheng, the only daughter of Wu Sheng is amazing, causing them to lose a monstrous genius who is fully qualified to hit the real 9th level in the eastern military region. It is not an exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the identities of the two of them, Yu Xinggai would have wanted to directly take action and teach Dong Shenji a lesson on the spot. The strength of the general, I still don't believe that the opponent can turn the world upside down. Of course, Yu Xinggai also thought about it. Keep an eye on it, hopefully. Yu Xinggai paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "A miracle can happen. It can only be pinned on a miracle. The 10th level riot in the double level crypt, and now the reinforcements from the guest theater are still on the way. It will take at least half a month or even longer to completely quell the riot. Just looking at the riot from the outside is enough to make people frightened. Inside the cave, it must be 10 times, or even 100 times more dangerous than this. If you want to survive for more than half a month in the eyes of such disaster, really can only expect a miracle to happen. Is it possible to use a nuclear bomb?" Yu Xinggai thought about it and asked the adjutant. The adjutant looked hesitant, and said in a low voice, "At this stage, it is definitely not possible. The marshal will not agree." 303 The light of the sword breaks the ground, and the heaven and earth lost their voices. 4. Although thermal weapons pose almost no threat to high-level alien beasts, and even because of the existence of regular force fields, most thermal weapons will fail in the crypt. But as the pinnacle of thermal weapons, nuclear weapons are still one of the bottom cards on the human side so far. It's just that nuclear weapons have a hidden danger. Expanding the chasm allows more and higher-level alien beasts to join the battlefield, causing more serious consequences in the future. At present, more than half of the 9-3s level catacombs in the world were forcibly smashed out by the governments of various countries with nuclear weapons. Hit it with a nuke every time. It is quite easy to eliminate a large number of strange beasts in a short period of time. But after a period of calm, the level of the catacombs will soar wildly, expanding the level of disaster. It couldn't be more appropriate to use an idiom to describe it. Drink poison to quench thirst. But even if the thirst is quenched by drinking poison, when the riots are too intense to be contained, they still have to choose to use nuclear weapons. Even if you know the consequences are bad, even if you know it's poison, you have to bite the bullet and drink it. Guy's idea was to use a small tonnage nuclear weapon to detonate outside the crypt to remove some of the alien beasts in the upper layer of the crypt. Under such circumstances, if one is lucky, the military might have a chance to rescue Liu Sheng, who was trapped in the burrow. Although this chance is similar to Liu Sheng's chance of surviving half a month deep in the burrow alone, it is very slim. But it is also a miracle, Guy hopes to create it himself. I would like to ask the Marshal, a top monster with the appearance of a 9th-level martial saint, it is enough for us to take a risk. Guy made up his mind and asked the adjutant to get through to the Marshal's headquarters. At this moment, an officer hurried in from outside the temporary headquarters. Report to the commander, the battle situation has changed. Guy stretched out his hands and pressed falsely, stopped the adjutant who was about to make a call, and said in a deep voice, "What change?" The officer quickly said, "Every defense line has discovered that the beasts on the battlefield tend to retreat into the cracks in the crypt." "What?" Guy's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly said, "Call me the satellite image of the battlefield." Soon, Guy was presented with the satellite monitoring screen that looked at the audience. At a glance, it turns out that the tide of alien beasts in the battle group is slowly shrinking. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is indeed a sign that the tide of alien beasts is preparing to retreat into the burrow. Guy's eyes were sharper. He saw something deeper in it. Not retracting, not retreating. Guy frowned, stared at the screen with burning eyes, and said in a low voice, "It's a counterattack, it's a rescue. It's Zheng's lair. The backyard is on fire." The people around were all taken aback when they heard this. Looking at the picture carefully, the expressions of each of them suddenly became shocked. Really? After the picture was zoomed in, they could clearly see that the strange beasts retreating from the front line turned their heads and swooped in the direction of the crack in the crypt. They followed suit without hesitation. Just like something terribly frightening. Just about to crack the center from the estate. Break free! The light silver alloy long knife pierced the air, cutting out invisible ripples, and a white knife gang 7 or 8 meters long broke free from the alloy long knife. Sweep! Leaving a bloody mess. The man with a height of 2 meters, a tough appearance, and short hair that stood up like steel needles flipped the alloy long knife in his hand, and was about to strike again. However, he found that the number of strange beasts around him had become much scarcer, so he let out a sigh of relief, jumped back to the high wall of the defense line, and stepped on the half-meter thick alloy wall to rest for a while. The tide of alien beasts seems to be receding. A middle-aged man with a short beard, wearing a combat uniform similar to his, walked towards him with a big knife on his shoulder. When the ordinary soldiers with guns on the defense line saw the two, their faces showed deep admiration and awe. Because the two are generals and masters, they are martial arts experts who can enter the battlefield alone and freely roam among the alien beasts. Uncertain. The tough man shook his head, leaning on the alloy knife in one hand, and said, "The 10th level riot is not so easy to quell. It is estimated that it is only a temporary low tide, and the next wave may be 10 times more dangerous." The short-bearded man nodded without saying anything, took out 2 cigars from his pocket, and threw one to him casually. Dama sat down next to him, rubbed his fingers, lit his cigar, looked at the battle group in the distance, spit, and muttered, "It's really bad luck to say it, I just came out of the burrow, and I haven't seen it yet. It's time to catch my breath. He was dragged to this battlefield by force, it hurts, really." There was also a bit of helplessness on the tough man's face. "Thinking of what happened before, I feel aggrieved in my heart, pressing against my chest, unable to vomit." Their team was originally in the 3rd war zone, and they had just gone through a round of crypt exploration before boarding the return helicopter. But on the way, the plane was suddenly hijacked by an extremely powerful person, forcing the helicopter to turn around and fly straight to the 7th Theater. Recalling the scene at that time, the tough man still has a tingling scalp and a lingering feeling of fear. Anyway, he is also a majestic 7th level Grandmaster, with a star-breaking combat power. Under the gaze of that person, he didn't even dare to move his little finger. The overwhelming, almost condensed cold killing intent was like an 8th level alloy knife, firmly pressing against his throat. He even wondered if his head would fall to the ground in the next second if he said no. Powerful. Too powerful. He is definitely a big shot at the top of the general list, but he doesn't know who it is, and he has no impression of the other party's appearance and temperament. The man with the short beard was probably thinking about the same thing as him, so he suddenly said, "I heard that there is a big shot who is at the top of the star list," and he took the initiative to join the center of the catacomb riot. "I don't know why, it's like committing suicide. Do you think it might be the one who hijacked us?" The tough man shook his head and didn't speak. He also knew the big suicide that the man with the short beard said. Many people witnessed the scene of the person falling into the burrow, and no one knew exactly what stimulated the other person. 2-level catacomb riot, the riot level is still 10th, and going up to the catacomb at this juncture is exactly the same as actively seeking death. Maybe there is something extremely important left in the cave, even if you risk your life, you have to go find it. Unfortunately, I can only lose my life. The tough man thought silently in his heart. At this moment, the short-bearded man who was sitting next to him smoking a cigarette suddenly let out a shit, and stood up from the alloy defense wall abruptly. His eyes stared blankly into the distance, as if seeing an incredible scene. The tough man also looked up, and his face immediately showed shock. "I saw that on the huge battlefield, the overwhelming herd of alien beasts withdrew like the ebbing tide for some reason. But they did not retreat into the burrow, but instead gathered on the edge of the crack in the crypt. Stack up layer by layer to form a high wall of alien beasts, and then fall down. Repeatedly like this, it looks as if the alien beasts are trying to extinguish something. Block something. What to intercept? Are these strange beasts crazy?" The man with the short beard was full of disbelief, and murmured, "Isn't it so long ago?" The tough man was also shocked and puzzled, he just wanted to say something. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation from the cracks in the real estate in the distance. With the spread of this fluctuation, with the next breath, the pupils of the tough man and the short-bearded man shrank suddenly. They saw a scene that they will never forget. Not just them, including many people who are on the battlefield at this time. Whether it's ordinary soldiers, officers, or generals. Even Yuzhang Gai and others in the temporary headquarters. Dong Shenji and Lin Wanwan stood on the defense line in a daze. There are also some people who just came to reinforce by fighter plane. Different positions, different angles, different identities. At this moment, all eyes are focused on the center of the real estate crack, the high wall and barrier formed by countless strange beasts. Everyone saw a picture that made them unforgettable in this life. The densely packed alien beasts piled up and blocked like an ant colony. It formed like a huge black pot lid, wrapping the gap in the center of the burrow airtight. The strange beasts retreating from the battlefield kept rushing towards them, causing the huge black pot cover to rapidly thicken and increase. But gradually, the middle of the black pot cover, Mo Dezhao, was placed, and a bump slowly rose. This bump is getting higher, bigger, and more obvious. That scene, as if there was something about to break out. Soon, the black pot lid began to deform, and the force to break free became stronger and stronger. No matter how many strange beasts pounced on them, they couldn't be contained. Finally, boom! An unprecedented, terrifying shock wave erupted like a nuclear bomb, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. The strong wind picked up sharply, blowing countless people on the edge of the battlefield with their clothes fluttering, their hair fluttering, and their eyes squinting. Next second, they see the black pot lid suddenly shattered. A huge knife gang composed of flames, frost, hurricanes, earth, rocks, thunder, all kinds of elemental energies rose rapidly from the center of the crack in the cave. The terrifying knife aura is like the waves of the sea, and the strange beasts are lifted, shredded, and annihilated, flying around like straw under a tornado. Pure murderous aura swept across the world, literally setting off. Alive! Mountain of corpses and sea of blood. In an instant, the world lost its voice. After saving his wife, it was a blow from Sheng in a desperate state. The flowers are less than 15,000 to 3 million, please come to some flowers from the big brothers. Thank you for the price. 304 Robbing people from Hades, Peerless General. 1. Boom. The command table lying in front of Yuzingai was suddenly divided into two halves by invisible energy. There are also some miscellaneous things, all separated to the two sides, quickly clearing a road. Yuzingai's figure flickered, and he had already crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters and appeared on the alloy defensive wall. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on the distance, with a shocking expression. Many people behave like him. Dong Shenji was standing beside him, holding a knife in one hand, his lips were tightly pressed together, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The 1,000-meter knife that broke out from the depths of the cave seemed to have been inserted into the hearts of countless people on the edge of the battlefield. It caused their blood to stop suddenly, their brains to stop, and their whole beings were permeated by an inexplicable shock that fell from the sky, and their nerves trembled. The knife gang continued to push upwards, with a slight shake. Thousands of strange beasts were cut into pieces and fell down one after another. In just a few moments, the incomparably shocking black pot lid before had become fragmented and out of shape. Immediately, the knife gang trembled, and suddenly exploded with a bang. A wave of air visible to the naked eye spread out. The black pot lid collapsed completely, and countless strange beasts were thrown out, like raindrops, which was spectacular. And the sky over the cracks in the burrow was also emptied. Immediately afterwards, a small golden spot of light flew out of the burrow quickly. There are countless figures of strange beasts chasing at the bottom. The golden light seemed to be stepping on the black waves, quickly broke free from the shackles of the crypt, and flew towards the battlefield defense line. It's a person. Countless people on the defense line were shocked and exclaimed, he is flying. For ordinary people, flying in the sky is something in myths and legends. Although it is the era of martial arts showing holiness, it is difficult for even a martial arts master to soar freely in the sky like a bird. The generals on the field were also moved. However, it is slightly better than ordinary people. Although Yukong Fi's 283 movements are amazing, it is not an extremely rare thing. A small number of warriors with special abilities can do it. For example, a talented martial artist with a great wind element ability, such as a spiritual master above the 7th level, such as the legendary martial saint level powerhouse. What had a greater impact on the generals was the 1,000-meter knife gang that resembled the might of heaven. There is also the monstrous killing intent pouring out with Dao gang, which is extremely sharp. Could it be the one who took the initiative to join the catacombs before? At this moment, someone suddenly opened his mouth. Many people are shocked when they think of this. When the battle broke out the most intensely before, there was a strong man who turned into a meteor and threw himself into the burrow without hesitation, the eye of disaster. Many people have witnessed it with their own eyes, and many people even guess the reason and cipher it. Almost everyone thought that one was bound to die. Thinking about it now, it felt as if an electric current had hit their tailbone, and they could hardly help trembling all over their bodies. If it's true, then... Some strong generals opened their mouths, but they couldn't continue the last half of the sentence, because they couldn't find words to describe it. 2-level crypt, entered the crypt during the 10th level riot, and then came out single-handedly. It's like rushing into the gate of hell and turning around, and then smashing through the 18th floor of hell to break through the earth and be reborn. Shock. Incomparable, aset, shock. The people on Yuzingai's side obviously also realized this. Everyone stared closely at the rapidly approaching black dot. Soon, the black dot approached. Many people can see the full picture of the black spot. I saw that it was a young man shrouded in pale golden light, with a tall and straight figure, described as majestic. He holds the gun in one hand, and gently lifts the other hand behind his back. On his back lay a beautiful woman with a pale face. In an instant, everyone understood, and many doubts in their hearts were answered. There was a no wonder expression on his face, and then turned into deep admiration and indescribable appreciation and worship. Lamenting that the 6 armies are all plain, and rushing to the crown and becoming a beauty. In ancient times, in order to regain his beloved wife, the king caused thousands of miles of blood to be shed, and the 6 armies died. This one in front of me is fine. Straight away, he rushed to the palace of the king of Hades to rob people. The majestic figure of Liu Sheng carrying Dong Qingxiu on his back was deeply etched into the minds of countless people on the battlefield. At this moment, a word jumped out of many people's minds at the same time. Peerless style. The peerless star. The moment Yu Xinggai saw Liu Sheng's face clearly, his expression became agitated. His lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, until the end. But it just turned into a loud laugh, and then immediately ordered, "The whole army is ready to counterattack the crypt." Yes. The adjutant passed on Yu Xinggai's orders step by step briskly. Soon, the entire battlefield defense line boiled up. Morale climbed to unprecedented heights. A 10th level riot in a double S level cave, if it can barely hold the line of defense, it is already a victory. Attack the crypt? What a joke! There is a peerless general in their eastern military region who sees the alien beasts in the crypt as if they were nothing, fights in and out, and returns with his whole body. Why can't they counterattack the crypt? Dry. Some generals, who were surging with chi and blood, even jumped off the line of defense, and rushed towards the alien beast tide that was rushing again from a distance. The sound of gunfire and shouts of killing shook the world. When Liu Sheng stepped on the ground inside the line of defense with Dong Qingxiu on his back, the battlefield behind him was scorching again, and it was much more intense than before. Liu Sheng put Dong Qingxiu down carefully, and a petite figure quickly rushed up to support Dong Qingxiu. Liu Sheng took a look and found that it was the lovely girl who had been by Dong Shenji's side before. The only daughter who surpassed Wu Sheng. It was also because of her that Dong Qingxiu fell into danger. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered for a moment, but he quickly shook off the thoughts in his mind. Dazed. What does this matter have to do with a little girl who has no martial arts strength? The main reason is... Liu Sheng turned his head and looked at the person in front of him calmly. Dong Shenji. At this time, Dong Shenji was standing a few meters away from them. Just now he rushed forward faster than Lin Wanwan, but he hesitated when he got close. The expression on Dong Shenji's face was quite complicated. There are shocks, joys, and disbeliefs, but more of them are deep remorse and confusion. He looked a little pathetic. But Liu Sheng did not sympathize with him. Liu Sheng did not forget what he had said. He walked slowly towards Dong Shenji, and Dong Shenji's eyes moved to him. When Liu Sheng walked in, he heard Dong Shenji lower his head and say to him softly, thank you for rescuing Qingxiu." Liu Sheng frowned slightly, and said, "Don't think that I won't hit you if you say thank you. If you say that your martial arts career is broken, your career will be broken. You couldn't make it to the 9th level, and you couldn't make it with me." Liu Sheng stretched out his hand and patted Dong Shenji's shoulder lightly, and said lightly, "Let's prepare well, in the ring of the Eastern Military Region Grand Competition. I will hit hard." Dong Shenji suddenly raised his head, his face full of astonishment. Liu Sheng didn't bother to pay attention to him, so he turned and walked back to Dong Qingxiu's side. Dong Qingxiu's shoes were all rotten, and she stood on the ground with bare feet. Her body was weak, her face was pale, and she looked a bit embarrassed. If Lin Wanwan hadn't been trying to support her, she would have almost collapsed. Dong Qingxiu's eyes had been fixed on Dong Shenji, but when Liu Sheng walked over, She turned to Liu Sheng. Dong Qingxiu's face was very calm, and the way she looked at Liu Sheng was almost the same as before. Thank you, Liu Chen. She thanked Liu Sheng with a serious expression and tone. Liu Sheng was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. Obviously, when he was in the burrow before, he called his wife so smoothly. Dong Qingxiu hugged him tightly. But now that he's out of the burrow, out of life and death, Dong Qing seems to have become different from him again. Liu Sheng thought for a while, then simply took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and said with some embarrassment, "Then what? I saw the message you sent me, and it was very well written." Dong Qingxiu stared at the phone in Liu Sheng's hand, her pupil shrank, and she subconsciously wanted to reach out to snatch it. But it was stretched out halfway and then retracted. She inhaled slightly, stood upright, and tried to calmly ask, "Then what do you want?" Liu Sheng coughed lightly, and said in a low voice and quickly, "Find some time, let's have a meal together." Dong Qingxiu thought for a while, then nodded, "Yes." Liu Sheng was cautious, "Go to a movie after dinner." Dong Qingxiu nodded, "Yes." Liu Sheng lifted his spirits, "Shall we go for a walk after watching the movie?" "Can." "Find a bar to sit after a walk." "Can." "Come home with me during Chinese New Year." "Okay." "Hey." Dong Qingxiu subconsciously nodded her head before reacting, her face flushed red, and Sheng glared. But Liu Sheng had already thrown away like the wind, leaving a word far away. "I'll pick you up for dinner in 2 days." Dong Qingxiu stomped her feet lightly, her expression was angry and funny, in her helplessness, mixed with a rare shyness, and an unconcealable tranquility and joy. Beside her, Lin Wanwan, who had been supporting her all the time, leaned close to Dong Qingxiu and whispered, "Sister Qingxiu, I think, this is the way to find a boyfriend." Dong Qingxiu stared at the direction Liu Sheng left for a long time. Then, there was a soft hum. SS-level catacombs and 10-level riots come and go quickly. In just 2 days, the rioting beasts retreated one after another. The time was much shorter than expected, and everyone in the Eastern Military Region breathed a sigh of relief. 305 The number 1 star general in the East, Li Yang in the East. 2. Yu Xinggai, as the commander-in-chief of the suppression of the riot, made the headlines in the newspaper of the headquarters of the military region, and was praised as the attacking general, blowing the trumpet of mankind's counterattack against alien beasts. Even the international military newspapers publicized his deeds, and the Daily of the Eastern Military Region was even more special, devoting a whole page to introduce Yu Xinggai's outstanding performance in this battle. On the contrary, Liu Sheng, who stabbed through the crypt during the riots and shook the 12 war zones in the east, was unmatched in the limelight. He only had a few words and a few strokes in the newspaper. It's just that he quietly jumped to the 3rd place in the general list of the whole army, and was honored as the number 1 general in the east, Li Yang in the east. Although single-handedly fighting in and out of the crypt makes the onlookers' blood boil, but the purpose is only to save one's wife. After all, it is not so honorable. Moreover, individual heroism is always the most taboo on the battlefield, but love extenuating. Liu Sheng put down the newspaper, his expression was rather calm. In this matter, he seemed to be robbed by Yu Xinggai, but in fact Liu Sheng won nothing less in the end. The rewards from the military department were distributed the next day, a total of 10 million points of merit, and the amount of merit was raised to 20 million, which is equivalent to rewarding him with 10,000 points of merit in disguise. All the secret gold he threw near the defense line of the 7th Theatre was also sent back, not a lot. Not only that, but there is also a Diamond Dragon Pattern War Merit Medal, waiting for the military commander to award him personally. The Diamond Dragon Mark War Merit Medal is the highest level of War Merit Medal that can be issued by the Eastern Military Region, and further up, there is only the Purple Gold Dragon Mark Medal. The Purple Gold Dragon Mark Medal can only be issued with the approval of the Martial Arts Association, the government, and the military. So far, the winners of the Purple Gold Dragon Mark War Merit Medal of the Dragon Kingdom, except for a few who made outstanding achievements in the battle against alien beasts in the first year of the martial arts. The generals who contributed, and the rest are all dead martial saints. It can be said that the Diamond Dragon Mark War Merit Medal, in a sense, already represents the limit of glory that ordinary people under the martial saint can obtain. In the entire Eastern military region, including several generals, there are only a handful of people who have received this medal. Liu Sheng is the youngest one. Also one of the fastest to get. It shows that the Eastern military region attaches great importance to him. My knife should amaze many people. This Diamond Dragon Medal is mainly attributed to the ground-breaking knife that Liu Sheng made when he broke through the crypt. Not only amazed the entire Eastern military region, but Sheng himself felt astonished. That was almost the strongest sword in his ultimate state. Peerless posture and martial god state and second floor of empty state plus 3 immortal cells and martial arts killing. Liu Sheng couldn't remember how much power he used. He only knew that the strange beasts in the entire crypt were driven by that consciousness fluctuation, like crazy, desperately trying to keep him. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Those who have not personally experienced the suffocating feeling like being entangled and bound by countless seaweeds in the deep sea of despair cannot understand it at all. Then Liu Sheng replaced the knife with a gun, and a line "Heaven's will is like a knife, my will is like a knife, and human life is like grass" was cut upwards. After cutting out with a single knife, Liu Sheng almost collapsed. The first thing to be emptied was his Gang Qi. Gang Qi comes from Qi and blood. A long time ago, when Liu Sheng first entered the Grand Master realm, Liu Sheng didn't have to worry about Gang Qi. Because he condensed a large number of blood pills when he first entered the Grand Master realm, the total amount of stellar energy is almost dozens of times that of a Grand Master at the same level. Wait until the immortal cells metamorphose, and then break up and then stand up to become an immortal body. Gang Qi is even more numerous to the point of endless and endless. Coupled with the super recovery effect of natural breathing method, Liu Sheng is like a perpetual motion machine. I never dreamed that I would be drained one day. Immediately after is the mental power, and most of the mental power is also taken away, so that the second layer of the empty state can mobilize more elemental energy. Then came the amazing and earth-shattering everything. Otherwise, how can I say it is the limit? If it wasn't for the natural breathing method to instantly restore a part of his strength, he probably wouldn't be able to escape the burrow later. I don't know if my saber can match the power of a 9th level martial saint. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he guessed in his heart that he was almost there. The 9-level martial saint law is formed, and all the energy areas are mobilized. That is the effect of one prying to move 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. No matter how much stellar energy there is in his body, it must be far behind. Manpower is exhausted, but heaven and earth are endless. It's too difficult for one person to fight against the mighty power of heaven and earth. However, I still have a lot of room for improvement. If I improve my strength, I may not have the opportunity to fight against several levels of martial saints. Liu Sheng thought about it carefully. He didn't seem to have even broken through the Great Sect Realm. Big Sect Realm is not important, the path I take has long been different from that of ordinary warriors. But the twin bridges of heaven and earth still have to try to get through. It just so happens that the emptiness state is about to enter the 3rd floor, and with the effect of opening up the double bridge of heaven and earth, Liu Sheng can greatly increase the speed of refining immortal cells. 20 million meritorious deeds, plus the dense gold nuggets I brought back, are completely enough to create a complete prayer wheel knife. There will be a lot more to exchange for drainage. Thinking about Liu Sheng, he felt a little impatient. But not now. With the sound of light footsteps, Liu Sheng saw Li Dai approaching him gently and quickly like a cat, and said in a low voice, "My lord, the kitchen has been ordered. The things you asked to help prepare are all arranged." "Okay." Liu Sheng nodded, stood up from the chair, and walked upstairs. "Come here and help me pick out clothes." "Yes." Today is the first time that Liu Sheng officially invited Dong Qingxiu to his house for dinner. He takes it seriously. "What do you think I wear? Cough, it will be better." Liu Sheng opened the closet and saw the clothes hanging inside, suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He didn't have many clothes in his closet, apart from combat uniforms and military uniforms, there were only a few short-sleeved shirts that Xia Tian brought from home. Seeking flowers. Liu Sheng rarely buys clothes, and every time he does, he buys a bunch of similar ones. The main reason is that his martial arts strength soared too fast, and sometimes his clothes would be ragged and helpless after one shot. So he always only looks at the quality of clothes when buying clothes, never caring about the color and style. It was a bit difficult for Li Dai to pick out an outfit for a formal date from a pile of military uniforms and t-shirts. Fortunately, Li Dai has received professional training, and unless it is a very funny situation, she generally does not laugh. She calmly picked out a few sets of clothes from the closet, put them in front of Liu Sheng, and said, "These are all fine. Based on what I know about Miss Dong Qingxiu, she should prefer adults to wear this set." Li Dai recommended a white shirt with casual military pants, which looks simple and refreshing. Liu Sheng was quite surprised, and glanced at Li Dai, "Do you know Dong Qingxiu?" Now in the entire eastern military region, there are probably not many people who don't know Miss Dong Qingxiu. Who doesn't know that the peerless general star in the east broke into the cave alone for the sake of his confidant, fighting in and out, even thousands of strange beasts couldn't stop him. 0. Li Dai showed envy on his face, and said, "Miss Dong Qingxiu can be said to be the envy of all female soldiers and officers in the entire eastern military region." Liu Sheng smiled and shook his head, suddenly remembered something, and asked casually, "That old comrade of your parents seems to be looking for you quite frequently recently, what's the matter?" Li Dai's eyes flickered, and he said calmly, "Yes, he wants to pursue me and marry me." Liu Sheng was a little surprised, "How old is he this year?" Li Dai replied, "It's still young, over 70 years old." Liu Sheng didn't know what to say. "He is 19 this year, Su is 20, Dong Qingxiu is 28, and there is a difference of 8 years between the two. And the future is destined to become a long-lived species." In this way, he was a little worried about whether age would become an obstacle between the two, whether his parents would agree, what his friends would think, and so on. Good guy. On Li Dai's side, the difference of 50 years between the two feels young. He is still an old comrade in arms of his parents. I heard that he hugged Li Dai when he was a child. Wu Dao prospers, and the average life expectancy of warriors has greatly increased. These are all things that Sikong is used to. I am too conservative." Liu Sheng sighed a few words in his heart, and said, "Then what do you think?" Li Dai said respectfully, "I have rejected him many times, Li Dai will not marry, and will always serve by the adults." Liu Sheng waved his hand, "No need, if you feel suitable, you can pursue your own happiness. I may not stay in the eastern military region forever, you are young, and the future is still very long." "I see, my lord." Li Dai nodded. Liu Sheng hummed without saying anything, and waved Li Dai out to get ready to change clothes. Li Dai walked out of the room and carefully closed the door. When she turned around and turned her back to the room, an inexplicable light began to flash in her eyes. "Yeah, I'm still young, I should pursue my own life." Li Dai whispered softly, and walked downstairs step by step. 306 Counterattack, try to hit Tongtian and number 039, S double bridge, 3. Dong Qingxiu came on time for dinner. He was sitting in one of the 3 cars assigned to Liu Sheng by the military, the most expensive car among them. Liu Sheng hadn't sat down before, but simply swept over it with mental power. He knew that the car had leather sofas, LCD TVs, and wine cabinets with top-level anti-shock and bulletproof systems. The cab and the back were completely isolated, so quiet that no sound could be heard, and the driving experience was full. Before Dong Qingxiu came, Liu Sheng was still wondering if Dong Qingxiu would deliberately be late for a few hours to get back because of the last time he released the pigeons. Now I feel that I am superficial. Dong Qingxiu is not such a petty person at all. Even though he had prepared himself, when Dong Qingxiu got out of the car, Liu Sheng was still taken aback. Dong Qingxiu actually wears a skirt? She's wearing a skirt. Wearing high heels too. Liu Sheng was dumbfounded. The Dong Qingxiu in his memory was either in military uniform or combat uniform, and he had never seen Dong Qingxiu dressed up in any other way. Looking at it now, Dong Qingxiu, who had taken off her military uniform and changed back to women's clothing, could not be described as a top. Over the top. Are you surprised? Standing in front of Liu Sheng 10, Dong Qingxiu, who was dressed in a white dress, had dazzling long legs, and black hair like a waterfall, asked Ripan calmly. No. Liu Sheng shook his head, and sighed in an unabashedly appreciative tone, it's just amazing. Dong Qingxiu pursed her lips and said, eat. Good. Liu Sheng led Dong Qingxiu into the house. Under the investigation of mental power, Dong Qingxiu could clearly see a relieved expression immediately after he turned around, and quickly took out a small mirror from the handbag to quickly touch up makeup. Under the seemingly calm appearance, the beating frequency of the heart is more than 180. Even when the two long legs are moving, they are trembling slightly. This was the first time Liu Sheng saw Dong Qingxiu showing such a nervous and embarrassed look. Surprisingly, it's kind of cute. After the two of them were seated, Dong Qingxiu sat opposite Liu Sheng, and she returned to her original calm and indifferent posture. Liu Sheng didn't expose her, she should eat and drink, and introduced a few characteristics of certain dishes from time to time. Both of them were powerful warriors, they ate a lot and ate quickly, and the dinner was only over half an hour before it was declared over. Go to the movies. Liu Sheng wiped his mouth and asked Dong Qingxiu. Dong Qingxiu simply bought it. The two went out immediately. To be honest, as the most legendary couple in the Eastern Military Region, if those outsiders who have imagined countless romantic scenes in their minds can see how the two get along like this, it is estimated that I will hate to doubt my life. Incredible. The two manor maids watched Liu Sheng's car drive out of the manor, and murmured, they were actually dating just now? It's really hard to tell. Who said it wasn't? The next time I hear you guys talking about your lord behind your back, go directly to the military prison and report. A cold voice sounded from behind the two of them. The two maids turned their heads and saw the expressionless Li Dai standing quietly behind them, looking at them coldly. The two of them turned pale, shut their mouths and quickly left with their heads bowed. Li Dai stared at the two for a long time, then retracted her gaze, and then glanced in the direction where Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu were going away. Immediately afterwards, she quickly walked out of the manor. Stopping not far from the fence of the manor, there stood a middle-aged man wearing a military uniform and smoking a cigarette. You came. When the middle-aged man saw Li Dai, he threw the cigarette on the ground and stamped it out, and said casually, when do you plan to do it, that one can't wait any longer? Li Dai frowned, and said coldly, this is the Eastern Military Region, and Liu Sheng is now the most talented general in the Eastern Military Region. What do you want me to do? Will I still be able to walk out of the military camp alive after doing it? Then what are you going to do? This kid's strength has improved too fast. He is only 19 years old now. In a few years. The middle-aged man's eyes showed a bit of coldness, and he said in a low voice, I'm afraid that the genetic venom extracted from the 9th level beast will not be able to kill him. Rest assured. Li Dai said lightly, there are still a few days until the Eastern Military Region Grand Competition. At that time, he will definitely go to the Central Region to participate in the military exercises of the entire military region on behalf of the Eastern Region. I will do it on the way. It's good that you have an idea. The middle-aged man reached out and lightly pressed Li Dai's shoulder, and said with a smile, after this is done, if you are determined to martial arts, that person will naturally arrange for you to enter the ultimate martial arts gym, and your status will be equal to that of a martial arts disciple. If you don't want to, you will also get a lot of money that you can't spend in your life. Of course, if you have other ideas. The middle-aged man looked up and down Li Dai's body, and smiled rather vaguely. Li Dai frowned, with an undisguised disgust on his face. Bring your dirty hands. Don't come to me in the next time, he has already noticed. After speaking, Li Dai turned around and left. Bah, a bitch. Even the benefactor can turn back, really think that I will have a good death. The middle-aged man looked at Li Dai's back, spat hard, and left quickly with a gloomy expression. The moonlight was like water, shining on the quiet and deserted path in the military area. Two figures walked side by side on the road. The man was wearing a simple white shirt, handsome and tall. The woman is dressed in a white dress, elegant and refined. Neither of them spoke, but both enjoyed the quiet and beautiful time. Finally, at a certain intersection, the girl stopped and said, I'm here. Sheng was stunned for a while, with a bit of regret on his expression. He nodded and said, okay, then I won't send you up. Dong Qingxiu lowered her head, as if she was thinking about something. She suddenly said, in a few days, it will be the grand competition of the Eastern Military Region. I know what you are going to say. Sheng thought for a while and said, I promise you, I won't hurt Dong Shenji. But... Sheng's tone became firm. For some things, if you are wrong, you are wrong, and if you are wrong, you have to pay the price. I said that if you want to cut off his martial arts, then cut off his martial arts. Anyway, he won't be able to reach the 9th level in this life, so I simply let him give up early. Dong Qingxiu was startled. Although I don't really understand why Sheng is so sure that Dong Shenji can't enter the 9th level, and I don't know how Sheng can interrupt Dong Shenji's martial arts without hurting Dong Shenji. But still nodded, and said softly, you can do what you want, anyway. I'll always be by your side. The last half-sentence seemed to have exhausted all Dong Qingxiu's courage. She turned around hastily after she finished speaking, and disappeared quickly. Sheng Ding looked at Dong Qingxiu's leaving back, still reminiscing about what she just said. His eyes gradually softened. I didn't expect that I would actually meet my teacher like this. Sheng couldn't tell what it was like, but there was an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in his heart. Suddenly remembered something, his face changed drastically. Oops, I forgot to hold her hand just now. Hey! Sheng hurriedly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, dialed someone, and walked back. Instructor Qin, it's me, Sheng. I was careless just now, and I didn't seize the opportunity. When do you think it is more appropriate to make a move next time? Dong Qingxiu walked in barefoot, and casually threw the high heels in her hand aside. Then he walked to the corner of the bed and sat down with his legs. Recalling all the dating today, a little shyness flashed across my face from time to time. Half an hour later, Dong Qingxiu slowly calmed down her restless heart, and her face returned to calm. She thought for a while, took out her mobile phone and searched what should girls pay attention to on the second date. Would it be immodest to offer to hold hands on the second date? It is more appropriate to meet parents after a few dates. Dong Qingxiu looked at it extremely seriously. She quickly sat down at the desk, found a notebook, and quickly wrote down something in the notebook while looking at the search content on the phone. In the middle of the night, Ridao's slender and tall figure sat peacefully cross-legged in the martial arts training room. Suddenly opened his eyes. The martial arts training room, where only the moonlight shines in, is full of brilliance, as if it has come from night to day. The light throughput gradually returns to normal. Sheng's mental energy dispersed, and he habitually scanned the entire manor villa inside and out. Except for the soldiers on duty, the two cooks who were chatting with 1.0 white wine and peanuts, most of them had already fallen asleep. The lights in Li Dai's room were on, and he was still practicing martial arts, very diligent. Liu Sheng didn't look at it too much, and quickly withdrew most of his mental power to focus on himself. He had just checked out the information from the dream space, and was about to attack Tongtian's double bridge. The so-called double bridge of heaven and earth, to put it bluntly, is actually to break through the shackles of the physical body and the spirit, to connect oneself with the heaven and the earth for a short time, and then take this opportunity to attract natural energy into the body, thereby promoting a deeper transformation of the two. The reason is very simple, it is a process of actively seeking epiphany. Manpower is exhausted. Therefore, the further you go in martial arts practice, the more you need the help of cosmic energy. Hitting Tongtian's Shuangqiao and advancing to the Daizong realm is like this. The same is true for Daizong's condensed martial arts, and his promotion to the 9th level of martial arts. It's just getting deeper and deeper each time. Close to the 3rd level emptiness state, coupled with the indestructible stars. I am now trying to fight Tongtian's double bridge, it should be as simple as eating and drinking. As Liu Sheng thought about it, his mind entered the 2nd floor of the state of emptiness, ready to set about opening the legendary twin bridges of heaven and earth. 307 The 3rd level of empty state, the 3rd form of Shiquan martial arts, the sun and the moon Xiao. After entering the 2nd layer of emptiness, Liu Sheng's brain cells became active, which was 10 times and 100 times more than normal. The speed of thinking is also accelerated. Sight, smell, touch, all the 5 senses are enhanced and become more acute. At this time, he could clearly see a large number of light spots of different colors around him. These are the cosmic energies scattered in the nature of heaven and earth, and also the source of power controlled by Liu Sheng elements. To a certain extent, I am now infinitely close to the epiphany state of ordinary warriors. No matter what I do, the efficiency is 10 times or even dozens of times that of the normal state. 4. When Liu Sheng's mind turned around a little, it seemed that countless inspirations burst out along with it. Fighting against people in this state, the attack moves will be more subtle. From time to time, there will be a wonderful blow like an antelope hanging horns. Although Liu Sheng has entered the 2nd level of the emptiness state for countless times, every time he enters this state, he still marvels at its mystery. Combined with the 2nd form of Shiquan martial arts, the creativity of martial arts is even more geometrically improved. Liu Sheng thought about it, and then began to try to ditch Tongtian's twin bridges according to the information searched in the dream space. The bridge of sky is at the parkway above the head, and the bridge of the earth is springing at the bottom of the foot. Liu Sheng knows these 2 acupoints, and the method of hitting Tongtian Dier Qiao is also very simple. Mental power hits the bridge of sky above the head, and qi and blood hits the bridge of ground under the feet. If the accumulation is enough, it will be a matter of course and flush away. If the accumulation is not enough, you will feel that there are many obstacles and it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Liu Sheng manipulated the concentration of mental power and slowly impacted towards the top of his head. Qi and blood sink and gradually gather towards the soles of the feet. This reminded him that he didn't know if it was written in the previous life novel or natural breathing method. Qing Qi rises, stale Qi sinks, and then 02 exert force, let go. Calm your mind, instant cup. Liu Sheng hurriedly shook off the messy thoughts in his mind. It is not good to be too active in thinking. If you are not careful, it is easy to think of where to go. But this sentence did give Liu Sheng some inspiration. It's a bit like the scene of opening up the world in myths and legends. If it is clear and turbid, wouldn't it be possible to open up a world in the body? This idea just popped up in Liu Sheng's mind. It was like a thunderbolt piercing the pitch-black sky suddenly, an endless spiritual light burst out thereafter. Flowers, birds, animals, mountains, rivers, lakes, stars, the earth, cities, satellites. Countless messy pictures flashed across Liu Sheng's mind. Within 1,000th of a breath, hundreds of millions of frames are skipped. In the end, these pictures were all shattered, and with a boom, they turned into chaos. A grey roulette rotates in the chaos, and endless light spots emanate from the roulette. In a blink of an eye, the spots of light are all over, turning into a picture of a vast starry sky and a boundless universe. It was only when Liu Sheng's consciousness returned to its original speed that he realized it. I have inexplicably entered the third level of the state of emptiness. At this level, the activity of his brain cells has increased by more than 10 times, and his thinking is running beyond light and electricity. Every second and every millisecond, countless inspirations burst out, countless thoughts emerge, and countless thoughts disappear. In this state, Liu Sheng re-examined his martial arts cultivation. There are many omissions, loopholes, and a few blocked parts in many details, all of which are clear at a glance. It can no longer be described as a high-rise building, but it's like the feeling of college students going to correct homework for the first grade. And the speed of advancing along the trend is also faster. This means that if I maintain the third level of emptiness state, even if I don't rely on the memory inheritance of the dream space, I can still quickly advance various martial arts to the control state. In the future, it will even be a realm. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up. His Shiquan Budo has been stuck in the second form for a long time. It's not that he doesn't want to improve, it's that it is extremely cumbersome and difficult to improve all martial arts from the subtlest to the mastery, and he has to find a master or a big hunter who specializes in a certain kind of martial arts. Many martial arts that are too unpopular, there are quite a lot of low-level warriors who practice, but very few advanced ones. Otherwise, how can I say that it is unpopular? Naturally, it becomes narrower as you walk up. In addition, along the way, Liu Sheng's various powerful new abilities emerged one after another, so he temporarily put aside the practice of this large amount of work, and planned to wait until he was free in the future and then slowly go back and complete it. Now the third level of emptiness has perfectly solved Liu Sheng's problem. In the life when I became a perfect martial saint, if I could comprehend the third level of the state of emptiness, the result may not necessarily be the result of mental exhaustion and death. For just a short while, Liu Sheng was distracted thinking about other things. There are a few martial arts that are stuck in the subtle state, and they have successfully broken through to the mastery state. Too soon, I finally saw the dawn of Shiquan martial Dao's third form. Liu Sheng couldn't help sighing. Shiquan martial arts has entered the third form, and the combat power in the state of martial god is estimated to be soaring again. Before comprehending the unparalleled posture, the fighting power of the warrior state soared once. What was strengthened that time was the power of the Valkyrie state. This time, it is estimated that the skill in the state of Valkyrie will be strengthened. The martial god state is to fully display all of Liu Sheng's abilities, so as to reach the limit that can be achieved in theory. And the height of this limit is closely related to Liu Sheng's basic ability. The thicker and larger his foundation, the higher the limit of his ability. The ability to control the elements has also improved a lot. Liu Sheng observed the surroundings. The light spots of different colors seen in the second level of the empty state have now become strips of light clusters. The elemental energy he can induce with the same mental power is at least 10 times greater. The radar in the body has been upgraded, and the ability to receive cosmic energy signals has naturally become stronger. This also means that Liu Sheng's unparalleled stance has also become stronger. At this moment, Liu Sheng felt a huge energy flow continuously pouring into his body from the soles of his feet. With the help of this energy, the blood pellet in his heart, which was only the size of a mung bean, quickly grew in size, as if he had been drugged. So the twin bridges of heaven and earth have already been opened. Only then did Liu Sheng realize. He stood up from the ground, feeling as if he was connected with the sky and the earth. Power flowed from the ground under his feet and poured into his body, and a stream of cool energy flowed down from his head, making the starry universe in his mind gradually change from illusion to reality. Liu Sheng disappeared into the martial arts training room in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the roof of the manor villa. He looked up at the moon above his head, and the starry night sky. "Open your arms, like embracing a starry sky. It's amazing, it's powerful." Liu Sheng closed his eyes slightly, muttering in his mouth. "If I keep in this state, and there is a steady stream of energy pouring in, then I will be able to temper the minimum blood pills of 10 immortal cells in about half a month. 1 immortal cell in half a month, 2 in a month. Half a year is 12, 1 year is 24. In less than 5 years, I can reach 100 immortal cells." "Squeeze the martial saint." Liu Sheng stretched out a hand, grasping the air in a virtual way, and forcibly squeezed out a small white gas explosion cloud in the night. "It's just a matter of time," Liu Sheng said calmly. "Tomorrow, let Wang Ye send some 8th level different marrow liquid, and retreat in these 2 days." Liu Sheng's figure flashed, and the figure under the moonlight disappeared. After the SS level catacomb riots, the real estate cracks guarded by the 12 theaters of the Eastern Military Region seemed to have completely entered a period of calm. The atmosphere in the military region gradually became more comfortable. Many generals turned back from the borough one after another, and a grand event was quietly kicking off. Great competition in the Eastern Military Region. Compared with the previous competitions, there seems to be no suspense in this competition. Because the Eastern Military Region has produced a peerless general with stunning talent, Eastern Region Lai Yang. The Eastern Qiyao cannot accommodate this round of sun, and its brilliance is completely covered by it. But it is even more exciting. Because everyone knows that this one has an appointment with Dong Shenji, the successor of the transcendent martial arts saint, to fight in the big competition ring, claiming that he will interrupt the opponent's martial arts. Dong Shenji has beaten all the masters in the East, like a bright moon in the sky, no one doubts his strength. As a result, this battle has a bit of the flavor of the sun and the moon fighting for glory. Many people are looking forward to the arrival of this battle. All attention! It's winter in the East in January, and it's snowing in the sky. Standing at the entrance of the villa, Li Dai, who was dressed in single clothes, stared blankly at the snowflakes constantly falling above her head, not knowing what was going on in her mind. It wasn't until the car representing the military department slowly drove into the manor that she regained her senses, turned around and walked into the house, and quickly went up to the 3rd floor. He stopped at the door of a certain room and gently rang the doorbell. After waiting for a while, the door creaked open. The heat wave surged out, blended with the cold air and turned into white gas, filling most of the corridor in an instant. Li Dai lowered her head and said, "My lord, the competition in the Eastern Military Region is about to begin, and the military car is here to pick you up." "No." A calm and clear voice came from the room, followed by footsteps. Li Dai couldn't help being curious, and quietly raised her head to look inside. Seeing this, I couldn't help but be stupefied. In the room filled with white air, a figure walked slowly towards her. He paced calmly, shuttling through the white mist, the light and darkness constantly changing with the swing of his limbs, just like a round of the sun shuttling through the clouds. When the figure came closer, a pair of deep eyes fell on her and looked at her. For a moment, Li Dai felt as if she was being seen through from inside to outside. She saw the starry sky, the sea, and the desert in these eyes, many unimaginable pictures. In the end, all these images disappeared, and turned into Liu Sheng's handsome and bright face. Li Dai's heart trembled, her guilt and panic surged up like a tide, she was sweating profusely for the evil things she had done and was about to do, her legs were weak, and she almost fell to her knees on the ground. "Put on my military uniform." At this time, Liu Sheng spoke calmly. "Yes." Li Dai came back to his senses suddenly, responded, bowed his head, turned around and walked away quickly. 308 The big competition begins, the idol of the whole army, give Liu Sheng a stage. 1. There's something wrong with this woman. Liu Sheng looked at Li Dai's leaving back very calmly. He is now in the state of the third level of the state of emptiness and the second bridge of heaven and earth all the time. The level of thinking activity is hundreds of times that of ordinary people. Looking at people in this state, if you say that the palm prints are petty, it should be said. Looking at people with a microscope. The subtle changes in Li Dai's eyes and expressions, and the differences in body movements when walking are all clearly sending a message to Liu Sheng. She is guilty. When do people generally feel guilty? Naturally, when doing bad things and wanting to do bad things. Liu Sheng was quick thinking, and he naturally thought of the old comrade in arms of his parents who had frequent contact with Li Dai. Let Wang Ye check it later. He didn't take it too seriously either. A conspiracy that is seen through is not called a conspiracy, it is called free giving. Liu Sheng diverged his thinking from Li Dai's line a little bit, and constructed dozens of possibilities. After a little screening based on rationality and logic, we can quickly extract the possibility that is closest to the truth. Then feel dull. If that's the case, then it's too uncreative. Liu Sheng shook his head slightly and walked downstairs. Liu Sheng's movement downstairs was also quite strange. If anyone was here and stared at it for a long time, they would definitely be surprised. Because every movement and every step he took was as if it had been accurately measured with a surveying and mapping tool, and it was accurate. It is almost impossible for normal people to do this. Even if it is achieved, it will be as rigid as a robot. However, Liu Sheng's gestures are as natural as flowing clouds and flowing water, without even the slightest deliberate taste. As if it should. As it should be. This is the most subtle way of cultivating martial arts skills to the point of being as careful as a hare, and controlling the body. The third level of emptiness is the income obtained after several days of retreat. And Liu Sheng's comprehensive strength has also undergone a complete transformation. Going down to the second floor, Chindi has already prepared the military uniform for Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng asked her to wait for her to put it on, and then walked to the door. Wang Ye was already waiting by a military vehicle. At this time, there was snow in the sky, and a thin layer of snowflakes had accumulated on the shoulders and hat of his military uniform. Master Liu, please. Wang Ye gave a military salute to Liu Sheng, and then respectfully invited him to board the car. Wang Ye didn't need to come in person this time. But here he is. Liu Sheng got into the car and sat in the back seat. The heater in the car was turned on properly. Wang Ye beckoned the driver to drive, and then took the initiative to say to Liu Sheng, Master Liu, this is your first time participating in the competition, let me explain some things to you. Liu Sheng nodded. Then Wang Ye began to introduce the relevant rules and practices of the military competition. Liu listened attentively on the surface, but most of his mind was outside the window. This snow has been falling for a few days, and white can be seen everywhere in the general star area. But on the road, you can still see people walking by in unlined clothes as if nothing had happened. Although Beihe City belongs to the east, the climate is suitable and snow falls. Liu Sheng thought of his parents and Liu Qinghe, and wondered if he could get used to it when they came over. After the grand competition in the eastern region, there will be military exercises in the entire military region, and we will go to the central military region. The central military region is next to Kyoto province, guarding the heart of Longguo. If you have time, you can go home. Do you want to bring Dong Qingxiu? Liu Sheng thought to himself. Before I knew it, I arrived at the Dabi venue. In the past, the Eastern Grand Competition was held in the First War Zone. This time, due to some unknown reasons, the venue was chosen to be in the 9th War Zone, which saved Liu Sheng from traveling back and forth by helicopter. The big competition venue is located in a super-large martial arts arena in the center of the general star area of the 9th War Zone. At this time, the martial arts arena was full of people, and only colonel-level officers were eligible to come to watch the competition. From time to time, armed helicopters flew by in the sky. There is not a single snowflake falling around the huge martial arts arena. Before all the snowflakes fell to the ground, they were evaporated and disappeared by the qi and blood emanating from countless warriors. There is also a large display screen hanging above the martial arts arena. When Sheng got out of the car, he found that several cameras were pointed at him, and his face was immediately displayed on the screen in the center of the martial arts stage. It's hard to describe the feeling of watching your own big face appear on the super large display. Anyway, Sheng was quite speechless. Then he saw commotion around the martial arts field, and countless eyes looked at him. Number 1 on the star list, Liang of the Eastern District, Sheng came out because of people. Really? Where? Where? You can see a fart when you stand up, and he's not here. Look up at the big screen. In a barracks, in the field where a large screen was hung, countless soldiers in blue recruit uniforms scrambled to stand up. Looking at a certain handsome face displayed on the big screen, there was excitement and admiration on his face. Among the crowd, a young man with a shaved face, dark skin, thin cheeks, but energetic eyes looked at someone who appeared on the big screen in front of him. His lips trembled, and the indescribable excitement and joy on his face were suppressed. Next to him, a recruit wearing glasses and looking a bit frail was yelling at the people around him, "Master Sheng, Liang, Eastern District, is Lu Kaiming's high school classmate, or is he his brother?" Bragging. How is it possible? Can a master of the 8th level of martial arts be a brother to a recruit? You're dying of laughter. You really dare to brag about anything? The people next to him laughed, and the frail recruit was anxious, trying to argue, "I'm not bragging. Lu Kaiming even showed me the photos, Zhongdong Liang looks exactly the same. If you don't believe me, let him show it." As he spoke, he violently broke the shoulders of the young man who was sitting upright. "Lu Kaiming, quickly take out the photo. Hurry up." The young man pursed his lips and shook his head slowly. "No, you made a mistake. Where do I know such a big man? Then you told me every day before that you have a best buddy named Sheng, who will become a general in the future. Weak recruits are in a hurry." The young man said lightly, "I'm bragging, why don't you let me bragging? What about the photo? What about the photo you showed me earlier? I made it myself." The frail recruit was completely dumbfounded, and sat down listlessly amidst the mocking words of the surrounding people, looking at the young man with hatred from time to time. The young man turned a blind eye and just stared at the big screen until the familiar but somewhat unfamiliar face disappeared. He lowered his eyes. The young man quietly took out his mobile phone and clicked on the screen of the mobile phone. Looking at the picture of the two teenagers hugging their shoulders and laughing on the background of the screen, I thought silently, how come the stones in the mud pit are brothers to the stars in the sky? Wouldn't that make you laugh out loud? It is enough to look up and see this often. The young man pressed the dark screen and sat quietly on the chair without saying a word. Our eastern military region has indeed not produced such an idol of the whole army for a long time. Facing the highest stand of the martial arts field, the majestic old man in huifa, dressed in military uniform and with various medals hanging almost half of his shoulders, looked at the commotion in the audience following someone's appearance. With a hint of relief and emotion on his face, he affirmed, "It's a good thing." The 5 generals of the Eastern Military Region and the commanders of the sub-theaters sat on both sides of the old man, and someone nodded and said, "Although individual bravery is not advocated on the battlefield, it can greatly motivate and promote the entire military region in peacetime. This Sheng is an excellent leader, and may even lead our Eastern Military Region to the top 3 in this military exercise. He deserves to be set up as an idol and a model. Since that's the case, why don't you just give him a chance and give him a stage?" The eyes of the old man Huifa flickered, and he looked at the speaker. "Do you have any good ideas?" The person who suggested it was He Dingjun, the commander of the 9th War Zone and one of the 5 generals in the East. He Dingjun smiled and said, "My idea is, He Dingjun finished his thoughts. On the highest stand, what is it? Some people were shocked, some frowned, some were stunned, and some had bright eyes. Is it too risky? It's too difficult for him. If he can't do it, it may be self-defeating, and the idol image he has so easily established will collapse. Someone spoke in a deep voice. Someone immediately retorted, if you had seen Liu Sheng's knife on the spot, you wouldn't have such an idea. I think Hezo's idea is feasible. The person who refuted was Yu Xinggai. Yu Xinggai's eyes were burning, and his eyes could not leave the figure of Liu Sheng in the audience. However, how can one person keep up with? A general wanted to say something, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the old man Huafa in the middle of the stand. Okay, let's decide. The old man said indifferently, if he can catch it, he will be a well-deserved idol in the entire army in the east. If he can't catch it, then it doesn't matter, it's a difficult thing to do, and no one will say anything. The idol of the whole army is also my temporary idea, and the plan will be abandoned in the worst case. Since there is no harm left or right, then simply give him this chance. Yes. All the generals nodded respectfully, without any objection. And at this time, some people have already started staged martial arts lectures, preparing to officially kick off the curtain of the Eastern Military Region Grand Competition. 309 Unprecedented Rules, one person can block thousands of troops alone. 2. Liu Sheng has been looking for Dong Qingxiu's location. He found it soon and sat with Lin Wanwan. Dong Qingxiu exchanged glances with him, then turned her head to talk to Lin Wanwan again. Liu Sheng's eyes shifted to the side and landed on Dong Shenji, who was further to the side. Dong Shenji is wearing a snow-white martial arts uniform today, with the logo of Beyond Martial Arts printed on the left chest. Black hair shawl, sitting quietly in an independent position, eyelids drooping, showing no emotion. Liu Sheng took a look and then looked away, not paying attention. Dong Shenji is quite strong, but he has never been regarded as an opponent by him. Dong Shenji is like a lofty mountain that many people look up to. And Liu Sheng is the sun. When the sun is passing through the sky, it will only look down at the mountain under its feet, and perhaps praise the majesty of the mountain, but it will never compare with the mountain. The two do not exist at the same level. Liu Sheng thought about it casually, stretching out his hand to gently knead the center of his brow. Always maintain the third level of emptiness. The brain receives and releases too much information every minute, and sometimes even he feels a little pain and tired. Fortunately, after the bridge of sky was completed, Liu Sheng's spiritual power increased all the time, and this situation is gradually easing. The state of Valkyrie is similar to mine now, but there are too many catalogs. It is estimated that I have to process more information every second when I am in Valkyrie state than I am now processing in a day. So the CPU is easy to overheat, resulting in a very short time to maintain the Valkyrie state. Liu Sheng was thinking. At this time someone walked into the middle of the martial arts arena and said loudly, "Everyone be silent." The surrounding area of the huge martial arts arena immediately became quiet, and the sound of snowflakes falling from the sky could almost be heard. The military competition in the Eastern Military Region is about to begin, and now we invite the marshals and commanders to speak. This General Star Liu Sheng, who is in charge of the host, has seen it before, and it is the 5-star General Su Xian who had extended kindness to him in 533 hearts of the General Star. After Su Xian's announcement, several generals sitting in the highest stand, and the marshal of the Eastern District in the middle spoke one after another. Liu Sheng didn't care what they said, and focused more on their appearance. Of the 5 generals in the Eastern Military Region, he only met Yu Xinggai and He Dingjun. The other 3, one of whom was a woman, looked about 40 years old, with a heroic appearance and a country temperament. There are 2 other people with a square face, moles on the corners of their eyebrows, and a rather cold demeanor. The other facial features are deep and tough, and seem to be a bit of mixed race. As for the marshal of the Eastern District sitting in the middle of the stands, he looked like an ordinary old man with a dignified temperament, nothing unusual. But Liu Sheng knew that the other party was one of the group of people standing at the top of the Longguo martial arts pyramid. Except for the three martial saints, the most powerful ones are the marshals of the Hakka Military Area Command. It can almost be called the representative of the ceiling of combat power under the martial saint. Perhaps we can find an opportunity to fight against the martial-level powerhouse of the military region, and use this to estimate the real combat power of the 9th-level martial saint. Liu Sheng looked at the old man who was talking, his eyes flickered slightly. The combat strength of the marshal of the military district is conservatively estimated to be above 50 stars. I wonder if my current combat power has reached 50 stars. Liu Sheng tapped his brow lightly with his index finger. The number of immortal cells there. There have been more than 3. Okay, now the military competition officially begins. After the East Marshal finished speaking, Su Xian loudly announced the start of the competition. The first thing to start is the martial arts competition between the school officials under the stars. Although Wang Ye had already introduced the rules of the competition to Liu Sheng on the way before coming here, but seeing it with his own eyes, Liu Sheng still can't help but sigh that the competition in the military area is unique. It was completely different from the one-on-one arena-style contests he had participated in at the National Martial Arts Conference for college students. The military competition is directly a big melee. All the people participating in the competition enter the martial arts arena, and then fight freely. They are not allowed to carry weapons, but they can attack any opponent around them. Once knocked down, it is eliminated. Play until there is only one person standing on the field. Simple. Rough. But it is full of the unique rough style of the military, which is quite in line with Liu Sheng's taste. What if someone cheats? It's like first uniting with the opponent to kill the strongest one, or simply buying someone to escort yourself and directly escorting the first one. Liu Sheng casually asked Wang Ye who was beside Ho. Wang Ye smiled and said, "The first situation that your lord said is not cheating, teaming up is allowed by the rules. And being able to be killed by other people's teaming up first is not really strong. After all, resourcefulness is also part of strength. As for the second case, this kind of situation has happened before. Even if this kind of person takes the first place, many people will not accept it in private and will challenge him. Strength can't convince the crowd. If you get beaten too much, you will know that the position of the first place in the martial arts competition in the whole district is not so easy to sit." Later, there were few people who played tricks for a false name. Liu Sheng understood. After all, this place in the military region is different from other places. The wind of martial arts is strong, and there are too many martial arts madmen. If you want to be the first, you have to be ready to be challenged all the time. Unless you are so strong that everyone is afraid of you and dare not challenge you. Otherwise, sooner or later someone will be dragged down from the number 1 position. Therefore, the title of the first martial arts competition in the whole region is both an honor and a temper. Is it the same rules for star team contests? Liu Sheng asked Wang Ye. Wang Ye hesitated and said, "The general star group is not like this. After all, the number of general stars is small, not as many as the school officers. In the past, they were drawn in the form of one-on-one lottery." Well, it's back to the lottery again. Liu Sheng shook his head helplessly, his eyes fell on the martial arts arena in front of him. At this time, thousands of school officials and warriors are fighting in the martial arts arena. Among them, the weakest are level 5, the strongest are level 6, the peak level 6, and even quasi-grandmasters. Thousands of warriors fought together, the white qi collided with each other, ACI, qi and blood churned like a river rushing, the sound of punching to the flesh. The onlookers looked at it and their blood boiled. Only in the military headquarters can such a spectacular and shocking scene be seen. Hundreds of referees wandered around the martial arts arena, and once they found an injured and fallen one, they immediately waited for an opportunity to rush in and pull them out. Check the injury first, and then send him off. During the process, it was discovered that there were those who secretly brought cold weapons to the field, those who wounded people with hidden weapons, and those who used poison and drugs. All were caught and sent to the political department for processing. The number of people on the martial arts arena is rapidly decreasing. From 1,000 people to 100 people, to 10 people, and finally only one person left. All three of them were not in good condition, with blood stains on their bodies, but their chi and blood were all strong without exception, reaching the realm of a quasi-grandmaster. The three of them looked at each other, and there was no joint situation, and they fought together in an instant. A moment later, a figure was thrown out of the battle group, and a figure fell down. In the end, the victor was a stalwart man in his early 40s. Although his face was pale, he raised his right fist high. First! The stalwart man roared to the sky with a hoarse voice, coughing up blood. The school officials who were watching on the edge of the martial arts field all stood up and shouted, "Number 1! First!" The sound shook the sky, and the snowflakes falling in the sky were smashed by the sound waves tens of meters away, and the surging blood gathered together was like a huge burning fire. In such an atmosphere, a new power zone suddenly rose from the tough man in the middle of the martial arts arena. The smoke of spirit energy suddenly rose, and an inexplicable force field burst out of the body. Grandmaster! The stalwart man has the strength of a quasi-grandmaster, only one step away from the 7th level master. Now, taking advantage of this general trend, he directly broke through the shackles and was promoted to the 7th level grandmaster realm. The shouts from the sidelines became more enthusiastic, and the faces of countless people flushed red, falling into a state of extreme excitement. Wang Ye said to Liu Sheng with a look of envy, "Almost every competition can produce a 7th level grandmaster, and sometimes if you are lucky, you can even be promoted to 2 or 3 on the spot. It's a pity that I'm a civil servant, and I don't like fighting, otherwise I would also want to end up fighting." There was a bit of understanding on Liu Sheng's face. No wonder there are so many martial arts masters in the army, training their bodies on the battlefield, fighting to refine their minds. Coupled with this atmosphere, this powerful trend of iron and blood, the threshold of masters can easily be crossed. Compared with ordinary warriors who practice step by step at home, the probability of being promoted to a master is much higher. The stalwart man won the first place in the martial arts competition of the school officials, and was promoted to the master, and was appointed as a general by the marshal on the spot. This guy was standing on the field, trembling with excitement. This was undoubtedly the most glorious moment in his life. Those opponents who were defeated by him all looked at him with envy. Not only envious of his glory, but also envious of his advancement in martial arts. The school officer group's martial arts competition is over, and the next thing to start is the star group's martial arts competition. Many generals who were sitting in their positions were eager to move, and some even started to wipe their portable cold weapons. General star contests can bring weapons. According to the usual practice, the next step is for all the generals to draw lots and prepare for the stage of group competition. But before Su Xian could announce, He Dingjun stood up from the highest stand, his eyes swept across the field, and finally locked onto Liu Sheng's position firmly. It's like saying it to Liu Sheng alone, and it's like announcing it to everyone. This year's star team competition is different from previous ones. He Dingjun's tone was flat, and he said word by word, Marshal has ordered that all generals join forces to besiege General Liu Sheng, the Tianjiao of our eastern military region. Until the last of you falls, or, the land will fall. He Dingjun's words came out. In an instant, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been thrown into the venue, and everyone in the venue became a sensation. Everyone's expressions were moved, and they looked at the highest stand in shock, with expressions of disbelief and disbelief on their faces. All generals work together to besiege Liu Sheng alone? Doesn't this mean that Liu Sheng, one person, alone against 1,000 troops? This kind is not recommended, ask for a flower monthly ticket to reward and comfort TT. 310 Prosperous Martial Arts, Dong Shenji, keep your eyes open, how can I interrupt your martial AR? In ancient times, there were martial arts masters, and taking the head of a general among tens of thousands of troops was like searching for something. Thousands of troops fight against change, and 10,000 people are unstoppable. And that was the era when martial arts were not obvious. Now that martial arts are prosperous, 7th level masters are 10 times or even dozens of times stronger than the masters of the ancient martial arts era. Qi and blood are like an oven, essence is like smoke, and the force field is manifested, making it difficult for swords and guns to penetrate. A well-equipped modern army may not be able to stop a 7th level grandmaster with full strength. Not to mention a 7th level grandmaster general with a cold weapon in his hand, who has fought through life and death on the battlefield. A 7th level general star, at least, can be worth 5 or 6,000 people. There are 12 theaters in the Eastern Military Region, and the number of generals in each theater ranges from dozens to hundreds. Depending on the level of the battle zone guarding the cracks in the crypt, there are as few as 20 or 30, and as many as 60 or 70. For example, in the oldest and most powerful First Theater, the number of generals and stars can reach hundreds. In this military competition, more than 80% of the generals and stars were present except for a small number of responsibilities. Except for a few who were inconvenient to play due to special reasons, there were more than 400 generals who actually participated in the martial arts performance. Calculated on the basis that a 7th level general can serve as 5,000 troops, this is equivalent to 2 million troops. That's not all. A single 7th level grandmaster is a completely different concept from a group of 7th level grandmasters, not to mention that there are some 8th level masters among the more than 400 generals. The quantity has to be turned up. If, as General He Dingjun said, let Liu Sheng alone fight against all the generals, it would be equivalent to one person resist 1 million troops. Everyone looked shocked, almost thinking that they had heard it wrong. More than 90% of the people in the martial arts arena stood up with a swish, and the crowd was commotion. At the same time, the officers and soldiers in each military camp and each war zone who were watching the competition through the broadcast also stood up. Noisy, Japanese film uproar. The history of the Eastern Military Region. No, there has never been such an example in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom Military Department. Let more than 400 masters join forces to besiege one person. Go crazy! Even if it's a top-class master, it will be submerged in the sea of people. In a certain recruit camp, a dark-skinned, thin and tall young man stood up abruptly, staring at the big screen in a daze. Dong Qingxiu and Lin Wanwan, who were sitting on the edge of the martial arts arena, stood up at once, looked at He Dingjun first, and then quickly turned to Liu Sheng's direction. Even Dong Shenji, who had kept his head down before, was quiet and peaceful, raised his head, and his eyes showed a light of surprise. On the highest stand, facing the uproar below, He Dingjun's expression was extremely indifferent. His eyes swept over the many generals below, and he spoke again. This is an order. The turmoil gradually subsided, and everyone showed complicated and inexplicable expressions on their faces. They began to cast their eyes on the edge of the martial arts arena, a certain figure in a certain position. General Liu Sheng, do you have any objections? He Dingjun also looked at Liu Sheng with burning eyes. This is a big show he fought for Liu Sheng, an overwhelming stage. It depends on whether Liu Sheng dares to accept it, and whether he can catch it. If you can handle it, that is to go straight into the blue clouds and travel to the 9 heavens. Many years later, there will be people in the Eastern Military Region who will continue to praise Liu Sheng's name, thinking of this unprecedented martial arts performance that has been recorded in the annals of history. Splashing momentum. If you can't handle it, then stop mentioning everything, and let it be a conversation piece after dinner. At this moment, countless eyes focused on Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng stood up slowly under the attention of everyone, with no waves visible on his calm face. Holy has no objection. Liu Sheng looked up at He Dingjun, his eyes sparkled slightly, as if something was quietly ignited. Sage Genju is more than boring, and the act of congratulating the seat is just in line with the holy will. He Dingjun's eyes suddenly shot out an extremely intense light, the corners of his mouth curved up, and he laughed loudly. Okay, it couldn't be better. No matter it was the martial arts performance or in front of the broadcast screen, all the onlookers had complicated expressions. Unexpectedly, Liu Sheng actually answered. Unimaginable. Regardless of the outcome, this name is enough for them to remember. Many generals and commanders on the highest stand, as well as the marshal of the Eastern District in the middle, looked at Liu Sheng with a bit of admiration in their eyes. In the face of more than 400 martial arts masters and millions of soldiers, they can still say the 4 words "just what I want" so calmly. This kind of mind, courage, pattern. It's hard for ordinary people to do it. Then, let's get started. He Dingjun opened his mouth and ordered, all generals enter the arena. Military orders are like mountains, even generals have to follow. More than 400 generals and stars entered the arena together, with complicated expressions on their faces. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have imagined that as a general of the military department, there would still be times when he would join hands with more than 400 masters of the same level to fight against one person. Siege Wu Sheng? A picture like the Arabian Nights. But it actually happened. Most of the generals carried cold weapons and stepped into the arena one by one to find a suitable place to stand. Liu Sheng also began to prepare to enter. Someone with sharp eyes saw Liu Sheng's empty hands, and couldn't help but exhale. Liu Sheng is playing empty-handed? No weapons. He Dingjun also noticed this, and couldn't help but order, who will go get the weapons for General Liu? Wang Ye was the first to jump out and said solemnly, I'll go. No. Liu Sheng interrupted. A group of people looked at him in surprise. Then I heard Liu Sheng say calmly, if I use weapons, I am afraid that few people here will survive. Empty hands. As soon as Liu Sheng said these words, the noisy martial arts arena suddenly fell silent. Those generals who were still entering the arena paused, twisted their necks, and all looked at Liu Sheng. The onlookers were also full of astonishment. If I use weapons, I'm afraid few people here will survive. Big breath. Godly murder. There was a sense of chilling in the plain words. If someone else said this sentence, I'm afraid they wouldn't be laughed out of their teeth. It can be said from Liu Sheng. But it just gives people a feeling that it is taken for granted, this is the case. But even so, many generals and stars were simmering with anger in their hearts, gearing up to fight and vomit. This one is good. On the highest stand, the old man Huafa smiled and said, I'm already looking forward to it. Really? A general smiled wryly and shook his head and said, we were a little bit underestimating him before. Before they knew it, the competition in the Eastern District was pushed to an unprecedented climax. With more than 400 generals entering the arena, the atmosphere in and around the arena became tense and exciting. The war has not yet started. But it already makes people feel the speed of breathing and the feeling of blood spurting. Zero ask for flowers. Countless people's eyes were fixed on the field. More than 400 generals and more than 400 martial arts masters have the momentum and force field superimposed together. More than 400 chi and blood ovens, more than 400 channels of energy and smoke. The shock of that scene cannot be described in words. Ordinary people, let alone entering the arena, are afraid that if they just approach this area, they will be directly bounced away, vomiting blood and flying back. It is difficult for even ordinary masters to get in. There are more than 400 Grand Masters, as well as top generals like Dongfang Qiyao, and their aura is locked on one person at the same time. Even if each person only sends out a wisp of energy, it is also enough to cause a monstrous momentum, a mountain of 10,000 ren. Waiting for the master to be paralyzed by fright, frightened to death, frightened to the point where his liver and gallbladder burst, and he was defeated without a fight. The first entry. It was a big test for Lu Sheng. Everyone is staring at Lu Sheng, looking forward to how he will enter the field. I saw Lu Sheng standing on the edge of the martial arts arena, not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he turned his head to look at a position and shouted, "Dong Shenji! Shua!" All eyes turned to Dong Shenji again. At this time, Dong Shenji had already stood up, no longer the calm appearance before, his eyes were as bright as stars, and a fighting spirit sprouted in him. This unprecedented prosperous martial arts performance also aroused Dong Shenji's fighting spirit. "Explain." Dong Shenji spoke. Lu Sheng looked at him and stretched his body slightly. The spine rises upwards like a great dragon. The light around Lu Sheng began to change with his behavior, and he was like Shenyang who ruled the light and dark. "You have to keep your eyes open." Lu Sheng spoke word by word, calmly, "Look at me." Lu Sheng stepped forward lightly. The ever-changing light and darkness on his body turned suddenly, giving people an extremely dazzling feeling for a moment. One step, interrupt your martial arts." After finishing speaking, the radiance cards on Lu Sheng's body were filled to the limit. The whole person is like a scorching sun in the sky, entering the arena with an unstoppable, domineering attitude. Big day debut. Boom. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. More than 400 Grandmaster Qi machines superimposed to form a monstrous momentum, the moment Lu Sheng stepped into the arena with one foot. It crashed into pieces. It gives people the feeling that it is like a huge mountain of 10,000 feet, which was smashed by the meteorite of the sky. Bang rumble! Air machine collapsed. All the generals in the martial arts field trembled violently, and many of them showed shock and emotion on their faces. Lu Sheng, this is just one step. It is already amazing. Many generals facing Lu Sheng backed away involuntarily, leaving an area vacant in the martial arts arena that was still full. Lu Sheng looked calm, and walked towards the more than 400 generals in front of him step by step. As he walked, he raised his right arm. On the one hand, he said, "Dong Shenji, take care of yourself. This is the first step for me to interrupt your martial arts." After finishing speaking, Lu Sheng's right hand curled up like a dragon, and the battle suit on his body suddenly shattered, revealing the layers of muscles flowing like quicksilver underneath. He raised his hand and punched in the direction of more than 400 grandmasters in front of him. With this punch, there is no wind and no waves. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers and a reward. Sheng's peerless demeanor, performing martial arts in a prosperous age, starts a new one. 311 power, the strongest spear, defense, the strongest shield. 4. There is no light of Gangqi revealed, nor any momentum. But like a black hole, everyone's eyes can't help but be attracted by it. They saw Lu Sheng's right arm shaking like a big dragon, and the dragon scales opened and closed. There is a terrible force like magma flowing underneath. The moment Luang punched, the air around his right fist became distorted. And this distortion is constantly expanding, extending around like veins. Lu Sheng's fist seems to contain a mountain, a sea, and a star that is about to explode and burst out. On and off the field, countless people were moved. Dong Shenji's eyes shot out 2-inch-long rays of light, and his body tensed up. It was as if he was imagining how he would deal with this punch in person. It's pure physical strength. Someone exclaimed. At this time, Lu Sheng's punch had been completely delivered. Compressed to ultimate power. It really erupted, but it was silent, like a great terror flowing in silence. Layers of milky white sound cone clouds spread out in circles. Like a dozen overlapping white cloud rings. The seemingly slow punch actually exceeded how many times the speed of sound. The twisted air wave of 020 can be seen punching out with the naked eye. A terrifying invisible shock wave was formed, rushing out like an angry dragon. When Liu Sheng was about to punch, the generals standing in front of him had already released their Grand Master's force field, their aura, and so on. Seeing the horror of this punch, he opened it to the extreme. Numerous Grand Masters, with white qi like tides, piled on top of each other, gathered into a wall. Cooperating with the Grand Master's force field, it is more than 100 times stronger than ordinary copper walls and iron walls. Now even if a muck truck driving at a speed of 200 yards rushes straight over, it will hit the fans. But under this invisible shock wave, the white qi force field wall, which is stronger than the iron wall, is as fragile as paper. With a boom, it was torn apart. There was a lot of noise. As soon as the complexions of the first few generals changed, they were blown away by the invisible shock wave. The follow-up General Star Masters were thrown around like scarecrows. For all those who witnessed this scene, only a few words kept popping up in their minds at this moment. The momentum is like a broken bamboo, destroying the dead. Seeing that the situation was not good, the following generals hurriedly avoided to the sides. After this invisible shock wave blasted dozens of generals into the air, its momentum remained undiminished, and it continued to move forward, to extend. A large military truck parked on the edge of the martial arts field suddenly moved sideways and rolled over with a bang. It was thrown 7 or 8 meters away, the wheels rotated, and a deep depression appeared in the interrupted position of the smoking body. Gilu! Many onlookers watched with straight eyes, and could not help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Is this the destructive power that, pure physical power can cause? Someone murmured. Not only the onlookers, but even the many generals in the martial arts arena are getting numb. Taking Liu Sheng as the starting point, on the huge martial arts arena, there appeared a scar several hundred meters long, which seemed to be plowed by some giant beast. The masonry floor rolls to both sides, with a depth of nearly half a meter in the middle, extending all the way to the overturned military card. Shocking! This is still the trace swept by the edge of the invisible shock wave. The words of the power center. You can tell by looking at those generals who were beaten out. It's just using pure physical strength. It can no longer be described as horror. Outrageous! Really outrageous! Even the generals in the highest stands were moved, looking at Liu Sheng with a look of monsters in their eyes. Although after entering the Master Realm, pure physical power is no longer the main body of the warrior's combat system. Gangqi and martial Dao will are the main directions of practice. This is also one of the reasons why the strength-type talent fighters disappeared from everyone in the later stage. Physical strength is too limited, and the attack distance is the biggest shackle. No matter how long your arm is, can you still have the strength to grow it? But now Liu Sheng abruptly broke this common sense and told them. What is the king of strength? What is the ultimate power that breaks through the limitations of the physical body? This kid is simply a monster in human skin. Some generals commented. Liu Sheng looked at the masterpiece of his punch, and his face was quite calm. During the period of retreat before the great competition of the Eastern Military Region, he exchanged his meritorious service for a large amount of 8-level different marrow fluid, and he had already pushed the number of immortal cells to 6. Shiquan martial arts has also been truly pushed to the 3rd form by him. All martial arts are in control. In addition, it has been useless for a long time, but secretly has quietly improved to 50 times the power of the stars. There is also the power of the magic whale. The 3rd level of emptiness. Under the superposition of various abilities, the effect of this punch can only be said to be reasonable. If Liu Sheng wanted to, he could completely sweep away the group of people in front of him with pure physical strength. He has this confidence. But since it is to interrupt Dong Shenji's martial arts, it can only follow Liu Sheng's original idea. Step by step. Capture his mind. We can't let him show his full strength. If we join forces to fight against one person, how can we be passively beaten? On the martial arts arena, a burly, bear-like bearded man gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go together, take the initiative to attack." The battle-tested Grandmaster General Sheng has a combat intuition that ordinary warriors can't match. Liu Sheng was as powerful as a rising dragon, opening the fight with one punch. No one dared to overwhelm his sharpness. Many Grandmasters on the field immediately dispersed, using the most powerful Dazong-level experts as sharp knives, attacking Liu Sheng from all directions and directions. More than 400 Grandmasters, the superposition of aura when they are not moving is already terrifying enough. Now that the offensive is unfolding, the energy is affected, and suddenly the huge martial arts arena is like a raging sea. A little turbulence will give people an infinite sense of heart palpitations. It is more than 10 times and 100 times more terrifying than before. All of a sudden, Liu Sheng was like a flat boat in a stormy sea, as if it would capsize and be swallowed up at any moment. Liu Sheng's face remained calm. He didn't even look at those people, but turned to Dong Shenji at the side of the martial arts arena, and said the second sentence after he entered the arena. "Dong Shenji. The second step. Defend." After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng moved slightly and separated his feet. In an instant, Liu Sheng's aura changed. His whole body seemed to be completely integrated with the martial arts field below him, and his figure quickly grew taller, and became majestic. An immobile aura emanated from him. If the previous Liu Sheng was a precarious boat in the raging waves, then now he is the unmoving Tongtian rock in the raging sea, the eternal lighthouse, and the eternal eye of absolute calm. Boom! Boom! There were at least dozens of masters who bullied the stars close to Liu Sheng's body, either with punches or feet, or cold weapons. Dozens of nearly 100 master-level attacks fell on Liu Sheng. Each attack has a combat power of more than 5 million. The strong ones will go to the stars, and the stronger ones will even be a few stars. In just a moment, Liu Sheng was overwhelmed by the surging white tide and black shadows. All the onlookers were heartbroken, and many of them couldn't help but suddenly stepped forward, with extremely nervous expressions on their faces. Nearly 100 masters joined forces to besiege. Not to mention the Grand Master, even the top sect, the former number 1 in the eastern region, would not dare to resist. Too many ants can still kill an elephant, not to mention. He is a 7-level martial arts master who is unique in a million. A face-to-face encounter would result in serious injuries, or even be smashed to pieces. At this moment, even the generals on the highest stand, as well as Dong Shenji with burning eyes, couldn't help but become solemn. How can this be? Suddenly, a sound full of disbelief and even a bit of struggle came out from the black tide of white light that drowned Liu Sheng. The onlookers tried hard to see clearly, but were blocked by the figures of hundreds of masters, so they couldn't see what happened inside. At this moment, the center of the battle group. Shock, astonishment, and disbelief were written all over the face of the Grand Master who was attacking Liu Sheng's body. Their Grand Master's force field, martial arts will, and stellar energy were all pushed to the extreme, but these attacks all stopped a few inches or more than 10 inches away from Liu Sheng's body. The trembling sharp edge of the cold weapon is like an insect trapped in pine resin and crawling hard, unable to advance an inch. There is an extremely terrifying and invisible force field around Liu Sheng, even with the combat power of a Grand Master. Don't even think about breaking in. At this time, Liu Sheng, who was in the center of the battle group, shook his shoulders slightly. *1.4 Boom! A huge circle of air waves spread around, and hundreds of figures exploded like fireworks, flying in all directions. Liu Sheng's figure was seen again. Right away, his whole body was intact, not even a wrinkle at the corner of his clothes. The Grand Master's force field comes from the magnetic field of life, qi, and blood, and martial arts will. Liu Sheng has 6 immortal cells, dozens of master wills, and a huge spiritual power of 8th level. Coupled with Fudo Mingzun's ultimate defense. With mutual superposition, his massive force field has long been amplified to an extremely terrifying level. Once scattered, let alone a master. Don't even think about touching his body. Tear. Liu Sheng tore it casually, and threw away the combat uniform on his upper body, only wearing a tight short underneath. The perfect upper body, which can be called the creation of God, is presented. He moved his body lightly, his arms and spine swayed like a dragon, and the light around him also changed accordingly. He strolled towards the rest of the grandmasters and stars, like a majestic and continuous mountain range rumbling across. At this moment, a sentence appeared in the minds of all those who witnessed this scene. Xian's spear, and arrived Zhou all in one. 312. Are you tickling me? A team should be neat and tidy. 1. Frightened by Liu Sheng's power, the generals retreated in horror. The scene where Liu Sheng shook his body and exploded hundreds of people just now was a bit shocking. That kind of unstoppable and invincible aura makes people unable to resist for a while. Among the crowd, a slender, handsome man with a slightly feminine temperament flashed a cold light in his eyes. He held a black long gun in one hand, and his figure crossed the slowly retreating figures like a ghost. Suddenly he came out of the crowd, then raised his gun at Liu Sheng and stabbed him. The aura of the handsome man's whole body is like flowing water, all of which are attributed to the spear, and the tip of the black spear shoots out an unimaginably sharp edge. The light is dazzling. In just an instant, this point of starlight leaped across the distance of the martial arts field and rushed to Liu Sheng. When the spear entered the Grandmaster force field around Liu Sheng, it slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The layer upon layer of invisible force formed a terrible obstacle, forcibly blocking the spear. The handsome man's attack was too fast, so fast that when his attack fell, the surrounding audience reacted and recognized his identity. Li Qingshan, one of the Eastern Qiyao. Rank the third in the star list. His combat strength is as high as 14.5 stars. He also has the blessing of cold weapons, even Liu Sheng's Grandmaster force field can't break through. The expressions of the surrounding audience have become a little horrified. At this time, new changes arise. The handsome man's body tensed up, the veins on his forehead popped out one by one, and his face turned red. Both of his hands were resting on the handle of the spear, waves of terrifying power were transmitted to the spear along his arms. The handsome man had a ferocious complexion, his whole body was like a tide, and he yelled, "Break it!" It was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The sharpness on the tip of the spear suddenly increased by several points. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, abruptly breaking through the barrier of that invisible force, the wolf stabbed right in Liu Sheng's chest. Everyone's eyes lit up, many stars subconsciously clenched the weapons in their hands, and their spirits lifted. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lin Wanwan on the sidelines let out a low cry and covered her mouth. Dong Qingxiu also took half a step forward, her beautiful eyes full of worry. A smile appeared on the face of the handsome man. He succeeded. Who said it was an Xian shield? He broke through this Xian, Liu Sheng is not unshakable. But the next moment... Clang! The spear point pierced Liu Sheng's chest, piercing his blouse, and there was a crisp sound, like the sound of a bell in an ancient temple. Invisible waves rippled from the tip of the spear in circles. Then the whole black spear bent from the middle and collapsed into a bow. The smile on the handsome man's face froze instantly. Liu Sheng glanced down at the spear pierced on his chest, looked at the handsome man in front of him, and said calmly, "Are you tickling me?" He gently grasped the tip of the spear with one hand, extinguished the dazzling cold light at will, and then shook his wrist. The terrifying shock force was transmitted back along the gun body. Collapse. Like a dragon turning over. The spear immediately broke free from the handsome man's hands, and the wolf rebounded and hit him on the chest. Puff! The handsome man felt as if he had been hit hard, and he flew upside down like a kite with broken strings tens of meters away. He fell to the ground and got up with difficulty, his arms were dripping with blood and trembling uncontrollably. Hiss! There was a sound of gasping on and off the field. Everyone opened their eyes wide, staring at the spot where Liu Sheng had just been stabbed by the spear. There is a small piece of damage to the blouse, exposing the skin inside. Clean, with a slightly sunken red spot, but is recovering quickly. On the third day in the east, Li Qingshan was the best shot, with a fighting power close to 15 stars, and he stabbed Liu Sheng with all his strength. Didn't even pierce the skin. What kind of martial body is this? In the stands, more than one general stood up from his position, his expression shocked. Dong Shenji's expression was also stunned, subconsciously looking at his hands, a little bit lost. At this time, Liu Sheng just stood there quietly, but he gave everyone in the audience a strong suffocating pressure. This is no longer necessary. How to fight this? The top generals couldn't even break Liu Sheng's defense, and it was only a matter of time before the rest were dealt with. The splendor of the indestructible star appears at this moment. In order to build this martial body, Liu Sheng knows how much resources and painstaking efforts were spent on it. Now, it finally blooms its original dazzling brilliance. Desperately invincible defense. But for Liu Sheng, this is just the beginning. Third step. Liu Sheng said flatly, "Qi." After speaking, Liu Sheng took a step forward. Following this step, it seemed as if an incomparably brilliant golden sun had suddenly risen in the huge arena. Nearly endless golden qi erupted from every pore of Liu Sheng's body. It was snowing heavily and the sky was gloomy. But at this moment, the world is bright. Liu Sheng. That's where the light source is. Liu Sheng's figure was set off by the infinite golden light to an extremely majestic height. 6 immortal cells shone in the Yintang shrine between his brows, giving birth to endless qi. His posture is stretched, and his whole body is like a big sun swallowing clouds and mist, and every gesture of his hand can bring about the alternation of light and dark. Boom! In the big martial arts arena, the wounded generals, school officers and soldiers watching the broadcast in front of the screen surrounded the crowd. It's all buzzing right now. Many generals on the highest stand were also stunned and shocked. Including the old man Huafa in the middle, marshal of the Eastern District. At this moment, 2 sharp lights shot out from his eyes. Gang Qi is the embodiment of a warrior's true strength. The total amount of stellar qi that Liu Sheng displayed now has far exceeded the imagination of a large number of them, and it is even somewhat beyond common sense. How many stars does this have? 30 stars? 40 stars? Or 50 stars? The heart of the general of the military region trembled slightly. The golden sun shone brightly on the audience, and none of the remaining 300 or so grandmasters moved in the martial arts arena, and they all stood there in a daze, motionless. Liu Sheng was not polite to them. He crossed a distance of 100 meters in one step, like a golden arrow shot into the crowd, and the sun pierced through the dark clouds. He raised his arms. Brilliant golden aura rises like ocean waves. Boom! Dozens of master generals who were caught off guard were shot flying. When the rest of the people reacted, Liu Sheng's second attack had already arrived. Regardless of whether it was a 7th level general or an 8th level general, the white aura bursting out from their bodies was as fragile as a foam board under Liu Sheng's golden aura. The slightest touch will be smashed into pieces. The quality of Liu Sheng's stellar gas is simply too high. The details of the 11th level exercises are beyond what these people can imagine. Liu Sheng almost didn't need to use any movements, just simply raised his arms and punched. Wherever the golden stellar energy swept, the generals flew around like seaweeds that were blown away by huge waves. Grown-ups! Suddenly, Liu Sheng saw a woman with a pale face and trembling body appearing in front of him. Standing in front of him, Chu Chu looked at him pitifully. Zhan Hongyu of Tiger Scorpion. Zhan Hongyu was originally at the end of the group of stars, but Liu Sheng was rampaging through the crowd, and he was in front of her in the blink of an eye, and she had no time to dodge. When Sheng touched her eyes a little, he immediately understood. Clear. Sheng responded casually, his gang energy surged violently, and he sent Zhan Hongyu flying to a certain position with his palm. There are already 2 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team lying there. A team of people should be neat and tidy. Isn't that what Zhan Hongyu means? Off the court, seeing Sheng mercilessly hitting Fei Zhan Hongyu, Dong Qingxiu's originally tense pretty face quickly relaxed and became as if nothing had happened. The number of people on the martial arts field decreased rapidly. From more than 300 people quickly dropped to 200, then 100. Previously, hundreds of streaks of smoke straight into the 493 clouds, which were extremely spectacular, have now become sparse. Reminiscent of the lingering incense rising from the altar. In the end there were only a few dozen left. Those who are still on the field are almost all the top players, and there are also a small number of lucky ones who have not been swept out of the field. Ah! A burly man stood in front of Sheng, his whole body was full of energy, his whole body was tense, his face was ferocious, and he was preparing to resist Sheng's attack with all his strength. Suddenly, Sheng retreated without any fumes. The surging golden qi was all retracted into his body. He stood there quietly, as if he had never moved. The burly man was a little dazed, looking around in a daze, wondering whether he should explode or not. Then he heard Sheng say plainly, "The 4th step, technique." After finishing speaking, Sheng punched him flatly. The burly man shuddered violently, subconsciously as well. Daezong level gang qi burst out several feet long from the fist peak, with fierce arrogance. But before it could touch Sheng's fist, the blade-long gang qi quietly disintegrated. No, it should be melted. Melts as quickly as snow on heat. Sheng's fist suddenly reached the burly man's chest, and he struck out lightly. The gang qi of the burly man was shattered, the Grand Master's force field was also wiped out, and even the will of martial arts was almost broken. The tall body flew backwards like a cannonball. Killed his own with one punch. It's shocking, but compared to Sheng's terrifying aura like the coming of the sun, there seems to be a certain gap. But in some people's eyes. But it set off a bigger and monstrous wave. 4-realm boxing technique. Dong Shenji looked dazed, wondering if he had read it wrong. On the highest stand, the old man Huafa who had been sitting upright before. At this time also stood up. Eyes are full of dazzling splendor. 313 At the pinnacle of technology, if you retreat, you will be handsome, and if you advance, UWI. The martial arts attainments of the 3 realms, and the martial arts attainments of the 4 realms. These are 2 completely different concepts. The 3 realms martial arts is the ultimate control of one's own power. And the 4 realms are extensions. The expansion and extension of the power of control until it creates a field where one side is invincible. 4 realms of martial arts attainment, also has another name in martial arts. The pinnacle of martial arts skills. Represents the limits of human skill. Ordinary warriors have never even heard of it, and even 7th level masters, few people have heard of it. Let alone seeing it with my own eyes. Now, this legendary repairing technique. Revealed in the hands of Sheng. Compared with the previous domineering peerless, the current Sheng does not have a trace of fireworks all over his body. He fought the rest with only a pair of fists. There is no terrifying golden aura, no exaggerated physical strength, and no will to show martial arts. Even the Grand Master force field around him was removed. He has a certain degree of advance and retreat, with a chic posture, and there is an extraordinary and refined temperament all over his body. Every punch and palm he punched was like an antelope's horns, without any trace. There is an inexplicable surprise in the plane. Staring at it for a long time, you will feel as if there are brilliant auras bursting out from Sheng's hands, making people dazzled and mesmerized. Sheng was besieged by the remaining dozens of Daezong. But no one can touch the hem of his clothes, including the top 10 in the general star list, the Eastern Qiyao and so on. There seemed to be eyes behind his back, and every step he stepped on was where no one would think. Everywhere Liu Sheng walked seemed to be turned into his soil, obeying his orders. There are top generals at the Eastern Qiyao level who are played by Liu Sheng like dolls, and then thrown out like trash. At this moment, Liu Sheng is like a high-ranking master, walking in the clouds. No one can touch him, only he can touch others. Dong Shenji stared at Liu Sheng for a long time, his face became paler and paler. There were big drops of cold sweat rolling down from his forehead. He is the successor of Wu Sheng. He has a richer background and extensive knowledge than ordinary masters. He sees. Liu Sheng not only reached the 4 realms in boxing, but also in the 4 realms in bodywork. Impressive. On the highest stand, the old man Huifa, marshal of the Eastern District, had a strange light in his eyes, and he made no secret of his admiration for Liu Sheng off the court. Many commanders and generals of the military area around him also stood upright, looking fixedly at Liu Sheng in the field. It's like watching an extremely gorgeous performance. Even ordinary warriors can see the mystery of it. I didn't expect Liu Sheng's fists to be so beautiful. Standing beside Dong Qingxiu, Lin Wanwan was dazzled, and said, "It's as good as my father's fight." Dong Qingxiu's body shook slightly when she heard these words, but she didn't say anything. For those generals who played against Liu Sheng, the biggest feeling is aggrieved, humiliated. Especially the 8th level General Star, and the Eastern Qiyao. As the top bulk, they have absolute self-confidence and arrogance. Even if he was defeated by Dong Shenji with one move or a few moves before, he never expected it. One of the 7 great stars in the East, one day he will be played like a baby in the martial arts arena. Winning or losing is all in the opponent's mind. It was a luxury for them to even touch each other. The gap in martial arts brought about by absolute skills is like an incomparably huge gap between them and Liu Sheng. It was a deep sense of despair and powerlessness from the heart. It's as if you are at war with the sky above you. It rains thunder and fire on you, and all you do is throw your fists at the air. Nothing can be done. Damn it! A top general in Eastern Qiyao seemed to be unable to stand such torture anymore, his eyes were red, and he roared violently. His whole body suddenly swelled up and down, and an incomparably domineering and powerful will came out through his body, and then it was all attributed to the alloy long knife in his hand. Xingzin, a few generals from the Eastern 7 luminaries around, understood, and rushed towards Liu Sheng in a tacit understanding. This is almost their last fight. Bet on being at the top of the general star list, a siege of the glory and dignity of the Eastern Qiyao. Almost everyone broke out with their own extreme fighting power, a bloody blow. All kinds of Daezong-level martial arts wills are as bright as stars, shining brightly. Facing the siege, this time, Liu Sheng did not hide. "It's my last respect for you." Liu Sheng's eyes were like still water, and he spoke calmly. He stood on the spot, raised his right arm, clanked his 5 fingers, and formed a knife. Then, the posture is casually slashing around. In an instant, a bloody breath gushed out. At this moment, the crowd on the sidelines seemed to see the scorching sun in the sky, and in the golden wheat field, the sweating farmer raised his sickle high. In a trance. Heads fly up. Blood spurts like columns. After recovering, he realized that the battle on the martial arts arena had long since ended. Dongfang Qiyao, who were the last ones standing in the arena, are all standing in the arena at this time. His body was tense and his face was numb. Liu Sheng calmly walked through the circle surrounded by several people. Behind them, a part of the body of several people suddenly split and fell. Or a collar piece, or a piece of scalp, or a button on the shoulder. The huge martial arts arena was completely silent. Into deathly silence. The snow fell harder and harder. After the number of masters in the martial arts arena decreased sharply, snowflakes the size of goose feathers had already begun to fall on the arena. So far, the prosperous age of martial arts belonging to Liu Sheng has come to an end. This is an unforgettable battle that countless people will remember forever. In this battle, Liu Sheng vividly interpreted. What is the general star in the east, and what is the sun in the east? What kind of distance exists between the sun and the stars? And the sentence that Liu Sheng said at the beginning, if I use weapons, I am afraid that few people here will survive. It turns out. Yes. If Liu Sheng really has murderous intentions, he will have weapons in hand. In today's battle, the eastern military region will shed blood in the star region, and every family has nothing. Liu Sheng himself felt a little pity. After all, he still hasn't fully revealed his true nature. Many abilities are useless, such as the 4-level spear technique, the 4-level sword technique, the 8th-level spiritual power, the wishwheel knife. The main reason is that it is most convenient to form a knife with palms together. Once you are used to using the killing knife, you pick the most convenient one to use. Not quite enjoying it yet. People are already gone. The silence in the field lasted for a long time, and He Dingjun even forgot to stand up and announce. He also looked numb. I originally thought that giving Liu Sheng a big stage was to build momentum for him, and also to create an idol for the entire eastern military region. Never thought. He created a god. The general star myth of the eastern military region. Liu Sheng walked out of the arena in a dejected state, walking towards Dong Shenji step by step. At this time, Dong Shenji was standing on the spot, his upright figure bent a little at some point, and his head drooped a little. He fixedly stared at Liu Sheng, who was strolling through the heavy snow. His eyes showed a bit of trance and confusion. His mind has been taken away. Wu Tu collapsed. He hesitated. Looking up at a loss, I don't know where to go. But Liu Sheng felt that it was a little bit worse. Dong Shenji, do you think that's enough? Liu Sheng stood in front of Dong Shenji, only 30 centimeters away from him, looking straight at him, and said calmly. The bewilderment on Dong Shenji's face dissipated in an instant, his back straightened, a wave of stubbornness and pride surged up, and the last light shone in his eyes. Not enough. Dong Shenji gritted his teeth and shook his head stubbornly, if I... Dong Shenji's hypothesis has not had time to speak out. Liu Sheng's voice has already sounded again. Is that enough now? Dong Shenji raised his head, his pupils constricted instantly. In his dark eyes, hundreds of Liu Sheng appeared densely. These Liu Shengs exist in different directions and angles around him, and their bodies exude or burst, or are cold, or thick, or elegant. Of different temperaments. These Liu Shengs spoke to him at the same time, and hundreds of voices converged into the same sentence. Dong Shenji, is that enough now? Kaka. Dong Shenji was completely stunned, and there seemed to be the sound of something breaking inside his body. The last light in his eyes quickly went out. His face was grey and his spirit was declining rapidly. His figure began to shake, like falling into an abyss, sinking continuously, sinking. In just a few seconds, the Tianjiao light on Dong Shenji's body faded completely. The appearance of the whole person has not changed in any way, but it just gives people a completely different feeling. His martial arts, Liu Haozhao, has been completely interrupted by Liu Sheng. It's cruel. But compared with Dong Qingxiu's life, Liu Sheng felt that it was already a bargain for him. No matter what the reason is, everyone should be held accountable for the mistakes they have made. Anyway, Dong Shenji is destined not to reach the 9th level in this life, he just gave up Dong Shenji's thoughts early. Liu Sheng turned around, and what he saw was a silent martial arts arena. No one spoke, everyone was looking at him. Liu Sheng just interrupted Dong Shenji Wu Tu's method, which once again brought them an unparalleled shock and impact. People's ability to withstand shocks is a threshold, which is a self-protection mechanism. Once the impact exceeds this threshold, words, facial expressions, body movements, etc., will appear weak. The whole person will fall into a state of complete numbness. Generally speaking, the stronger the will, the higher the threshold. But now, the threshold of the 5 generals on the highest stand, as well as many theater commanders, has unfortunately been broken. As a result, only the old man Huafa, who is the marshal of the Eastern District, made the grand competition statement. Old man Huafa didn't know whether to tell himself, to the generals around him, or to everyone. He said softly in a very emotional tone. This son. If you retreat, you will be handsome, if you advance, you will. It can be called holy grass. The snow is getting heavier. 314 Tian Shui Xingshi Rock Fist, Wu Sheng Technique washes your face. Level 8 Inner Wheel Knife. 3. Dream Space. Liu Sheng strolled along the dilapidated long street. He was holding the black long knife that he had inherited from Gu Xian, the martial saint who killed life, in his hand. When he saw a zombie appearing, he cut it out with a single stroke. The golden sword flew out through the air, beheading zombies like mowing grass, sweeping away a large area. The black line of smoke gathered in mid-air into a thick, long, and thick strip, continuously rushing into his body. Although the 2 bridges of heaven and earth are connected, as long as the 3rd level of emptiness is maintained, Liu Sheng's spiritual power can grow all the time. But it is also very tiring to maintain the 3rd level of emptiness all the time. Liu Sheng also takes a break occasionally. Liu Sheng harvested all the way, and he would be a little more serious when he occasionally encountered a zombie at the master level or a large level. Using the 6 immortal cells, combined with the killing method, usually the battle will end within a few breaths. After sweeping several long streets in a row, several more martial arts wills of the master appeared on the grey roulette in his mind. Now Liu Sheng's Shiquan Grandmaster Dao has included nearly 30 kinds of Grandmaster wills, and the duration of the martial god state has also increased to nearly 3 minutes. It's close to the average length of time for adult males in the Dragon Kingdom. Come on, Liu Sheng, you can do it. Before he knew it, Liu Sheng came to the destination of his trip. This street is more dilapidated than any street that Liu Sheng has walked, which means that extremely fierce fighting broke out on this street. And the style of this street is quite old and nostalgic. Liu Sheng even found many architectural features before the first year of Budo. Wuguan Street, where martial arts will be 10,000 years old in the future. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, quietly watching this ancient long street from the future. Those who can open martial arts gyms in the 10,000 years of future martial arts are almost all masters or small masters of a genre. In the environment of the next 10,000 years, if your strength is too low, you are not qualified to open a martial arts gym at all. The World Martial Arts League will not grant you a martial arts certificate, in case you mistakenly identify your children. After all, in the future, practicing martial arts is no longer just about strengthening the body, but also defending the country and killing enemies. The threshold is too high. If you want to open a martial arts gym, the minimum strength standard must be a 9-level martial arts master. Liu Sheng couldn't help sighing. That's why he's here. This martial arts street has gathered almost all the 7th, 8th level and even 9th level martial arts masters in the middle and periphery of the base. Moreover, various schools of martial arts are also quite complete, although most of them are only 9-level martial arts. But it's a very good addition to my Shiquan Budo. Shiquan martial arts has entered its 3rd form. Then it is natural to start thinking about promoting to the 4th form, and the martial saint level is undoubtedly the most suitable goal. If you are a 9th level martial saint and haven't been able to practice a martial art skill to the 4 realms, then it would be too useless. Can you come out and open a hall to accept apprentices? And after opening up this martial arts street, almost all the powerhouses in the center and periphery of base 1359 were swept away by Liu Sheng. He checked on the map, and most of the powerhouses are gathered in the area where he is now. Because this area is facing the buffer zone after the outer wall of the base is broken. The Martial Hall Street is opened up, and after digesting this part of the fruit, my strength should be able to compete with the Martial Saint. At that time, you will be able to enter the central area and challenge the 10th level powerhouse there. After finishing the work, leave the base, and go to other places. It is best to find the remaining wool of the 11th level warrior. Liu Sheng's thinking is quite clear. Now that the plan has been made, all you need to do is to move forward step by step. So, Liu Sheng glanced across the dilapidated streets of Martial Arts Street, and stopped at the ancient martial arts houses. It ended up on top of the second one from the top of the street. Almost all the signboards of this martial arts school have been broken, leaving only the word hanging on it. Liu Sheng checked the information and knew the origin of this martial arts school. Tian Shui Xin Rock Breaking Fist, founder, Wang Yi. Liu Sheng flashed through the relevant information of the martial arts hall in his mind, and walked towards the martial arts hall with a large stride, holding a knife in one hand. The moment he stepped into Wuguan Street with his right foot, all the zombies wandering on Wuguan Street suddenly stopped, and they looked at Liu Sheng in unison. Hundreds of pairs of empty eyes stared at Liu Sheng, and the scene was extremely eerie. At the same time, boom! The roof of a martial arts gym burst open, and a figure flew out of the house. Then the second, the third. Boom boom boom! Just like setting off firecrackers, the roofs of more than 80% of the martial arts halls in the entire martial arts street were broken. A series of thin, old, or burly figures appeared on the roof, watching him quietly. For a moment, Liu Sheng was terrified. Dozens of martial saint-level grandmasters. Only one thought flashed through Liu Sheng's mind in time: grand. Same spirit? The whole Wuguan Street is one. You have poked a hornet's nest. In the next breath, the figures on the roof rushed towards him extremely fast. Liu Sheng's eyes sparkled, he held the black long knife tightly, and turn around and run. The green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. Heroes, take the lead. We will meet later. Call _. In the martial arts room, Liu Sheng opened his eyes and let out a long breath of foul air. Although he has escaped from the dream space, there are still traces of lingering fear on his face. How does it feel to be chased and killed by dozens of 9th level martial saints? Although any one of them can't compare to Gu Xian, the killing Taoist, but together, they are more than 10 times more terrifying than Gu Xian alone. Even if I activated the Valkyrie state, I would probably be beaten to death within a few seconds. A martial saint and a group of martial saints are completely different concepts. And it's still under the circumstances that his original strength is barely equal to that of martial saint-level zombies. Liu Sheng now finally knows what it's like to face the enemy of his shattering the void move. Washenji face wash. A few drops of urine will come out. If you can't find a way to break them one by one, you can only die slowly. Liu Sheng stood up, thinking silently while walking towards the door. At this time, a week has passed since the end of the Eastern Military Region competition. The snow fell even more in the Eastern Military Region. Looking outside through the window of the martial arts room, all you see is a vast expanse of whiteness. The room is warm as spring, and the heating is fully turned on. Liu Sheng walked out of the door of the martial arts room and saw Li Dai obediently standing at the stairs on the 3rd floor, waiting for him. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he walked over. When he approached, Li Dai said obediently, "My lord, Senior Colonel Wang Ye has been waiting for you downstairs for more than 2 hours." "I see." Liu Sheng nodded, didn't bother to change clothes, and went downstairs directly. In the living room, Wang Ye was sitting on the sofa with half his buttocks, drinking tea. The weather has become cold recently, and he, a level 6 martial artist, has also started to put on winter clothes. His body looks a little bloated. Seeing Liu Sheng approaching, Wang Ye immediately put down his teacup and stood up to salute him. his posture was 10 times more respectful than before. Now Lu Sheng, in the Eastern Military Region. It's a living legend. If it hadn't been for the Marshal's strict order to keep it secret for the time being, the Eastern Military Region's daily newspaper would simply mention the results of the Eastern Military Region's grand competition. Lu Sheng estimated that the entire Dragon Kingdom military headquarters would have been completely famous by now. Not to mention overshadowing the East Emperor in the middle. At least it is at the same level as it, stealing at least 40% of his limelight. In the words of the Marshal and the General, it means that our Eastern Military Region has been sluggish in military exercises for many years, and it is very easy to produce a son of the supreme arrogance. Naturally, we must give the other 4 departments a big surprise. Sit. Lu Sheng casually sat down on the sofa, and Li Dai next to him handed over the tea that had been brewed long ago. Thank you, my lord. Wang Ye thanked him, and then sat down respectfully. He took out a silver box that he brought with him and handed it to Lu Sheng. The cold weapon knife ordered by my lord has been made, please take a look at it. Lu Sheng saw the box when he saw Wang Ye, and he was not surprised, so he opened the box naturally. As soon as the box was opened, there was a ray of sharpness coming. Lu Sheng's eyes were slightly bright, and he carefully looked at the pale golden long knife in front of him. More than 90% of dense gold is made, and some rare materials and alloy materials that are not inferior to dense gold are also mixed in. This inner wheel knife has already reached the real 8th level. Lu Sheng picked up the long knife casually. The whole knife is about 1.3 meters long, weighs more than 40 kilograms, has a thick spine, and a sharp edge. The edge is extremely sharp, and many beautiful decorative patterns are engraved on the blade and handle. Top equipment. The word popped into Lu Sheng's mind for a moment. He is cool and powerful, and he can't wait to start cultivating his knife sense. He even began to think in his heart, what time should he find, and what should he find someone to give this inner wheel knife a head start. Wang Ye watched Lu Sheng look at the saber and didn't bother. He didn't bother until Lu Sheng's eyes were completely removed from the saber, and he said, the psycho-teacher weapon ordered by your lord is relatively cumbersome and complicated to make, so we still have to use it. It takes a while. However, we have sent people to work overtime, and it will be completed within a month at the latest. Lu Sheng didn't care either, and nodded to show he understood. In the future 10,000 years of martial arts, the top-level psychiatrist's inheritance weapons would be good if they could be made in 300 years of martial arts. Let alone a month, he can afford to wait every day. And there is. Wang Ye continued, the martial arts exercises in the whole military region will start soon. What the marshal means is, my lord, you can start in a few days. The military department will arrange a special plane to take you there. Lu Sheng's expression changed, and he couldn't help but ask, when will the military exercise in the whole military region start? Can I go by myself? 315 Stop staring at the pretty flight attendant in the car, warning, 4. Wang Ye hesitated for a moment, then said, the military exercise will start around January 8th. If adults want to go there on their own, it should be fine. But you have to arrive a day or a few days in advance. January 8th. It is now December 26th. Lu Sheng calculated, there are still almost 2 weeks left. It takes 1 day to arrive in the central part by plane from the east. Then he has plenty of time to do other things. For example, go home. Okay, I see. Then I won't disturb your lord, let me take my leave first. Lu Sheng nodded and said to Wang Ye, go back and say hello to Hizou and Marshal for me. Yes. Lu Sheng asked Li Dai to take Wang Ye out, while he sat on the sofa thinking about going home, while playing with the inner wheel knife he just bought. He put the inner wheel knife on his arm and stroked it lightly. Gradually increase the intensity. It's not because Lu Sheng is abnormal and has a tendency to self-torture. Instead, it is used to test the sharpness of the inner wheel knife, and by the way, to test the upper limit of the defense of the indestructible star body. Li Dai came back after seeing Wang Yeoff, with snowflakes on her hair, walked up to Liu Sheng, and said in a low voice, "My lord, you are going to the central military region to compete, and Li Dai wants to accompany you to serve you." Liu Sheng raised his head and glanced at Li Dai. He saw that Li Dai's expression was very calm, and all aspects of his expression and movements were extremely natural. "Can?" Liu Sheng nodded and readily agreed. "Thank you, my lord." A gleam of joy flashed in Li Dai's eyes. "What are you thanking me for? You wait on me." Liu Sheng looked at Li Dai and said meaningfully, "I should be the one thanking you." Li Dai was stunned for a moment, and many muscles on his face and body tensed up. Liu Sheng smiled slightly and said nothing. He got up, picked up the dark blue woolen windbreaker hanging on the hanger in the living room, put it on his body, and walked to the outside of the house. "I'm going out for a while, you should prepare well." Li Dai's expression returned to normal, watching Liu Sheng gradually disappear, his eyes flickered, and he said softly, "Yes." Snowflakes are falling down one after another, swirling slightly in the wind, like white elves. Two figures strolled along the remote path that hadn't been cleaned in the military area, revealing footprints clinging to each other on the snow. Liu Sheng took Dong Qingxiu's hand. He is now over 1.9 meters tall, but only a head taller than Dong Qingxiu. Dong Qingxiu's figure is also excellent, the kind with perfect proportions. Both of them are handsome and beautiful characters, walking together hand in hand. It looks like a picture in a girl's manga. The military exercise in the whole military region is about to start. I will take this time to go home. Do you want to come with me? Dong Qingxiu paused, stood on the spot and shook her head lightly. "I'm afraid it won't work. Your family members already know that you interrupted Dong Shenji's martial arts. I have to go back." Liu Sheng looked quite emotional. Dong Shenji is indeed miserable, the successor of Wu Sheng, the son of Tian Jiao. After decades of Zhang Feng, once he was born, it was a test of martial arts in the world, and he became a blockbuster. But just at the first stop of the start, he ran into Liu Sheng, and Liu Sheng gave him a shattered fracture, so he could only take Lin Wanwan away dejectedly. "Do you want me to accompany you back home?" Liu Sheng said. "Actually, Dong Shenji's current situation may not be all bad. His heart is higher than the sky, and the road of seeking sages is the road of invincibility, but he doesn't think about whether his talent and strength are worthy of taking this road. Even if he doesn't meet me, sooner or later someone else will give him a failure, making him stumbling and hopeless. Now I have completely interrupted his path, and made him die of it. If he can find another way to break through and then build up, maybe there will be a better chance." Dong Qingxiu's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and after hearing Liu Sheng's words, she said seriously, "I don't understand everything you said, but I will tell Dong Shenji truthfully." Liu Sheng nodded slightly, suddenly remembered another matter, and said seriously, "This time the whole army will practice martial arts. There is a high probability that I will meet your elder brother Dong Potion. Why don't you say hello to him first? Let him be more or less mentally prepared, otherwise he will probably be as closed as Dong Shenji when he gets beaten up by me. My big brother is..." Dong Qingxiu subconsciously wanted to refute, but thinking of Liu Sheng's strength, she swallowed her words again and nodded helplessly. "Okay, I'll tell him later." The two talked casually and gradually walked away in the snow. "Chief, this way please." On the high-speed rail platform, a tall, pretty-looking station attendant walked briskly and led the two towards the carriage with a smile on his face. Behind her, two people strolled one after the other. A tall and straight man, wearing a dark blue military uniform inside, a black wool coat outside, shiny alloy boots on his feet, and a military cap on his head. The face is extremely young and handsome, and the eyes are calm, giving people an awe-inspiring and majestic powerful aura and temperament. The other person is a woman with short hair, a handsome appearance, and a cold and capable temperament. She follows closely behind the handsome man in military uniform, your posture. Then there are some members of the high-speed rail station. They are all strong men, carrying large and small bags in their hands, and are responsible for helping to transport things. The others are fine, but a male squad member holding a long silver weapon box seems to be struggling, and his face is blushing when he walks. Hi sir! At the entrance of the high-speed rail car, 7 or 8 conductors with slender figure and excellent appearance and temperament stood, each with a respectful and enthusiastic smile on their faces, giving people a pleasing feeling. When the Junwei youths in military uniform approached, Kikai bowed and said hello, and there was a melodious voice of Yinjian. It seems that a spring breeze is blowing in this snowy winter day. Liu Sheng couldn't help but take a second look, smiled casually at one of the girls, and then walked into the carriage. Behind him, Li Dai and those team members who were in charge of carrying the luggage immediately followed quickly. The 7 or 8 beautiful flight attendants who waited for everyone to walk into the door of the carriage immediately jumped up and down excitedly. Wow! Is this the chief we are going to receive this time? He is too handsome. So handsome. So young. Exactly the same as the young handsome in the comics. I love it. That's why I said that the truly top-notch handsome guys are all in the military, right? Those who are handsome go to practice martial arts, and those who are ugly only go to become stars. The key status is still high. I heard that the status of the chief this time is much higher than that of the general we received last time. This line is specially opened for him. 0. Asking for flowers. A few beautiful women wore thin flight attendant uniforms, with their calves exposed, standing in the cold wind and chatting and discussing without feeling cold. The girl who Liu Sheng smiled at before was so excited that her pretty face was flushed with excitement. There are stars in both eyes, and I don't know what I am dreaming about. It wasn't until a slightly older flight attendant came over and reprimanded them softly that they hurried into the carriage. Under the service of Li Dai, Liu Sheng took off the outermost military coat and looked at the environment in front of him. The interior of the entire carriage is red, giving people a sense of dignity and luxury. There are TV, computer, massage chair, table, bed, separate toilet. All kinds of facilities are available. There is also a martial arts room and a restaurant in front of it. There are 4 full carriages and dozens of trained stewards, all of whom are dedicated to serving Liu Sheng alone. Even this high-speed railway line from the eastern military region to Beihe City was specially opened for Liu Sheng. There will be no stops along the way, and it will take 4 hours to arrive in Beihe City. This is the platoon of the head of the military department. Feeling emotional, Liu Sheng casually sat down on the chair beside him. Immediately, a beautiful flight attendant in a red uniform and black stockings came up and asked him in a low voice whether he wanted tea or coffee or something. Including Li Dai, 7 or 8 people were busy in the carriage, but their hands and feet were quiet and hardly made a sound. Obviously they had all been specially trained. A beautiful woman in her 30s, with a dignified temperament and a mature feminine look, walked up to Liu Sheng, bent down, and said softly, "Chief, I am the purser of this train. If you need anything, you can tell me at any time." Liu Sheng nodded, glanced at the carriage, lingered on Li Dai for a while, and said, "I don't need anything at the moment, let everyone else go out, I want to be quiet for a while." "Yes." The flight attendant got up, and then spoke a few words to the flight attendants in the compartment one by one. Soon, everyone in the carriage left cleanly, and there was a girl who was still looking at Liu Sheng reluctantly before leaving. Li Dai was sitting diagonally across from Liu Sheng, near the tea table, with lowered eyelids, quiet and well-behaved. Liu Sheng twitched the corners of his mouth, ignored her, and took out his mobile phone to browse casually. After leaving the military area, Liu Sheng relaxed. This feeling is more obvious after the train is moving. It was as if layers of armor were being removed from his body. Liu Sheng sent Dong Qingxiu a message, and Dong Qingxiu left the military region on the same day as him. The same is going home, just follow him in both directions. Lu Sheng told Dong Qingxiu that he had gotten into the car, and then briefly asked her about the situation there. Dong Qingxiu quickly replied, everything is going well. Be honest in the car, I know that the generals in the military area are treated very well when they are away. Warn. Lu Sheng couldn't help laughing, and after thinking about it, he chose a understanding expression and sent it. Dong Qingxiu never came back. Lu Sheng didn't care either. He and Dong Qingxiu have now officially confirmed their relationship as a couple. Although they are not as intense and passionate as ordinary couples are in love, they are flat and stable, with the tacit understanding of an old couple. Lu Sheng felt pretty good too. After closing the chat box with Dong Qingxiu, Lu Sheng continued to scroll down 316 The Death of the Saint, it's interesting, isn't it? 1. Wu, Brother Sheng, when are you going back to school? I miss you. Crying. This is the message Lin Ziyi sent him, and there are dozens of unread messages. A figure with a round face and a fat man running around with a big gun appeared in Lu Sheng's mind, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. After thinking about it, he replied, I will pass by Kyoto in a while, and I will tell you when the time comes. I sent a message, but Lin Ziyi didn't reply. Maybe he is practicing or something. He is now a freshman, and it is the busiest time for his studies. Lu Sheng did have the idea of going back to Kyoto province to gather with old friends. Because the competition venue for this military exercise is located in the central military region, which is very close to Kyoto province. Adjacent to the sea area of Longguo. There are the largest and most dangerous crypt cracks in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Sea Abyss Cave. Whether it is a thermal weapon or a warrior, the ability to fight in water will be greatly affected. The strange beast came out of the water, it was hard to guard against, and it was extremely dangerous. It is said that most of the venues for the World Military Games are island terrain, and the competition format of the whole military show is also related to the rules of the World Military Show. It can be regarded as a preview of the World Military Show. I don't know what the Haiwan catacombs look like. 050 Lu Sheng's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the seat, thinking casually. He read the messages of Yang Ming, Lu Kaiming, and others, and replied a few words as appropriate. Originally, I was thinking of going home suddenly to give my family a surprise, but after thinking about it, I still said it in the group. Then within a minute dozens of messages ate. Father Lu Dahai and Mother Zheng Yufen seemed to be afraid that they would not see the news, so they had to hit him for every punctuation mark, which made Lu Sheng's head hurt. After briefly talking about the time to go home, Lu Sheng lied about something and hurriedly closed the family group. Then I flipped through the circle of friends casually. Nothing fancy either. Junior high school classmates, college classmates. No matter which circle he was in, Lu Sheng was at odds with them. Compared with ordinary people, he has long been a person of another world, another level. Lu Sheng suddenly found a circle of friends from Heilingsu. There is only one photo in Moments. In the photo, a ticket is held in one hand, and Beihai Airport is in the background. Kyoto Province. Lu Sheng was a little surprised when he saw that the destination shown on Heilingsu's ticket was in Kyoto. Under Heilingsu's circle of friends, people Lu Sheng knew commented and liked it. Lu Qinghe, Sister Lingsu is on a business trip to Kyoto? Find my brother to play with. Let him have a meal. Heilingsu replied, Hehe, I pay the bill every time I find him for dinner, speechless. Lu Qinghe, really? My brother is this kind of person. Heilingsu, that's right, he usually hides it very deeply. It seems that Lu Qinghe's task is still light. There is still time to browse Moments, chat, and every message is replied in seconds. Lu Sheng had no expression on his face, watching the two women discuss dozens of comments around his question of whether they are stingy or not. considering that after going back this time, Liu Qinghe's daily practice tasks must be revised. 5 times worse, at Liu Qinghe's age, with only such a little strength, how can she sleep at night, and how can she still have the face to use her phone during the day? Thinking to himself, Liu Sheng made a call to He Lingsu. The phone was connected quickly. Hello. Liu Sheng didn't talk nonsense, and asked straight to the point, in Kyoto? What are you doing? A little thing in business, and… He Lingsu's voice over there hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice, the old man of the Chen family is about to celebrate his 90th birthday, and the people of the Chen family invited me over. The Chen family. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he said calmly, do you need me to help you? Need not. He Lingsu's tone was quite peaceful, the Chen family was very polite to me, and they didn't make things difficult as expected. Why? Now that He Lingsu said so, Liu Sheng didn't say anything else, just said, call me anytime if you have anything to do. Also, I will come to Kyoto in a few days. If you haven't returned by then, we can meet up together. Good. On the other end of the phone, He Lingsu hung up the phone and slowly put down the phone. Sitting opposite He Lingsu, a handsome young man in a white suit flickered his eyes and asked, is that Mr. Liu? He Lingsu nodded. The man in the white suit said, if you have time, invite Mr. Liu to sit at home. Many elders in the family are very interested in him. He Lingsu looked indifferent, let's talk about it, he has been busy with martial arts and doesn't have much time at all. Oh yeah, I just said that casually, hee. The man in the white suit chuckled, picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip, an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. The Chen family actually invited He Lingsu to participate in his birthday, offered to show their favor and let him come back. This is because you are looking at the output value of Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical, if you are too hard, are you starting to be soft? Liu Sheng hung up the phone with no expression on his face. He wasn't worried about anything. He Lingsu is a smart person, he can see the Chen family's careful thinking, He Lingsu can also see it naturally. Besides, he owns 90% of Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical shares, even if He Lingsu is defeated by Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical's emotional card, no one can do anything without his nod. Take a step back, with the power I have now, the Chen family in Kyoto. Liu Sheng shook his head, too lazy to think about it anymore. He probably has more than 10,000 ways to solve this problem. Liu Sheng just passed the time in the car boringly. About half an hour later, Li Dai, who was sitting diagonally across from him, stood up, walked up to him, and asked, my lord, is it time for dinner? No, I'm not hungry yet. Liu Sheng gently touched the teacup with the back of his finger, and said casually, the tea is cold, please pour me another cup. Yes. Li Dai picked up the teacup and quickly threw it at the tea moss. With her back to Liu Sheng, she quickly poured a cup of hot tea and brought it to Liu Sheng. Liu Heng didn't raise his head, and continued to scan his phone. Li Dai sat back in her original position and lowered her head. Out of the corner of his eye, the teacup kept falling on Liu Sheng's hand. As time passed by, Liu Sheng focused on the phone in his hand, not intending to drink tea at all. 3 minutes later, Li Dai finally couldn't help but said, my lord, the tea is getting cold. Oh. Liu Sheng raised his head, his handsome face showed a bit of surprise, as if he just remembered that he still had a cup of tea. Liu Sheng picked up the teacup casually, opened the lid, and blew lightly. As long as he drinks it, my mission will be completed. Li Dai stared at Liu Sheng's movements, thinking silently. But watching Liu Sheng's lips getting closer and closer to the rim of the teacup. Suddenly, Liu Sheng stopped and looked up at Li Dai. Li Dai hurriedly lowered her head. You never seemed to rush me to drink tea before. Liu Sheng said lightly in a half-joking tone. Li Dai quickly replied, there are not many top-quality tea leaves brought out this time, I'm afraid it will be wasted, and I don't have to drink them later. That's right. Lu Sheng nodded, then took a sip of tea and said, you still have your heart. Li Dai watched Lu Sheng's Adam's apple move up and down, his heart completely let go, and he returned to peace. This tea is good, better than ever before. Lu Sheng put down the teacup. The tea in the cup had already been reduced by half. As long as adults like it. Li Dai was completely relieved. She stood up and said to Lu Sheng, my lord, I'm going to the bathroom. Lu Sheng nodded casually. Li Dai walked towards the direction of the next carriage. The genetic poison extracted from the tissue fluid of the 9th level alien beast, even if it poisons the top level bulk, only 1 minute is enough. There are also people abroad who tried to use this poison to murder a 9th level martial saint. Although they were unsuccessful, it also caused the martial saint's vitality to be seriously injured, leaving a lifelong wound that could not be healed. So this potion also has a name, it's called Sacrifice of the Saint. This medicine is as high as level 9, and the value of 1 drop is hundreds of millions. This kid can die under such medicine, it is really cheap for him. Li Dai's mind flashed through all the words the task assigner had said to her. With every step she took, her feet became lighter and lighter. As long as another minute and 1.8 minutes pass, I will be completely free. I will get rid of the control of the army, get rid of this humble and dull life, and go to a new place to start my new life. Li Dai thought silently in her heart. She looked at the scenery passing by at a high speed outside the car window, and imagined that she was now a bird, soaring freely in the vast sky. Finally, Li Dai came to the end of the carriage. She grabbed at the door handle. But when he touched the doorknob just now, he felt a burning pain coming from his hand. The surrounding environment rippled like water. Li Dai woke up like a big dream. He opened his eyes suddenly, and found that he was holding on to the faucet of the water dispenser on the tea table. The scalding hot water was continuously pouring on the back of her hand, causing it to turn red. Interesting, isn't it? A voice came from behind Li Dai. She turned around abruptly and saw Lu Sheng sitting on a massage chair less than 2 meters away from her. He tapped his eyebrows and said to her with a smile, this is called a spiritual illusion, a little trick I just learned not long ago. Suddenly, a great horror rose from the bottom of Li Dai's heart and spread throughout her whole body. Make her scalp tingle. 317 The adults asked me to do the last thing for him, too. Li Dai stood beside the tea table, looking at the end of the carriage, which was still tens of meters away, and his red palm. On the tea table, there was a clean, empty teacup, with a few pieces of tea leaves scattered in the teacup, before adding water. It turned out that, let alone getting out of this carriage, she didn't even pour new tea for Lu. Li Dai's heart was full of turmoil, but he had to force himself to be calm, and forced a smile at Lu Sheng. Your Excellency, martial arts are superb, Li Dai has really improved his knowledge today. Lu Sheng also smiled, then stretched out a hand, flipped 5 fingers, and a glass vial 4 centimeters high appeared in his hand. The bottle contained half a bottle of dark green liquid, which looked like a bottle of used essential oil. I also gained knowledge today. Lu Sheng looked at the wind oil essence in his hand, and sighed lowly. Unexpectedly, in the 300 years of martial arts, there will be a 9th level potion, and it is a poison, which can kill martial saints. Seeing the things in Lu Sheng's hands, Li Dai couldn't keep calm anymore, and his face changed drastically. She subconsciously grabbed a certain pocket on her body. Soon, she relaxed and her face returned to calm. She knelt down in front of Lu Sheng obediently, and said, please kill me, my lord. Lu Sheng held the dark green glass vial casually, stretched his body, and leaned back slightly. An inexplicable aura emanated from him, covering the entire carriage. Lu Sheng opened his mouth lightly. Li Dai, who was kneeling on the ground, obediently stood up to 02, and sat down beside the tea table. I know what adults want to ask, but I really don't know much, all I know is The people in Jidao Martial Art Museum asked you to do this, right? Liu Sheng picked up her words and said casually. Li Dai raised her head abruptly, looking at Liu Sheng with shock. When did your lord find out? Li Dai hesitated, but still asked this question. Liu Sheng put one hand on the armrest of the seat, tapped his fingers on the smooth armrest, and said casually, about half a month ago. It doesn't matter, I just want to have a good chat with you now. Li Dai's face was complicated, and there was a feeling in his heart that he didn't know how to describe it. Thanks to the fact that they have been plotting secretly for so long, it turned out that everything was already under Liu Sheng's expectation and control. And the previous experience that was like a dream. At this moment, Liu Sheng already existed like a ghost in Li Dai's heart. Can you tell me what they promise you? Liu Sheng was really curious about this. Naturally, he wouldn't say nonsense like I usually treat you well. Whether you are thin or not is not up to you, but the feeling of being treated. He just felt that, as the most promising and brightest rising star in the Eastern Military Region, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the military department had 9 levels of hope in the future. Murdering a person like yourself, you can know what the consequences will be if you think about it with your heels. What kind of price did that woman Lian Su pay to make Ji Dai willing to take such a big risk to do such a thing? By the way, let's take a look at the weight I have in Lian Su's heart now. Li Dai hesitated for a moment and said a number. This number made Liu Sheng frown slightly, a little dissatisfied. This stuff should be expensive. Liu Sheng picked up the fenjing in his hand and asked. Li Dai nodded. 1 drop costs hundreds of millions, here are at least 15 drops. That's a real waste of money. When Liu Sheng heard the specific price of the death of the saint, he immediately felt at ease again. There is one thing to say, a peerless figure like him is indeed worth the price. At this time, Li Dai said in a low voice, actually, the main thing is not how much reward they give, but what I can lose, which is really very little. I don't care anymore. Liu Sheng's eyes froze and he didn't speak. He remembered what Li Dai had told him, that her parents had died a long time ago, and besides that, she had no relatives or friends. Alone in the world. Yes, as Li Dai said, she has very little to lose, the most she has is this life. Seeing a suitable opportunity, I naturally did it without hesitation. I know that there is no forgiveness for my sin. After a long silence, Li Dai suddenly knelt down in front of Liu Sheng again, and said in a low voice, Please kill me, my lord. I beg your lord. Li Dai pressed her forehead tightly to the floor of the carriage. Don't send me back to the military area. Liu Sheng looked down at Li Dai who was prostrate on the ground, showing pity on both sides. I won't kill you, and I won't send you back to the military area. But you need to do one thing for me to make up for the mistakes you made. Li Dai raised her head, her face full of disbelief. Liu Sheng approached her cheek calmly and said softly. The expression on Li Dai's face began to change drastically, and finally returned to calm, nodding firmly. Yes. Woohoo! The whistle sounded, and the snow-white high-speed train slowly entered the station. Including the purser, 8 stewardesses with excellent figure and appearance stood at the exit of the train again and lined up in 2 lines. The handsome young man in military uniform stepped out of the train, and immediately a neat and pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Leader, walk slowly. The Junwei young man showed a smile on his face, and seemed to be in a good mood. He waved to the young and beautiful flight attendants, and then said a few words to the woman in military uniform who was following up behind him, took the silver weapon box from the other party's hand, and then strode out of the station. There were people from the military department of Dongning province who had been waiting to pick him up. A group of young and beautiful flight attendants reluctantly watched the perfect Prince Charming go away, and each of them seemed a little downcast. The slightly older purser looked at the group of guys with a smile, but when he saw the back of Liu Sheng leaving, he felt a burst of emotion in his heart. It was the first time in her life that she saw such a young and handsome chief. Although she joked about those nympho little girls, she had some thoughts in her heart. She even secretly prepared a full set of tools, but it was a pity that she didn't use them. It stands to reason that young people should like mature big sisters. The purser muttered, turned around, and suddenly saw a figure standing on the edge of the platform, motionless. It was the female officer who came with the young chief. Even if they are just the chief's subordinates, in the eyes of these little flight attendants, they are also great figures. As the saying goes, the third-rank official in front of the Prime Minister's gate, and the chief's guard may also be the chief in the future. The purser was refreshed, walked up quickly, put on the most polite and respectful smile, and asked, "Leader, is there anything I can do for you?" Li Dai, who was standing on the edge of the platform, was silent for a while, and asked, "When will the next train pass by?" "Go through." The purser was surprised by the other party's question, but still glanced at the watch in his hand, and replied, "About 5 minutes later. There is a train K3598 that will pass by Beihe Station, but will not stop." Li Dai nodded, turned her head away, and stopped talking. Seeing that the other party lost interest in talking, the flight attendant walked away wisely. Not long after she left, she saw a middle-aged man in black appearing out of nowhere and walking towards Li Dai quickly. "Damn, why is that kid still alive?" The middle-aged man walked in front of Li Dai and asked with an ugly face. Li Dai said in a low voice, "I didn't find a suitable opportunity to make a move." 263. The middle-aged man frowned, "Then what are you doing standing here now? Why don't you follow him all the time?" "My lord asked me to do one thing for him." Li Dai raised her head and answered with her mouth, but her eyes looked beyond the middle-aged man to the direction behind him. The middle-aged man looked back, but saw nothing, only a high-speed train was approaching quickly. "What's the matter?" "Forget it, it's not important." The middle-aged man said coldly, "Don't blame me for not reminding you, that person's patience is not very good, and there is not much time left for you. If you can't do it, return the things as soon as possible, and we will carry out the next step plan." "Coming." The middle-aged man was talking, but was suddenly interrupted by Li Dai's abrupt words. At this time, the roar of the train passing the station came from behind. The middle-aged man did not hear Li Dai's voice clearly, leaned closer, and frowned. "What did you say?" Li Dai's eyes reflected the rapidly approaching and magnified shadow of the snow-white high-speed train. His eyes finally fell back on the middle-aged man. She calmly said to the middle-aged man, "I said, let's die together." After finishing speaking, Li Dai hugged the middle-aged man violently and kicked hard. The moment the high-speed rail passed by, the two jumped into the rails with a swish and were quickly submerged by a column of white snow. Standing more than 10 meters away, the chief purser, who had been silently watching the movements of the two, witnessed all this. The eyes of the whole person were wide open, and the whole person stood there in a daze for several seconds. Then he came to his senses, stumbled and ran towards the train, with a panicked sound in his mouth. "Lying on the rails, on the rails. Someone committed suicide by lying on the rails." Sheng was sitting in a stretched black business sedan. Leaning on the back of the leather seat, looking sideways at the scenery outside the window, with a calm expression on his face. 318 Psychic Illusion, Will Manipulation, and Xia Pingnan who caught meals. 3. A general in charge of the Dongning Provincial Military District in military uniform sat across from him. He is over 100 years old, with the rank of Major General, and the body of a master. At this time, his posture was straight and his face was full of respect. Of course he knew the origin of the person he picked up on this trip. This time the Eastern Military Region will be ranked first in the General Star Group. The military idol of the Eastern Military Region personally ordered by the Marshal of the Eastern Region. The strength of the super top bulk, the age is too young. It's only 20 years old. Thinking of this, the chief executive couldn't help trembling physically and mentally. His grandson is more than 20 years old. At a younger age than his grandson, he has already reached a height that even he can hardly look up to. It is simply unimaginable. No wonder this one is known as Eastern District Liang in the military region. Such a peerless demeanor is indeed like the scorching sun at noon, dazzling and dazzling. And the most important thing is, this person is from Beihe City, Dongning Province. If he comes back to visit relatives this time, if he can take good care of it. The person in charge couldn't help being excited when he thought of the possibility of taking this opportunity to embrace such a thick thigh. Sheng didn't pay attention to the emotions of the person opposite, he was always thinking about his own affairs. By now Li Dai should have finished what I told her. Sheng wasn't worried that Li Dai would run away or anything. In addition to Li Dai's character of being soft on the outside and strong on the inside, there is also Sheng planted a seed in Li Dai's heart. Spiritual seeds. It can also be said to be a psychological suggestion. Or, hypnosis. Psychic power is really interesting. Sheng couldn't help sighing in his heart. After the state of emptiness entered the third level and his brain power was greatly improved, Sheng browsed the information of the fire resource curry in his spare time. I have learned a lot of messy, weird, unimaginable, interesting, and practical techniques for using mental power. In the next 10,000 years of martial arts, psychic masters will be able to rely on exercises to give birth to them. In terms of spiritual power, many people have already played tricks on them. Only then did Sheng realize what a huge treasure he had neglected before. At the 8th level of mental power, I can use many skills. If I can develop my mental power well, my overall strength will improve a lot. Sheng has grown from an ordinary high school martial arts student with a blood value of 0.8 to the Liang who is now shining in the east. It took just over a year in the middle. He is like a sapling that grows wildly. In a very short period of time, it has surpassed the process that other saplings need to take decades or even hundreds of years, and grows into a towering tree. In this case, it is already a great thing to ensure that the backbone is solid and stable. There is not much energy and time to grow enough dense branches and leaves. Sheng needed time to settle. Spiritual fantasy, will control. These two are the two mental power tricks that Sheng used just now. In fact, it is not a small skill, it is the inheritance of the top spiritual master found after the 7th level of authority. It's just that they didn't enter the Tinder project, so they were all classified into the column of tips by Sheng. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The former, as the name suggests, is to use mental power to deceive the 5 senses of the other party, and build a world that you want the other party to see, hear, smell, and perceive. Just like a dream. The reality of this dream depends on the strength of the spiritual master's mental power, the ability to control mental power, and the degree of restoration of various details, etc. With Sheng's 8th level mental strength, it is not too easy to build a small carriage. Moreover, Sheng is not a temporary construction. From the moment he walked into the carriage with Li Dai, a dream that he wove specially for Li Dai has quietly unfolded. Sheng used it for the first time, and the effect was surprisingly good. Especially the moment when the dream was shattered, it was really shocking, and Sheng, the creator of the dream, was full of sense of accomplishment. As for will control, the means are a little more relaxed: psychological suggestion, conscious hypnosis. If you are rough, just use your own mental power to suppress, defeat the defense line of the opponent's will, and forcibly control everything about the opponent. Of course, the consequences of this will be worse. The person being manipulated will collapse, at the slightest, he will become a lunatic, and at the worst, he will be directly brain dead. In fact, the seed of spiritual power that Sheng planted in Li Dai's mind is very simple: atonement. Do one last thing for him that is enough to wash away her sins. Driven by guilt, remorse, fear, and other emotions, the only thing Li Dai can do is probably to sacrifice her own life. Whatever the reason, a mistake is a mistake. Since you made a mistake, you will naturally have to pay the corresponding price for your mistake. This is Liu Sheng's consistent guideline. Whether it's Dong Shenji or Li Dai, it's the same. Looking at the cold winter scenery passing by outside the window, Liu Sheng suddenly noticed a subtle change in his personality and mentality. My heart seems to have hardened a lot. If this can better protect the people around me from being hurt. Liu Sheng thought silently, then make it harder. Shua. The small window leading to the driver's cab at the front of the car suddenly opened, and a young officer with a mobile phone leaned half his body in and whispered in the ear of the Major General of the Dongning military region who was sitting opposite Liu Sheng. The latter's expression changed suddenly, and he reported to Liu Shengui in a somewhat ugly manner, Liu Zhou, the guard Li Dai who accompanied you, just committed suicide by lying on the train. With a surprised look on Liu Sheng's face, he quickly asked the Major General of the Dongning military region a few words, and then ended the topic with a slightly gloomy expression. In fact, there was no disturbance in my heart, which was expected after all. At this time, Liu Sheng suddenly sensed the warning signal from the 6 immortal cells in the center of his eyebrows. Just like the last time Dong Qingxiu was in danger in the catacombs. After the number of immortal cells increased to 6, this omen became much clearer. Liu Sheng already knew that the warning signal was about himself and his family. And it's still very weak, far less intense than last time. It seems that after Li Dai's poisoning failed, Lian Su still has other means waiting for me. Liu Sheng had a calm expression on his face, then reached out and rubbed his brows gently, and asked the Major General of the Dongning military region. How long until my house? The Major General asked about the cab, and got a quick reply, half an hour. Liu Sheng nodded, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Dong Qingxiu's number. The phone was connected, and Dong Qingxiu's calm voice came. Hello. Qingxiu, it's me. Liu Sheng looked out the window, the scenery reflected on the car window passed by at a high speed, and was pulled into cold grey lines in his eyes. Do me a favor. Lian Su is right. Since you want to play, I will play with you to the end. Let's do it once and for all. Washington District, Liu family. More than a dozen black cars lined up neatly on the driveway in front of the Liu family villa. The first extended car with a small flag and license plate number Dong D00001 is particularly eye-catching. The Liu family once again became the focus of many people in the community. Anyone who has experienced the last incident of He Denglong honking 9 times knows. This is the governor of Dongning province, visiting the Liu family again. Asterisk sit. Xia Pingnan, who was still dressed in a Chinese tunic suit, stood in the living room of Lu's house, and greeted Liu Dahai and Zhang Yufen to sit down with a smile. It seems that he is the owner of this house. We're all old friends, why are you still being so restrained? The mayor of Beihe City, Xiao Yuhe, the head of the Beihe City Martial Arts Association. Basically, all the prominent figures in Beihe City are present. Compared with the last time Liu Sheng ascended the dragon in the whole country, it was even more lively. Oh, Xia Xingdu, why did you come here in person again? Liu Dahai and Zhang Yufen's couple were full of excitement and joy, and they were a little speechless. Liu Dahai slapped his forehead and hurriedly urged Liu Qinghe who was standing aside, Xia He, hurry up and make tea for the guests. Why? Liu Qinghe responded, and ran away. Xia Pingnan sat down on the sofa and said with a smile, today, a high-ranking figure from the military region came to Beihe City, and I rushed to receive him. I thought I hadn't visited for a long time, so I stopped by to have a look. I never thought that it was such a coincidence that Liu Sheng also returned home today. Xia Pingnan, have good food. Today I can eat the dishes cooked by Mrs. Liu again. The last time I was a guest, it reminded me so far. Zhang Yufen's face was full of radiance, both embarrassed and happy, and said, Xia provincial governor eats too many delicacies from mountains and seas on weekdays, and once in a while, I feel fresh when I eat our family's simple food. How can I have any skills? If you don't mind, come every day, I will make it for you every day. Xia Pingnan said with a smile, Madame Lu is modest. It is not easy to raise a national champion in dragon martial arts and the #1 young martial artist in the country. Harmful. A group of people sat on the sofa and chatted. Xiaoping, who is the governor of the southern province, is also a master of martial arts. Talking to Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufen, they didn't put on airs at all. The atmosphere in the living room was quite cheerful and harmonious. Mainly Lu Sheng, Kailan's son of the Lu family, is really amazing. Xia Pingnan paid special attention to it, and even went to Lu's house to grab a meal at the checkpoint where he was about to receive important figures from the military. 319 The top big shot from the eastern military region, Lu Sheng? 4. Xia Pingnan actually didn't pay much attention to Lu Sheng. But every time he thought about paying attention, the results he got would startle him. The last time I paid attention, it was Lu Sheng who single-handedly wiped out the Ma Koyun gang of criminals across the country. Last time, it was Lu Sheng who pushed the 7 sacred pagodas horizontally, breaking the record of the 7 sacred great martial pagodas in one breath. Last time, it was Lu Sheng who won the first place in the National College Student Martial Arts competition and became the king among young martial artists, beating Jideo Twin Stars and Transcendent Sheng Miao at the National College Student Martial Arts Tournament. The news was more shocking each time, and Xia Pingnan even felt that he might not be too surprised when he heard the news that Lu Sheng was promoted to Grandmaster next time. On the contrary, there may be another sentence, oh, it's almost time to be a master. Thinking about it feels outrageous. Xia Pingnan personally congratulated Lu Sheng when he ascended the dragon, and also gave him a lot of benefits, including a valuable quasi-level 7 spear. Although it is full of sincerity, it is more of Xia Pingnan's habitual investment behavior. Make good friends with some martial arts geniuses with great potential in advance, pay a little price in the early stage, and when the other party grows up, you can often get 10 times or even 100 times the return. The kindness of knowing you, bowl is to maxima. Many warriors in high positions do this. Many relationships and contacts are established in this way. 10 years ago, just pour some water on a seed and apply some fertilizer. 10 years later, if you don't guarantee it, you will be able to harvest a tree full of fruits. Xia Pingnan has made quite a few similar investments, but Lu Sheng is definitely the one that surprised him the most. Every once in a while, the daily limit, every once in a while, the daily limit. The speed of growth, good guy. This is also the biggest reason why Xia Pingnan came to Lu's house this time. The emotional connection cannot be broken. Those who have similar thoughts with Xia Pingnan also include the man standing behind him now, a red-faced and vigorous Pentecostal man. Xiao Yuhi, head of the Beihai Martial Arts Association. Xiao Yuhi has already begun to enjoy the return of his early investment in Lu Sheng. Recently, the Kyoto Martial Arts Association intends to appoint Xiao Yuhi as the vice president of the Dongning Provincial Martial Arts Association. Leaping from the city to the province, Xiao Yuhi finally broke through the shackles of his official career. If he can be promoted to Grandmaster in the future, it is not impossible to reach Xia Pingnan's height in the future, and become a governor of a province. Grandpa Xia, please drink tea. Grandpa Xiao, drink tea. Mayor Bai, drink some tea. Lu King he held the brewed tea cups and handed them to the people in the living room one by one. He was well behaved and sensible, and he was very cute at first glance. Xia Pingnan saw Lu King he serving tea to 7 or 8 people in the living room. His hands and feet were steady and orderly. His eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. He stretched out his hand to lightly touch Lu King he's arm, and quickly retracted it. Turning to look at Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufen, he said with emotion, "You two are so lucky. In 2 years, the Lu family will probably want more city or provincial champions. The youngest daughter of the Lu family is only a few years old this year, and her vitality has already broken through the second level and is heading towards the third level. Moreover, the foundation is solid and stable, without any sense of vanity, which is even more rare. How long has it been since you last saw this little girl? This speed of progress is really not slow. Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufen smiled and said, it's all thanks to her brother, who sent all kinds of tonics back, and often urged her to practice at home. She herself is very skinny, she knows how to play with her mobile phone every day. Xia Pingnan nodded and said, with Lu Sheng Wudao in front, you should relax. How can two ordinary citizens, Lu Haihei and Zheng Yufen, compare with a talented warrior like Lu Sheng, who can easily earn resources that ordinary people can't afford in a lifetime or even a few lifetimes? Under such circumstances, it is obviously too easy to cultivate another martial arts expert, not to mention that the little girl Lu Qinghe is not bad in martial arts. Without any exaggeration, the lintel of the Lu family must definitely be upgraded to many levels because of Lu Sheng. It is not impossible to become a martial arts family in the future, and a wealthy family. Did Lu Sheng say when he'll be home? Xia Pingnan took a sip of tea and casually asked Lu Haihei and his wife. Lu Hai said, Xiao Sheng came back from the military area, counting the time, it should be almost here. Military region. Xia Pingnan was taken aback, and asked in surprise, has Lu Sheng entered the military area? Isn't that right? He said he was bored in school, so he joined the army. A while ago, he said that we should move to the eastern military region. Hey, you said he was just messing around, he went to the army after less than half a year in a good university. Lu Haihei looked a little worried. Xia Pingnan was rather surprised. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng has already enlisted in the army. But think about it, he has become the king of youth martial arts, even the stage of Shengwu University is a bit small for him. If you want to pursue a higher breakthrough, you can only go to the military battlefield. I can bring my family there, it seems that Lu Sheng is doing well in the military region. Xia Pingnan thought about it, thinking that he would ask his friends in the eastern military region to inquire about Lu Sheng's news. This kid is now flying into the sea, I'm afraid it won't be long before he can completely soar into the sky. Xia Pingnan said a few words of emotion in his heart, and then chatted with Lu Haihei and his wife. He was the majestic governor of a province, and he chatted with the two about the recent rise in pork prices, whether the wages of couriers need to be increased, and other topics. It is also difficult. While chatting, there was a sudden sound of a horn outside the door. Everyone in the living room turned their heads involuntarily. Is Xiao Sheng back? Lu Haihei and his wife stood up in surprise, and Lu Qinghe's eyes lit up. Xia Pingnan didn't speak, someone hurried in from the door and whispered something in Xia Pingnan's ear. Xia Pingnan nodded slightly, and the aura belonging to the governor of a province exuded again, and his expression was quite dignified. It's the car of the Major General of the Dongning Provincial Military Region. He probably came to find me. Xia Pingnan said to Lu Haihei and his wife, you two, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat today's meal. This time, there are important figures from the Eastern Military Region coming to Beihe, so I have to go and receive them in person. Oh. Lu Dahai and his wife suddenly realized, and quickly said, Mr. Xia, you are busy, don't, care about us. Then when Lu Sheng comes back, I'll pick another time to visit. Sure. Xia Pingnan was sent out of the house by Lu Haihei's family. A group of people went outside, I saw two more cars outside the courtyard of Lu's villa. One of them is not inferior to Xia Pingnan's car in terms of appearance, specifications, or license plate. In the eyes of some people, it may have a greater deterrent effect. SD East 0001. Major General of the Dongning Provincial Military Region, the car of the Supreme Commander. They parked together with Xia Pingnan's car, one government and one army, and the two top figures in Dongning Province were all present. At this moment, an officer in military uniform has already rushed down from the car behind. Several people have a smell of iron and blood, which is completely different from ordinary warriors. Standing in front of the door of the first car like a pole, they are arranged on both sides. He has a straight figure and eyes like nails. From the perspective of Xiaopingnan and others, only the silhouettes of the two people on the left and right can be seen. The footsteps of these officers are as precise as if they were measured with a ruler. Old Jian's ostentation. Xiaopingnan, who was standing on the steps, couldn't help feeling emotional. I'm really envious once I see it. Lao Qian is the head of the Dongning Provincial Military Region and an old friend of Xiaopingnan. An officer opened the door. Soon, Xiaopingnan was quite familiar with a figure wearing a general's military uniform emerged from the car. Old money. Xiaopingnan showed a smile on his face, and shouted with a smile, walked down the steps, and was about to walk towards the other party. But he didn't think about it. The general gave him a quick wink, then quickly turned around, returned to the ranks of soldiers on both sides, bowed halfway, and faced the car door in an extremely respectful posture. Xiaopingnan's eyes popped. To make Lao Qian, the highest commander of the Dongning Provincial Military Region, a major general of the military department, treat him so respectfully. The boss of the Eastern Military Region. The real big man in the military. Coming. Right in front of the car. But why come here directly? Strangeness. Xiaopingnan didn't have time to think too much. The casualness and smile on his face quickly subsided, and his expression became serious again. The important figures in the military region are here, give me some energy. Xiaopingnan quickly opened his mouth to give orders. Within a second, Xiao Yuhi, the mayor of Beihe City, and some leading figures in the province who were following behind him all stood upright and solemn. A person who can make provincial governor Xiaopingnan and the major general of the military region treat him so solemnly. That's really a top big shot. Liu Haihei's family also became tense due to the atmosphere, and hurriedly retreated. At this time, a figure shook in the black car door, and someone was coming out. Xiaopingnan and the others watched closely. They saw a shiny black alloy boot stepping out of the car and stepping lightly on the cold and hard concrete floor in front of the car door. Immediately afterwards, a figure walked out of the car completely. Wearing a dark blue military uniform, alloy boots under his feet, and a black belt buckled around his waist. He is more than 1.9 meters tall, with a very well-proportioned and slender figure, and a tall and straight figure. As soon as this person stepped out of the car, a powerful aura spread out quickly, suppressing the others in an instant. Naturally, it became the center of the audience. Xiaopingnan's gaze immediately focused on the chest of the other party, where medals were hung. One of the medals shining like a diamond made Xiaopingnan's pupils shrink suddenly. Diamond Dragon Medal. Then shift the opponent's shoulder position. The neatly arranged golden stars on the epaulets made Xiaopingnan dazzled for a moment. Xiaopingnan is not an ordinary person who doesn't know anything about the military, he knows the meaning of these epaulet stars very well. Top stars. The top general star he has only seen in his life. In the end, it is the appearance of the other party. When Xiaopingnan saw the other party's appearance clearly, he was stunned for an instant. Completely stunned, as if seeing an extremely incredible, unbelievable scene. Not just Xiaopingnan. And the people behind Xiaopingnan, after seeing the faces of the people who got on and off the car, all fell into the same state of rigidity and sluggishness. 320 Major General hands clothes, Provincial Governor looks up, I and number 039, am in love. 1. The person who got out of the car looked extremely young. He looked about 20 years old. He was wearing a military cap, with fair skin and delicate and clear facial features, like a gorgeous cold weapon hanging on the wall. His eyes were as calm as water, lightly falling on Xiaopingnan and the others. Xiaopingnan, Xiao Yuhi, the mayor of Beihe City and others were all taken aback. The appearance of this military figure made them very familiar. Except for some differences in appearance details, there is also a gap in aura, which is almost the same as Liu Sheng, the Kailan son of the Liu family in their memory. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Xia Pingnan was also the governor of a province, so he quickly recovered from his astonishment. Xiao Yui and the others behind them also tensed their faces, and there was a trace of strangeness in their eyes. Liu Qinghe hid behind the crowd and probed his head. When he saw the handsome young man who had just got off the car, he was about to blurt out, "Brother! Woo-woo!" But he was immediately dragged back by a pair of big hands covering his mouth. "My little aunt!" Liu Haihei looked nervous, and lowered his voice, "That is a big man who even the provincial governor would look up to. No matter how powerful your brother is, can you compare with this kind of big man? Don't shout nonsense!" "But it does look like Xiao Sheng." Zheng Yufen muttered softly aside. "Okay, stop talking," Liu Haixiang said to the two of them, and dragged them to stand obediently in the corner. But when he said this, Liu Dahai looked at the big man with surprise and confusion. So much like his son. Are there really two people in this world who look so much alike? Liu Zhou. The military Major General Lao Qian, who was waiting outside the car door, held a military overcoat in both hands, and handed it to the handsome young man respectfully. "Continental seat." The Major General hands over the clothes. Xia Pingnan and the others were shocked again. There was no longer any delay, and Kikai quickly walked towards the opponent. Liu Sheng shook his head casually at the overcoat handed over by the Major General of the Dongning Provincial Military Region. "It's at the door of the house, why are you still wearing a coat?" At this time, Yuan Pingnan and the others had already approached. Xia Pingnan, governor of Dongning Province, has met the general of the military region, the army seat. Xia Pingnan's voice was resonant, his figure was straight, and he was neither humble nor overbearing, yet with obvious respect. Having honed his official career for many years, Xia Pingnan has long been able to handle such occasions with ease. But he never thought that standing in front of him was a handsome young man who would make Xia Pingnan, the Grand Master, tremble with just a look in his eyes. He suddenly smiled at him, and said, "Old Xia, why, haven't seen you for half a year, don't you know me anymore?" "Well..." Xia Pingnan was stunned for a moment. The next moment, Junwei Youth said, "I am Liu Sheng. I am Liu Sheng." In an instant, including Xia Pingnan, everyone present felt as if they were hit by thunder from the sky, their bodies trembled violently, and a big bell rang in their minds. Buzz buzz! Liu Sheng! It's Liu Sheng! In front of him, wearing a top general uniform, with the diamond dragon medal on his chest, and with so many stars on his shoulders that there are countless stars at a glance, the top figure in the eastern military region is actually Liu Sheng. Not a look-alike. That is. Rao is the governor of the southern province of Xiaoping, with a high position and authority, and his emotions almost broke through the threshold. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that a martial arts genius who invested half a year ago would grow into a towering tree in the blink of an eye, reaching a height that even he would look up to. What exactly did Liu Sheng experience in the military region? Also, the conspicuous stars on Liu Sheng's shoulders represent combat power. How did he practice? Two questions Xia Pingnan and others couldn't help but stir in their minds. It was as if countless planes were clinging to their scalps, rumbling and circling back and forth. "Brother! It's my brother!" Liu Qinghe's voice sounded, full of joy. "Say it, it's the old man!" Liu Qinghe broke free from Liu Haihei's shackles, rushed up like a lark, and ran to Liu Sheng. Looking up at him, the stars in his eyes popped out one after another, full of admiration. "Brother, you look so handsome in this outfit." Liu Sheng stretched out his hand to touch Liu Qinghe's head, and said with a smile, "It's a lot taller." It has indeed grown taller, Liu Qinghe is almost 1.7 meters tall. Standing in front of Liu Sheng, Sheng looked quite slim. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, Xia Tian, that shriveled and green little girl, had grown into a big girl. Even Liu Sheng couldn't help feeling how fast time passed. Liu Haihei and Zheng Yufen, after a short period of shock and astonishment, can be considered to have recovered. After all, his own son, whose blood is thicker than water, didn't dare to recognize him at first, but now that he has confirmed his identity, it doesn't matter who he is. The whole family stood at the door talking. Liu Qinghe's silver bell-like laughter kept ringing. The door of the villa next door opened, and the old professor wearing glasses poked his head out and took a look. Hey, the Liu family's Wuokwa star is back. This scene is even bigger. Xia Pingnan and the others just stood by and watched. At first, I was shocked and stunned, but later I came back to my senses and found it incredible, and then became silent. There are mixed feelings in my heart, and no one can tell. Let's go in and talk again, it's cold outside. Liu Sheng greeted his parents to come in. Although it didn't snow in Beihe City, it was still cold, and it was winter in Beijing. Well, Liu Dahai and his wife were very happy, and they greeted Xia Pingnan and others by the way, as well as the Major General of the military region who had been holding the military coat for Liu Sheng. Let's go into the house together, leaders. Never mind. Xia Pingnan smiled wryly, and declined politely, Liu Zhou just came back, we outsiders will not disturb your family relationship, and come to visit another day. After finishing speaking, he looked at Liu Sheng. It mainly depends on Liu Sheng's meaning. Liu Sheng's words are bigger than anyone else. But Liu Sheng didn't hold back, nodded and said, Xiao Lao. Let's treat you to tea some other day. Xia Pingnan nodded, Xiao Yuhi blushed even more excitedly. It seems that Liu Sheng can still remember his name and mention it alone, which is an extremely honorable thing. Oh, how nice it is to stay and have a meal, all the food is bought. Liu Dahai and Zheng Yufen looked regretful, but they didn't say much, and were sent into the room by Liu Sheng. Military Major General Lao Qian held Liu Sheng's military overcoat, and respectfully sent it through the door before turning around and leaving. It looks like the guard next to the chief. When the gate of Lu's house was closed, the group left 2 officers guarding the gate of Lu's house, and the rest quickly got into the car. 0, asking for flowers. Xia Pingnan got into the car that the military area sent Liu Sheng directly. As soon as the car door was closed, the shock on Xia Pingnan's face showed little by little. Old Jian, tell me quickly, what is going on with this Liu Zhou? What is the situation? The Major General of the military region, Old Jian, was beckoning the driver to drive. While thinking of something, he looked surprised and said, Don't tell me, the martial arts genius you valued before is this one. Xia Pingnan looked complicated, otherwise what do you think? Fug. Lao Qian uttered a foul language, was stunned for a few seconds, then looked at Xia Pingnan with an indescribably envious look, and said, Old Xia, you are going to make a fortune. The convoy of black cars drove out of the community slowly, carrying the aftertaste of shock in the car away. Liu family. Brother, how did you become a general of the military region? When did it happen? Yeah, Xiao Sheng, how come you have become a big shot in the eastern military region? Even the provincial governor has to be so polite when he sees you. As soon as Liu Sheng entered the house, he was surrounded by his parents, Liu Qinghe, and 3 people who kept asking questions. Sitting in front of the table, Liu Sheng stretched out his hand to rub the slightly beating eyebrows, unbuttoned the first button of the collar of the military uniform, thought for a while and said, I'll explain to you later. Mom and Dad, I have more important things to discuss with you now. It was the first time that Liu Haihei and Zheng Yufen saw Liu Sheng's serious expression, and they couldn't help but become serious. I quickly sat down on the chair, feeling that something big had happened. Xiao Sheng, what's the matter? Liu Haihai and his wife showed a little nervousness on their faces. Liu Sheng declared calmly, "I'm in love." "What?" Half an hour later. "That's pretty much it." Liu Sheng stopped talking, picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip, his expression slightly helpless. He expected that when the news came out, his parents would react greatly, but he didn't expect it to be so overwhelming. Pulling him and asking questions for half an hour, all kinds of coping were more difficult than him going into the burrow to kill strange beasts for half an hour. "That's why you want us to go to the military region." Liu Haihai was thoughtful. Liu Sheng put down his water glass, nodded and said, "When I come back this time, I want to take you to the military area to meet her in person." "Okay." Zheng Yufen's eyes lit up, she tugged at Liu Haihai's arm, and said, "It just so happens that our whole family hasn't traveled for several years." "Yes." Liu Dahai was also a little moved when he heard it, and discussed with Zheng Yufen, "We will be on vacation next week, let's go shopping. This is the first time we meet someone, so we can't come empty-handed." "Well, I also have to ask the supermarket for leave in advance." Liu Sheng said abruptly, "We're leaving tomorrow." "What?" Both Liu Dahai and Zheng Yufen were shocked. Ever since he learned that Liu Sheng found a girlfriend, and that his girlfriend wasn't Yang Du, Liu Qinghe, who didn't talk much, pouted and said, "Why not so soon?" Liu Sheng said sternly, "Yes, she is usually busy, so she has a rest recently, and she is late and has no time to accompany you. How about this?" Liu Sheng thought for a while, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Dong Qingxiu's number. "I'll let her chat with you by herself." 321 Black Demon Club, Hezo, I want to ask you for a favor, too. "Yes, Aunt. Although we are a military region, we have everything. Shopping malls, supermarkets, movie theaters, restaurants, are also close to several 5A level tourist attractions. Come and I will take you shopping. Come tomorrow morning, no matter by plane or high-speed rail, you can arrive in the afternoon, and I will pick you up. You don't need to bring anything, the military department will provide everything." On the sofa in the living room, Zheng Yufen held a mobile phone in both hands, smiling until wrinkles appeared on her face. "Okay, definitely come." Liu Haihai was next to Zheng Yufen, and laughed heartily from time to time. Although Liu Qinghe has always wanted to match Liu Sheng and Yang Yuan, he was a little unhappy at first. But after seeing Dong Qingxiu in the video, these emotions dissipated immediately. In the video Dong Qingxiu showed her elegance, beauty, intelligence, and generosity, even Liu Qinghe had to admit it. Although senior sister Yang Yuan is good, compared with such a woman, there is really a gap. In comparison, Liu Sheng, who is now dressed in a military uniform, has an image and temperament that resembles the warlord marshal in the girls' manga, and Dong Qingxiu is more suitable. I already knew it would work. Not far away, seeing the Qi Erkai family who chatted happily with Dong Qingxiu, Liu Sheng felt relieved. Liu Sheng's idea is simple. Let's deceive the family to go to the military region first, and wait for him to completely solve the problem on Lian Su's side. When they want to come back, they can still settle in the military area. With his own strength, it is obviously difficult to convince his parents within half a day, and he doesn't have that much patience and effort. So Liu Sheng thought of a good way, to ask Dong Qingxiu to invite them over in the name of meeting his future daughter-in-law. The results are surprisingly good. What made Liu Sheng even more unexpected was Dong Qingxiu's performance. Be generous. In the video, she is wearing simple home clothes, but she shows her ladylike temperament and style, which is deeply loved by her parents and her family. It really deserves to go to the hall. Liu Sheng didn't bother his mother and the others, and went up to the second floor quietly by himself. I haven't been home for several months, and the room on the second floor is still tidy and clean, without any dust. It is estimated that my mother had already cleaned it before I came back. Liu Sheng sat at the table, entered the third level of the emptiness state, and began to think about the next plan and steps. It's been almost 2 hours since the failure of Li Dai's plan. Not surprisingly, Lian Su's follow-up, Duan Yat, is about to follow up. A dark green vial the size of Fenjing appeared in Liu Sheng's hand, turning it freely between his fair and slender fingers. Even if it's for this bottle of saint's death, she won't let it go like this. Don't look at this small bottle, the value is estimated to be more than 5 billion, even Lian Su, who is the wife of Wu Sheng, has to feel sorry for her. I just don't know what her follow-up method is. I'm stupid, it's not hard to know that. Liu Sheng sat on the chair and closed his eyes. A minute later, he woke up again. Opening his eyes, a strange light flashed in his pupils. Dark Demon Society. Liu Sheng never expected that Lian Su's backer would be the Black Demon Society. Liu Sheng is no stranger to this organization. When he came into contact with Huan he went through the information of similar international organizations. The Black Demon Society is more mysterious than the Ring Seal and the Dark Star, and few people know its details. But at Tinder Curry, there are no secrets. The Black Demon Society is an international terrorist organization with elements of occult, and is extremely keen on experiments on human transformation with alien animal genes. They call themselves demon gods, and even use Solomon's 72-pillar demon gods as the code name of the most powerful person in the organization. Among them, there are even 9th-level martial saint-level powerhouses. There is the shadow of the Lion Kingdom behind the Black Devils Society, which is one of the reasons why the Black Devils Society can always exist in the world. It's a pity that the information doesn't describe exactly which demon gods Lian Su invited from the Black Demon Society to kill me this time. But it doesn't matter. Liu Sheng's eyes were calm, he looked at the saint's death in his palm, and said in a low voice, "Anyway, whether it's now or in the future, even Su will die. It proves that this attack is doomed to fail." Ding dong! The mobile phone at hand rang. Liu Sheng gently put down the death of the saint, and then picked up the phone. The message was sent by Dong Qingxiu. Nailed it! Liu Sheng raised his brows and eyes, and made a grimace in the past. Dong Qingxiu quickly replied with a white-eyed expression, and then said, "How did you plan it yourself?" Liu Sheng calmly replied, "As long as my family members enter the military area safely, I will take care of the rest." Dong Qingxiu was silent for a while, and then came back with a message. "Careful. If there is anything I can do to help, just tell me." Liu Sheng smiled, then exited the chat box and made a call. Soon, the phone was connected. "The 9th Theatre Command of the Eastern Military Region, who is it?" "I'm Liu Sheng, take Commander He Dingjun for me." The voice on the other side of the phone immediately rose a few degrees, and said eagerly, "Wait a moment." 10 seconds later, He Dingjun's voice rang on the other end of the phone. "Liu Sheng, I'm He Dingjun, what's the matter?" Liu Sheng looked at Saint Zhi's hang in front of him, and said calmly, "Hezo, I would like to ask you for a favor." Early the next morning, there are 3 members of the Liu family, with big bags and small bags, all dressed neatly and looking like they are going out for a trip. There were already several military cars waiting at the door. Officers in military uniform quickly came up and snatched the luggage from Liu Dahai and Zheng Yufen's hands, and carefully carried it into the car. "Brother, you really don't want to go with us?" Liu Qinghe asked the school for leave overnight, and at the moment she was also in the excitement of her upcoming trip, but when she learned that Liu Sheng was not going with them, she pouted unhappily. Zheng Yufen also nagged, "Yeah, I thought you came back to pick us up." Liu Sheng explained, "The military department has a mission, so we have to go there. But don't worry, everything has been arranged for Qingxiu in the military region. Let her take you to play for 2 days first, and come back immediately after my task is completed." "All right." Liu Qinghe grabbed the sleeve of his military coat, feeling unhappy. Liu Dahai was cheerful, "The mission of the country is above all else, you must understand Xiao Sheng. Son, go and behave well. Dad is proud of you. Listening to Lu Haihei's slogan that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile. Then personally send them to the car and watch them leave. After a few cars left the field of view, the smile on Lu Sheng's face gradually subsided. His eyes became sharp again, and his aura was strong and cold. Lu Zhou, your car has been arranged and you can leave at any time. An officer next to him came up and bowed his head to report. Lu Sheng nodded, then let's go. Yes. The last car carrying Lu Sheng drove out of the community and headed in another direction. The car drove into the main driveway, and a dozen cars parked in the main driveway immediately started to defend it. Formed a rather spectacular black convoy, driving towards the city center. Lu Sheng sat in the car and dialed a phone number with his mobile phone. He seat. Don't worry Lu Sheng, the military region has specially sent a team of generals and fighters over here, and within 2 hours, your family will arrive safely in the military region. Thank you, He Zhou. About the Black Devils Society you mentioned, I have already informed the local military districts along the way, and I will fully cooperate with your plan. By the way, Lu Sheng, do you really need me to report to a higher level and send experts to help you? He Dingjun's voice was a little low, and he said, the strength of the terrorist organization Black Demon Society should not be underestimated. 3 years ago, the southern military region had dealt with Bayman, the 9th demon god among the 72 demon gods of the Black Demon Society. 5 A-level general star squads encircled and suppressed them, including 4 top general stars above 15 stars. He also killed 3 of them and wounded 7 of them and managed to escape. These top 10 guys definitely already have the strength of the general level or even above the general level. If you deal with it alone, it will be very troublesome. Sitting in the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the 9th War Zone, He Dingjun's face was slightly gloomy, with a bit of solemnity and worry on his face. The terrorist attack that happened in the southern military region 3 years ago was quite a big deal at the time, and it was all on the international news. That was also the time when Dragon Kingdom had the deepest understanding of the sharpness of the fangs of the Black Demon Society, one of the 3 notorious international terrorist organizations. The sacrifice of 1 2.6 top generals with the potential of generals and 2 5-star generals really made the military's heart hurt for a long time. This time, the news of the Black Demon Society broke out again. Although it may not necessarily be the top 10 demon god powerhouse, it still made He Dingjun feel tight. At this time, He Dingjun heard Lu Sheng's chuckle from the phone. Trouble? He Zhou, you are joking. The trouble is with them. The rats hiding in the dark are indeed a headache. Because you don't know when they will suddenly jump out and bite you hard. But if they lose this advantage, they should be the ones who should be afraid of headaches. Want to do this? Lu Sheng was sitting in the car, holding a mobile phone in one hand, and playing with a small dark green bottle of essential oil in the other, and said calmly, just set a trap, and put a fragrant bait in the center of the trap, and put them out of the water. Just draw it out from the dark corners. Say yes, He Zhou. Lu Sheng casually turned his head to look out the window, his eyesight was very strong. Through the gaps of tall buildings, he can clearly see. On the rooftop of a high-rise hotel a few kilometers away, a blond man in black was looking at this side with a telescope. 322 The plan begins to attack the 7th immortal cell. 3. Now Lu Sheng's mental power is fully radiated, enough to cover Fang Yuan's range of nearly 30 kilometers. Any corner, any location, is clearer and more comprehensive than satellite monitoring. Coupled with the enhancement of the thinking ability of the 3rd level of the empty state, it is not too easy to find a few suspicious people within a few kilometers nearby. Sure enough, it's already here. Lu Sheng detected a skull tattoo pattern with horns on the target person's arm to confirm his idea. This is one of the hallmarks of members of the Dark Society. It's a pity that this guy's strength is too weak, he only has the strength of a 6th level warrior, and he is probably only a peripheral member, a small guy or something like that. Sheng didn't pay much attention to it, and looked away after a glance. Okay, then follow your plan. I have arranged for people to cooperate with your plans and actions this time, and help you dispatch people from the local military region. Thank you, Hezo. After hearing Liu Sheng's calm words, He Dingjun hung up the phone. His expression was a little complicated. After thinking quietly for a while, He Dingjun shook his head suddenly, and said with a wry smile, He Dingjun, you are an imposing military general, are you not as decisive and courageous as a 20-year-old boy now? It's really. With the strength shown by that kid in the military competition, even if the top 10 demon gods from the Black Demon Society come over, so what? It may not be his opponent. Both of them are enough, no matter how bad you are, you can escape. Since that kid can think of using his body as bait, he naturally has enough grasp and confidence. Worry about him ass. Thinking of this, He Dingjun immediately relaxed. 02 Back then, Liu Sheng single-handedly overthrew the entire Eastern Military Region General and Star Group in the Military Region Grand Competition, without any single move. The scene of interrupting Dong Shenji's military career is still vivid in He Dingjun's mind. That was a terrifying strength that even a general-level powerhouse like him would be terrified of. As the marshal said, if Liu Sheng retreats, he will be a commander, and if he advances, he will be called a saint. Such a demon-like character, there is nothing to worry about him. What should be worried about is the group of people from the Black Magic Society who are going to intercept and kill Liu Sheng. Beihe Urban Area. A tall, blonde man with a straight nose was wearing a tight black combat suit, standing on the top of a tall building. Looking at the black convoy driving slowly on the street in the distance, he put down the binoculars in his hand. Find the target. The strange language was spoken from the man's mouth, not the language of the Dragon Kingdom. An invisible communicator was plugged into the man's ear, and a voice in the same language as him came out of the communicator. Follow up and report the target route at any time. Okay. The strong man said something, and then jumped directly from the edge of the roof. He used the air conditioners on the wall of the building to descend from the top to the bottom of the building in a few breaths. Then he quickly got into a car parked on the side of the road and drove quickly towards the location of the target convoy in his memory. In the car, the man was skillfully manipulating the steering wheel to shuttle through the traffic while talking to the voice on the communicator. By the way, Jay, do you know what the goal is this time? I heard that the top 10 adults all came here for this. The voice of the communicator quickly replied, not only that, there are more than one adults here. Good guy. The man let out a low cry in surprise, and said with emotion, is our target this time the son of Martial Sage Longuo? It is even more expensive than the son of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Sage. It is one of the stars identified by the Dragon Kingdom Military Department as the most likely to become a martial saint in the future. He seems to be only in his 20s, and his combat power is estimated to be above 30 stars, which is about the same as the 10th ranked adult of our Black Magic Society. 20 years old, 30-star combat power, comparable to the 10th demon god. Be good. The man was amazed and smacked his lips. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Then who the hell wants him to die? This kind of genius is a valuable asset to any organization in any country. The voice in the communicator laughed and said, G. Ross, no country or organization in the world can be monolithic. To some, he is a treasure. But to others, he was poison. So we need to get rid of him before the poison is completely brewed. The voice in the communicator muttered, the main thing is that the price paid by those who want him dead is too great. It's so big that we can't refuse. Hey, I tell you what to do, but you don't understand. Screw you. The strong man slammed his hands on the steering wheel, and the car made a beautiful shuttle shift in the traffic flow, and there was a sound of horns and shouts all around. The man didn't take it seriously either, his eyes were fixed on the black convoy ahead, and he followed at an unhurried speed. Soon, the army stopped near the high-speed rail station. The man parked the car more than 200 meters away from the convoy and took out his binoculars to observe. He saw a large number of soldiers coming and going from the convoy, surrounded by a young general who was carrying a silver weapon box from the middle car. The young generals walked slowly towards the high-speed rail station amidst the stars. The man quickly reported to the communicator, "The target person has entered the high-speed rail station, and it is judged that he may take the high-speed rail to leave Beihai City. The destination is unknown." "Received, continue to follow up." "Yes." The man got out of the car, and walked slowly towards the high-speed rail station as if nothing had happened. At this time, the young general officer he had been staring at had almost entered the special passage entrance of the high-speed rail station. When the young general was about to walk into the entrance, he suddenly turned his head and took a deep look in his direction. The cold gaze passed through a distance of 1,000 meters and fell on the man with precision. The strong man's scalp tingled instantly. It was as if someone had suddenly pointed a gun between his eyebrows. Oops! He subconsciously turned around and ran, and the next second there was an extremely fast invisible wave of swords passing through the air. The man's forward posture freezes, and a big head flies up. 1,000 meters from the direction of 7 o'clock, there is a terrorist. I have already dealt with it, and immediately sent someone to clean it up. Sheng withdrew his gaze, and lightly instructed the Major General of the military region who was following him. The Major General of the Dongning Provincial Military Region was stunned, and subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of 7 o'clock, and he saw a figure lying in a pool of blood. It was too late to be shocked, and hurriedly ordered the officers around him to deal with it. Then hurriedly followed Sheng into the high-speed rail station. Looking at the tall and straight figure strolling forward 1 meter ahead, the Major General of the military region became more shocked as he walked. Just now, the method of silently defeating the enemy 1,000 meters away is simply unfathomable. If it wasn't for him and Xia Pingnan having known each other for many years, he would personally admit it. He really couldn't believe it if he was beaten to death. Such a super top general with terrifying strength is not even 20 years old this year. What kind of world is this? The Major General of the military region only felt that his heart was stirring, and the will of the master seemed to be slightly shaken. Sheng walked calmly. He walked through a special channel opened up for him by the military, and there was no one there. He was about to board the high-speed rail soon, and it was estimated that the spy from the Black Demon Society had already passed on his whereabouts, and the other party was so close, so he simply wiped him out. At a distance of 1,000 meters, with his current strength of mental strength, it is really not too easy to kill a level 6 martial artist with the invisible wave of the praying wheel of wishes. This way, Chief, please. Thinking, Sheng has already walked in front of a high-speed train. Still the same as when he came here, this high-speed train was specially prepared for him alone. Lasted 1 day and 2 nights, destination Kyoto Province. This time, this distance, should be enough to lure those mice out. Sheng walked into the high-speed rail, and received the same standard treatment as when he came. But the difference is that Li Dai is no longer by his side. 660 and in the compartment, there was a female officer with short hair who was about the same age as Li Dai and was waiting for him. Colonel Guo Aiying of the Donghai Provincial Military District has met the chief. The facial features mark, the female officer with a touch of heroism between her brows saluted and said hello to Sheng. Sit. Sheng sat down on the massage chair and greeted him casually. Yes, Zhang. The female officer sat down on a seat next to Sheng with her back straight. In front of her, there are a lot of professional communication equipment, as well as various computers, equipment, and so on. I will cooperate with the chief in this operation. If you have any orders, please issue them at any time. Sheng looked at the serious look of the female officer Guo Aiying, even her temples were wet, and couldn't help comforting her. Don't be too nervous, I just need you to do some small things for me, it won't be too troublesome. Relax. Guo Aiying nodded, but her body was still tense, and she didn't intend to relax at all. Liu Sheng shook his head, and simply didn't bother to care about her. At this time, the high-speed rail has begun to slowly start driving. Liu Sheng fully released his mental power, centered on the high-speed rail car, and radiated a range of 30 kilometers around. It's like a radar monitoring everything around it. Then, he took out a bottle of dark gold and almost black liquid from a box under his feet. 8th grade different marrow fluid. Pull off the cap and pour it directly into your mouth like a drink. Feeling the energy of the 8th level different marrow fluid gradually erupting in the body, Liu Sheng leaned his body completely on the back of the chair, and slowly closed his eyes. It's like taking a nap. The plan is already underway. In order to meet those rats who come from afar and are about to come to the door, he should also prepare well. The large amount of blood pills in the heart continued to spin and grow under the infusion of energy. When grown to a certain extent, the blood pill paused suddenly, then quietly shattered. Turbulent qi and blood poured out. Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra Increase. The 7th Immortal Cell. 323 The picture is comparable to a science fiction movie. 4. Damn it! In a small dark room, there are a large number of computers and various electronic equipment. A dark-skinned young man in his early 20s with slightly curly hair sat in front of the computer, pulled off the earphones from his head, and looked behind him with an ugly expression. J. Ross's signal was cut off, probably dead. The woman leaning against the edge of the table and eating instant noodles raised her head, put down the instant noodles in her hand, wiped her mouth with her cuff, and walked up quickly. How is the target now? The woman walked up to the dark-skinned young man, put one hand on the table, and stared at the computer screen. She has beautiful red hair, but unfortunately she is not good-looking, with some freckles on her face. The dark-skinned young man tapped the keyboard with both hands, and quickly said, according to the last news that G. Ross sent back, the target should have left Beihe City by high-speed train now. He has a special status and must take a special high-speed rail line. I retrieved the temporary change information of all the high-speed trains in Longguo recently, and calculated the forward route of the target. His destination should be Kyoto province in the Dragon Kingdom, as we expected. The red-haired woman stared at the high-speed rail map on the computer screen, and her eyes stopped at several locations. Is it more than 2 days in total? It seems that there is plenty of time. The red-haired woman said a few words to herself, and then said lightly, send me this picture. Some adults have already rushed to the vicinity of Beihe City, if everything goes well. The red-haired woman walked back to her original position and picked up her unfinished instant noodles again. We should be back soon. Yes. A trace of excitement flashed across the face of the dark-skinned young man, his hands were placed on the computer keyboard, and his fingers jumped like flying. Slap! A small black box fell to the ground, making a crisp sound in the quiet compartment. Guo Aiying, who was sitting on the seat, bent down hurriedly to pick up the small box on the ground. When she finished picking up her things and stood up, she found that the handsome young man who was lying on the seat and dozed off had been disturbed and quietly opened his eyes. I'm sorry, Chief. I've interrupted the Chief's rest. Guo Aiying stood up swish, with nervousness written all over her face. Liu Sheng shook his head, stood up casually, walked in front of Guo Aiying, and lightly patted her shoulder twice. It seems that there are invisible ripples appearing from the position where Liu Sheng dropped his hand. Guo Aiying trembled slightly all over, as if a string was plucked in her mind. She relaxed all over, her tense body and tense emotions were perfectly released in an instant. Call. A big sigh of relief. It's still a long time, you can't go on like this. Liu Sheng said something softly, then walked to the side of the tea table, poured himself a cup of hot water, and sat back on his seat. He casually picked up a newspaper in front of him and flipped through it casually. Yes. Guo Aiying blushed, and hesitated in response. Finding that Lu Sheng didn't pay attention to her anymore, he relaxed a little. Guo Aiying sat in front of the computer, but found that she had nothing to worry about. She was urgently assigned to this task. The higher UPS only told her that the person she needs to cooperate with in this mission is a big shot with extremely terrifying status, and she must obey the order of the other party unconditionally. Other than that, Guo Aiying knew nothing about it. What kind of mission is it? Guo Aiying thought about it. She carefully looked at the surrounding environment. Except for her and the two young chief in front of her, there were only flight attendants and a few soldiers and officers on the whole train. I can't see how cautious it feels. And the head of the big man with a terrifying identity has been drinking tea, reading the newspaper, or sleeping leisurely since he got in the car, without the slightest sense of urgency that he should have when he is on a mission. Maybe I'm really too nervous. It was just a simple accompanying mission. Guo Aiying comforted herself in her heart. She completely relaxed. She moved her gaze away from the computer screen in front of her, and turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window next to her. At this time, the high-speed rail train was passing through a section of mountainous road, with rolling hills and woods along the way. Although it was winter, many hills and woodlands were bare and not so beautiful, but at least it eased Guo Aiying's tense mood and made her spirit, which had been in a tense state before, more relaxed and casual. Guo Aiying watched the monotonously similar scenery passing by outside the window. The complete relaxation after the high tension makes a trace of drowsiness gradually hit. Guo Aiying's eyelids kept getting heavy. She propped her cheek with one hand, looked out the window, and kept getting closer to the dreamland, approaching. Sudden. Whoosh _ A strong feeling of unease pulled Guo Aiying out of the half-dream and half-awake state. She woke up suddenly, her face turned pale, and she looked up profusely in sweat. She saw that the extremely young chief was half leaning on the chair with his eyes closed, and she didn't know if he was asleep or what. There was no one else in the whole carriage except them, it was extremely quiet, and everything seemed calm and normal. Guo Aiying felt more and more uneasy in her heart. It feels like something extremely bad is about to happen, a catastrophe is imminent. The incomparable clarity made her inexplicably flustered. Guo Aiying glanced at the time quickly, and found that she had only slept for less than half an hour. She kept searching for the source of her uneasiness. There was nothing unusual in the carriage, and Ai said nothing. She looked at the sleeping young chief, thinking in her heart whether she should report her ridiculous thoughts to the other party. But if it's just an illusion caused by my emotional tension, it will become a big oolong. To discredit the military department, maybe I will be kicked out of the car at the next stop. Guo Aiying was struggling, and turned her head inadvertently to take a look outside the window. The sun was shining brightly outside the window at this time, but it was not dazzling. The train is passing through a section of valley and plain. Not far away are the outlines of several high mountains. Guo Aiying suddenly saw a black spot appear in her vision. She was a little curious, and couldn't help but look a little closer. The black dot was flying from the air at an extremely fast speed, and it became clear after a while. It seems, something is flying towards the direction of the train. Guo Aiying stared at the black spot intently. It feels as if a black shot is flying towards the high-speed rail. But who can throw the shot put so far? It's not a cartoon. Guo Aiying thought it was funny for a while, and continued to look at the black dot. But as the black spot got closer and its shape became clearer, Guo Aiying felt more and more uneasy in her heart. She stared at the rapidly enlarging black spot, and the doubts on her face became more and more intense. Whoosh! Black dots pierced the sky. Guo Aiying finally saw the whole picture of the black spot clearly. It was a 30 centimeters thick, 3 meters long, black cone missiles. The black missile sprayed out a thick tail flame, and it only came to the front in an instant. Guo Aiying's eyes widened, her pupils contracted, and the expression on her face gradually became dull. Time seems to be stretched infinitely at this moment. Guo Ying watched the black missile getting closer and closer to her. 20 meters, 10 meters. Not even a meter in the end. She could even see the white demon head painted on the black missile body grinning silently at her. Guo Ying's emotions broke through the threshold in an instant, and she could hear the sound of her heart beating slowly again and again. She wanted to stand up and remind the chief who was sleeping peacefully behind her. At this moment, she finally knew why this task was rated as medium 5 by her superiors. Unfortunately, it was too late. Guo Ying couldn't do anything. She could only watch the black missile approaching the window of the high-speed rail car, and the uneasiness in her heart surged, engulfing her completely, and her mind went blank. Papa! Suddenly, a clear sound of footsteps broke all the fantasies of Icon before he died. A slender and tall figure walked to Guo Ying's side with a calm pace, stretched out a finger and tapped on the window lightly. Boom! Invisible fluctuations spread rapidly around the tapped position of the slender index finger. Time seems to stand still, Zhao Hao. The black missile painted with a devil pattern came to an abrupt stop close to the car window. The devil pattern above stared straight at Guo Ying, meeting her eyes. The distance between the two was barely a meter apart. At this time, the white and slender finger flicked outward again. The devil pattern turns his head instantly. The black missile was launched at a faster speed than when it came, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The whole process actually took place in just a few seconds, appearing smooth and natural. Guo Ying was completely dumbfounded. It all seemed like a dream to her. Or a picture from a sci-fi movie. Guo Ying stared blankly at the white and slender palm that could turn missiles around, as if possessing infinite magic power. Suddenly, she felt that there were too many things in this world that she didn't understand. Looking up, Guo Ying was facing a pair of calm eyes. The young chief, who had been lazily sitting on the seat, drinking tea and sleeping, was emitting a dazzling light that Guo Ying could hardly look directly at. You wait here for a while, I'm going to do something, and I'll be back soon. Sheng casually instructed Guo Ying, glanced out of the car window, then turned around and walked out of the car. 324 The sincerity of running 8,000 miles, the time to say the last words is too long. 1. The moment Sheng detected the incoming missile, the mental power that was originally radiating to the surroundings in the form of a light source quickly shrank. Intertwined, condensed. Layer after layer of buffer areas are formed on the trajectory of the missile. At this time, the strength of Sheng's spiritual power was fully revealed. In my mind, the translucent human figure of spiritual power shines brightly, exuding a brilliance more dazzling than diamonds. The human form is dark golden as a whole, and almost 1/5 of it reveals the luster and color like amethyst. From the crystal figure, to the diamond figure, and then to the gold obsidian figure. Finally to the present amethyst figure. After 4 transformations, even Sheng didn't know what level his current mental strength had reached. 10 times that of an ordinary 8th level psychiatrist? Or 100 times? He does not know. The speed of the black missile is continuously weakened under the buffer of layers of mental power, showing an effect as if time slows down and finally stops. When the speed of the missile is completely zero, the mental buffer under Sheng's cloth was also completely compressed to an extreme. It's like countless bowstrings that are fully drawn. Let go. Collapse. The black missile returned the same way. Sheng didn't expect this method to solve the opponent. If it is really solved, he will feel bored instead. He walked briskly to the position where the carriages were connected, and then in the shocked eyes of a beautiful flight attendant beside him, he reached out and opened the door of the high-speed rail car. Ah! Even knowing the identity of the other party is extraordinary, the flight attendant couldn't help 070 screaming in a low voice, and his face turned pale. However, the expected images of the gust of wind blowing backwards did not happen. After the car door was opened, Everything was uneventful. Outside the car door is the rapidly passing scenery. But there seems to be an invisible transparent isolation layer between the scenery and the car, so that no trace of wind blows in. When I come back later, remember to open the door. Sheng casually asked the flight attendant beside him. The pretty flight attendant nodded stupidly. In the next second, her eyes widened, and she saw in disbelief that Sheng walked out of the open train door as soon as he took a step. It disappeared in an instant. Boom! Looking at the closed train door in front of him again, the flight attendant began to doubt whether what he saw and experienced just now was real. On a hill more than 100 meters high, a foreign man with light brown hair, grey-blue pupils, a height of more than 2 meters, and a well-proportioned and fit body was staring at the front and lower direction. The man also carried an oversized missile launcher in his hand. The object weighing several tons was casually carried by him with one hand, with a relaxed expression, like a plastic toy. The man's eyes kept staring at a high-speed train passing by 10 kilometers away. He has no binoculars, but his eyesight is still amazing. At this moment, a somewhat puzzled expression had just appeared on his face, and a rapidly enlarged black spot was reflected in his grey-blue pupils. Damn it! The brown-haired man's pupils shrank suddenly, he dropped the missile launcher in his hand, and jumped directly from the hill more than 100 meters high. Ack off! The moment his figure fell, a black shadow breaking through the speed of sound passed by. Boom! This small hill was directly shrouded by a small mushroom cloud, and the entire hill was shattered. The flames were blazing, countless rocks and broken wood splashed and rolled down. The brown-haired man's body fell in mid-air, but there was no panic on his face. He walked forward step by step. Every time you take a step, a cloud of white sound cones will explode under your feet, and the sound of a sonic boom will be heard. This strong recoil from the trampling out of thin air not only completely counteracted the gravity of his fall, but even supported him to keep climbing upwards. It's like a rocket jumping up from the spot. The brown-haired man stepped on the air step by step until he reached the opposite mountain, and landed steadily on a rock. Okay, I have a bit of skill. As expected of the price target. The brown-haired man stared at the mountain in front of him bursting with flames, and there was a beast-like savage light in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart and turned around quickly. In the next second, the pupils shrank slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. I saw a young man in military uniform stepping on the void and walking towards him quickly step by step. Like he just did. But it's different from his way of jumping up like a rocket and stepping into the air like an explosion. The youth in military uniform left without any fuss. It presents a sense of relaxation like eating and drinking. The brown-haired man couldn't help but think of the story described in the Dragon Kingdom novels he usually reads. A picture of a fairy walking against the wind. Psycho teacher. The brown-haired man's eyes flashed, the smile on his face grew wider, and he said, "No wonder, it's really interesting." The youth in military uniform stopped tens of meters away from the brown-haired man. He has a straight body, without a military cap, and reveals a well-proportioned black hair. His appearance was extremely handsome, his temperament was cold and refined, and his calm eyes fell on the brown-haired man, just like the light golden cold weapon long knife held in his right hand. Sharp. Gorgeous. You came just in time. The brown-haired man smiled and said to the young man in military uniform in front of him, "I was thinking how to go in and kill you, but I didn't expect you to come out by yourself." Brown-haired man stretches his body. His body was already tall, and after moving his body, the muscles on his body seemed to be stretched. The whole person swelled up a little, and there was a click sound from the strong body, like a heavy mech starting. You remind me of those people in military uniforms I met when I came to Dragon Country last time. They're just like you, beautiful, young, heroic, and The brown-haired man spoke awkward Longguo Mandarin, with a cruel and fierce look in his eyes, and said in a cold tone, it's as tender and fragile as a fresh grass stalk. Tear it up, the feeling is really intoxicating. The brown-haired man grinned, revealing a mouth full of jagged white teeth that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. I forgot to say, I am the 9th pillar of the Black Demon Society, bye. At this time, the handsome young man who stood opposite him and had been watching him quietly said, "Have you finished?" The brown-haired man froze. Then the other party looked down at the watch in his hand, shook his head and said, 1 minute and 20 seconds, your last words are really long enough. The brown-haired man raised his eyebrows, and his face was instantly angry. Boy, I won't let you say your last words. The brown-haired man hadn't finished speaking when suddenly his heart seemed to be clenched tightly by a pair of invisible hands. The unprecedented fearful sense of crisis pierced his brain like an arrow, and the eyebrows twitched crazily. His pupils constricted, and there was no time to react. Almost subconsciously, the muscles of the whole body turned over the house layer by layer like waves. Pieces of black scales proliferated from the bottom. It seemed that something was about to break out of his body. Then, shoo! A slight wind noise. The black waves of folded muscles stagnated, and the figure of the brown-haired man froze. It froze for a second or two. His whole body split into two halves with a crash, and the stinky black blood fell down along with the internal organs. Crashed to the ground. The things in the brown-haired man's body that haven't had time to break out. A gap had just been pushed up from the inside of the box, and the outer ceiling box was all shredded. Liu Sheng's figure dissipated like foam in the sunlight. Another Liu Sheng quietly emerged a few meters behind the brown-haired man. Liu Sheng looked down at the inner wheel knife in his hand, and his whole body was shrouded in a faint golden divine light. He casually shook off a little blood stained on the inner wheel knife, with a hint of satisfaction on his face. In his mind, the 7 immortal cells were exuding divine brilliance. It gave birth to a majestic qi and blood like Wang Yang. 8-level inner wheel sword, 7 immortal cells, plus 4-level sword technique, the way of killing life. Liu Sheng turned around and looked at the broken body of the brown-haired man, and whispered to himself, "If I have to fight you a few times like this, then I should really die." What is the top 10 demon gods of the Black Demon Society? Liu Sheng only knows that he is very strong. Strong enough to kill opponents in one hit. That's enough. What number did he say he was? Liu Sheng thought about it, but couldn't remember clearly, so he simply gave up. He jumped out of the top of the hill in a flash, and chased in the direction of the high-speed train running ahead. Liu Sheng dragged out after images in mid-air, quickly approaching the location of the high-speed train. Now I am getting more and more out of the category of normal people, even normal warriors. Liu Sheng used his mental power to pave an invisible ladder in the air, allowing his body speed to fully unfold. Like light and shadow. Ordinary masters can't do what I do. I'm going to play Gao Wu into fantasy. Liu Sheng sighed in his heart, the moment he caught up with the high-speed rail. He raised his head and glanced in the direction of the road ahead. There are rolling distant mountains and wide plains. The sun is slowly sinking towards the horizon of the distant mountains. The night is coming. From Shirakawa City to Kyoto Province, this high-speed railway line will take a total of more than 8,000 kilometers. Run for 8,000 miles. Lian Su, I am really sincere enough to kill you. 325 Before the sun rises, we will return with his head, too. I don't know either. The beautiful flight attendant stood at a loss in the compartment of the carriage, facing the questioning of a group of soldiers and officers, almost crying. The chief opened the car door, jumped out with a swish. Are you joking? A cold officer standing in front of her frowned, and said coldly, this is a high-speed rail, not a bus. You can get off if you want. The purser next to him also echoed and comforted, yes, Xianai, did you read it wrong? The pretty flight attendant opened her mouth, not knowing how to explain, her eye circles suddenly turned red. At this moment, the door of the train next to them suddenly opened. A tall and straight figure strolled in. He came in so naturally. Open the door, walk in, close the door again. If it weren't for the slightly shaking ground under the train's feet when the train was running, the people gathered in the carriage would have almost thought that they were not on a high-speed train, but in an office on flat ground. Everyone was taken aback. Then several soldiers and officers reacted and saluted Lu Sheng. Meet the chief. Lu Sheng nodded, his eyes fell on the beautiful flight attendant with red eye circles and aggrieved, and he said with a smile, "You're embarrassing a little girl. It's my fault for not saying hello to you guys." Chief. The officer who ordered the flight attendant just turned red, and immediately apologized to the beautiful flight attendant. After a few simple instructions, Lu Sheng walked back to the carriage. After he left, the faces of the flight attendants and officers showed shocking and inexplicable expressions. Look at his back. It's like watching a living god. Guo Aiying sat in front of the computer desk and returned to the original state. After Lu Sheng left, she kept thinking about the scene where the missile attacked her face to face just now. She only now knows how dangerous this mission is. It can even be said to be magic. Guo Aiying couldn't describe her inner feelings now, she just felt that her mind was messed up and her thoughts were mixed. Slap! The sound of crisp footsteps sounded at the end of the carriage. Guo Aiying came back to her senses and saw Lu Sheng walking towards her slowly. She quickly got up and saluted. Chief. Lu Sheng nodded lightly, walked up to her, and casually put the Bing Lun knife in his hand on the table. Guo Aiying's eyelids twitched a few times when she saw the light gold long knife with traces of blood still remaining on the blade. She remembered what Lu Sheng had said to her before he left. You wait here, I'm going to do something, and I'll be back in a while. The casual tone was like what her father said when she was at school and sent her to the station. You wait here, I'll go buy some oranges, and I'll be back in a little while. The difference is that Guo Aiying's father went to buy oranges for her, while Lu Sheng went to. Guo Aiying didn't dare to think about it. You help me send the coordinates for the local military department, and ask them to send someone over there. Lu Sheng reported a coordinate and gave an order to Guo Aiying. Yes. Guo Aiying regained her spirits, and immediately executed the first order she received after stepping into the carriage. All right sir, what's the next step? Guo Aiying looked at Lu Sheng with burning eyes, with a serious attitude. Next step? There is no next step. Lu Sheng shook his head and patted Guo Aiying on the shoulder. You have a good rest, I will tell you later if necessary. All right. Guo Aiying had the feeling that she punched the empty space with all her strength. Lu Sheng ignored her, sat down in his old seat, and asked the flight attendant to pour him a cup of tea. The one who poured the tea happened to be the beautiful flight attendant who was almost cried by a bear just now. When this 2-year-old girl was given to Lu Sheng, she kept looking at him secretly, her eyes were full of sparkling colors. Lu Sheng smiled gently at her, and watched her walk away blushing while holding the tray. I thought it was quite interesting, but suddenly thought of Dong Qingxiu, so I hurriedly collected my thoughts. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but send Dong Qingxiu a message, and Dong Qingxiu replied in seconds. It is estimated that they have been waiting for news from him. I have received uncle, aunt and my sister, everything is fine, how is your side? Lu Sheng felt relieved, thought for a while and replied, drink tea and read the newspaper, nothing happened, we will arrive in Kyoto soon. That's good. After a brief chat with Dong Qingxiu, Lu Sheng put down his phone. He took out a bottle of 8th level different marrow liquid from the suitcase he carried, and poured it into his mouth. Now this thing Lu Sheng drinks as a drink. After the grand competition in the Eastern Military Region, the military department rewarded him with another 10 million meritorious deeds. Lu Sheng exchanged all of them into the 8th level different marrow fluid. He reckoned that, combined with the effects of the heaven and earth twin bridges, when all the different marrow liquids were consumed, the number of immortal cells would be conservatively estimated to be more than 10. Now it's time to focus on mental power. Sheng reached out and touched his temple, his eyes flickered slightly. This Liansu incident made him deeply aware of the strength of spiritual power. The uses are too wide, and the means are far more than that of a simple martial arts expert. If I don't have the spiritual power of this 8th level, I can't fish like this old god sitting on the ground in the carriage. Sheng thought, closing his eyes. After getting the Crystal Conception Amethyst Humanoid chapter, he didn't put too much energy on it. Only less than 1/5 of it has been converted for such a long time. Of course, there are also reasons why it is more difficult to construct the amethyst human form. Just take advantage of this opportunity to think about your mental strength. I remember that in the previous Crystal Conception Master chapter, there is also a mental power skill called Wool Simulation that I have never learned. It always feels like it can bring me a different surprise. Crackling W. The dark-skinned young man was typing quickly on the keyboard with his hands, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a strange cry came from his mouth. WOC. The red-haired woman sitting behind paused for a while eating, and raised her head to ask, "What's wrong?" The dark-skinned young man said tremblingly, "Lord Bayman, the life signal fluctuations have completely disappeared." "What?" The red-haired woman quickly threw away the snacks in her hand, and rushed to the computer like a gust of wind. With a serious expression, she stared at the computer screen for a while, with a hint of emotion in her eyes. But soon calmed down, leaving a sentence, "Continue to monitor. 0, ask for flowers." Then he walked aside and connected to a certain number. "Bayman is dead. I don't know the process. We will try to obtain the satellite surveillance of the Dragon Kingdom, and send the results to you as soon as possible. Anyway, watch out for yourselves. The goal this time seems to be not as simple as it seems on the surface." After the red-haired woman finished speaking, a chuckle sounded from the opposite side. "Please, don't compare us with that idiot Bayman. That guy, who made such a big noise in Longwo earlier, probably has already been on the list of people's focus. Still swaggering past, it is normal to be murdered. Rest assured." The voice on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, and then said, "Before the sun rises tomorrow morning, we will return with the target's head." "Good." Redhead woman hangs up the phone. He didn't say anything, and continued to walk to the table where he was sitting before, grabbed the food on the table, and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. There seems to be a bottomless pit hidden in her small body, no matter how many things are filled into it. Neither can be filled. An order has come. In a military region of a certain province in the east, an officer sitting in front of a computer suddenly stood up and quickly reported behind him. The officers and generals who had been waiting in the command post for a long time lifted their spirits and their expressions became serious. They have been waiting here since they received an order to fully cooperate with a certain figure in the eastern military region in the morning. Even going to the toilet takes turns, for fear of missing any order. After all, this is an unprecedented SSS-level military mission. The commander-in-chief of the military region, with the Chinese face, a middle-aged man who is not angry and arrogant, carefully read the order in his hand, and quickly ordered, "Let the special elite team of Spike and Blade go to this coordinate point immediately. The 5th, 7th, and 8th Heavy Armored Corps, ready, always on call." Yes. Soon, the troops of this military region started to move mightily. Armored vehicles, tanks, helicopter gunships, and various elite troops. The two teams of special elites with strong vitality and sturdy stature boarded the helicopter and rushed towards the target coordinate point quickly. As the most elite existence in the military region, every member of the two teams has martial arts strength above level 5. Generally 6 grades. The team is led by two powerful quasi-grandmasters. The two sharp knife captains met on the helicopter, sat face to face, and chatted casually. With such a big commotion, do you know what this mission is? Captain Spike looked at the large-scale scene where almost the entire military area was mobilized below, and couldn't help but speak. The captain of the Blade Squad lowered his voice, and said, "It seems to be related to an international terrorist organization. What is it called?" "The Black Devils Society." "It's almost the same name." "Dark Demon Society." Captain Spike's face changed, and his expression became serious all of a sudden. "Are you sure it's the Black Demon Society?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Captain Blade saw the seriousness on the opponent's face and asked curiously. Captain Spike smiled wryly, "If it really has something to do with the Black Demon Society, then this mission is really dangerous." "What's the meaning?" "You forgot, I was transferred from the Southern Military Region, son." Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.